Yo, yo, yo.
Right, coward.
Yo, yo, yo. Slow, slow, slow.
Let's just salah come from.
So, give me a second.
Let's just salah come from.
Ready to put on a show.
So, give me a second.
Let's just salah come from.
I'm watching mostly, by the way, not the game right now. My cam's off. Watching mostly, by the way, not the game right now.
Had my cam off.
My cam's off.
Pussy.
Pussy. It was racially motivated.
Gilbert is just perma-experimenting every game.
God damn, Moxie.
Come on. Okay, why is there also a hole there?
Push up with me.
Fire mode.
Pin them first. Pin them first.
Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Oh, easy crash.
Can you go behind?
Time for my biggest hit.
That's on far right.
God, like that is such an inspiring.
It's time till it starts, right?
Exotic butter. Holy. Off the Jeff onto the Ultron.
Nah, she got the health back. Nah, he solo ulti, man. No, he's still
So
lost.
done, bro. That drone.
Oh, it's the drone.
I should have just jumped off the map with her.
I'm grabbing it, I'm grabbing it.
Yo, what are these two ults?
So this guy pushed me, I would have been good.
Nope. Heal him.
Super low.
Heels on the behind.
Nine minutes? Oh, it's a long time.
Oh my god, I needed a second for my Oh my. No! Oh, major. Oh my god,
Wait, what the
massive.
fuck? I got a kill?
This weekend.
Wait, what is this duel?
Oh, what a grab.
Oh.
If you guys want free elo, just avoid this Vixen guy.
Time to switch things
The who?
up, including which side.
The Psylocke, the Spidey player.
Yeah, he's trash.
The right
Yes,
hero
in that. I mean,
Guys, they got a 3 people avoid. Avoid Exotic, avoid Vix, and avoid Jelly.
Good cons, good cons.
Guys, I mean, look at the dominance of this win, and then look at their team. The 3 people I avoided. Also, how did Treetop not avoid a single one of them? Wait, throw down the respawn beacon.
will be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
He has no idea which one gives the jump.
What the?
Just tell me when you get it.
Wait, it's broken.
It's the other
Replace it,
one.
replace it. Yeah. It's... What the?
Come down here.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Come on, any day now. Come on then.
Oh, it does get. Wait, wasn't it the penny one that gives it?
What the? Okay, got
Oh,
it.
penny one gives 50 more
It
HP,
takes so
right?
long.
Flicker.
Moxie, I'm coming. What a good boy you are.
Yup.
Nah, don't worry about it.
Spider-Man on the health pack on left. I'm grabbing Ella. Ella grabbed. Oh, he's just coming all the way back. Nah. Oh my god. Come on, dude. You're kidding.
Go back up. Look at his penny. Everyone throw his penny.
Yeah, Penny out. I had to. I should have eaten that. I should have eaten that.
5 minutes.
Oh my god, what? I got stuck? I got stuck.
Exotic butter.
Oh my, like, why is that? Doesn't even make sense for that building to be built like that.
What the fuck am I playing, bro?
Why is there like a roof
Dude, I
rain
don't
slider
think it's
gutter not on the roof?
She's very mobile.
What?
Ultron.
Actually, big kid now.
You're kidding.
Soul bonded. There's no way.
Hell, you might get spawn cam by though. Penny, by the way. Yeah.
A nice
Oh, 1 HP. Oh my god.
down to 30 seconds.
I'm lagging. What the hell was that lag?
What the fuck?
Stop them. We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Let's get a grab off the map, shall we?
Yes,
You guys
sir.
know if I can come back with it now.
Oh, that's not off the map.
This is because of now.
Baiting.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's too funny. It's too funny, bro.
Come on.
3, 2,
Look,
0.
the best 3 avoids I think I've ever done of the year. I'm the avoid lord. I am like the Denver Nuggets sniping Nikola from the draft. That's how good I am with these picks, dude.
I have the high
Tholen. Tholen with the 15 months.
Eternity.
Thank you, Tholen. Eternity, about time.
Now the Q timing would be like an hour.
Ooh, guys, you know what I'm gonna do?
Go on, Smurf.
Ooh.
Or duo Q.
Guys, do I get 66? Do I go for 66? Is this the ult? Yes, this is the ult. I might just get 66, dude. Just to pass someone. Strong.
Senna MIB out. Everyone thinks Sen's will win except Yinsu. That is crazy.
Tell me how that went.
Completely
I forgot he
different
plays
team.
music.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Sue. This is 2025. This is Toronto Sentinels. It's just, it's a win.
I smell a curse, and I think you're responsible for it.
No, you broke the curse. Thank you for
Thank you.
choosing Wolves.
Thank
Now we
you.
don't have the
Thank
guarantee. It's
We're
very good
grateful
work.
for you. Is that how we want to play it? Okay,
Yeah.
we will see. We will see. Probably you guys are going to have the last laugh, but hey, I believe. Now, today, 8 players will be making their
Who the
Masters
fuck
debut.
is
It's
this
time
guy?
to see who out of those
What is
would it
that
take to
Sova,
shine on
bro?
the biggest stage in Valorant. Get ready, everyone, for Sentinels versus Wolves. Genji will then be taken
I'm
on
bullying his
MIVR.
ass.
It's
I'm bullying his
time
ass.
to kick off day
Bring
2
back bullying.
of Masters Toronto.
We keep letting everyone in now. Celsius? Was that Celsius? I know who that is.
Which team will rise up to the occasion to become the next Masters? Toronto, let's get this started!
뭔가 MIBR을 맞춰서 경기를 한다는 느낌보다는 그냥 저희가 준비하던 대로 사실 저는 뭐 앞으로 무엇이 걸려있다 이런 것보다는 사실 저는 지금 당장에 있는 상황이 되게 중요하다라고 생각을 하는 사람 중 하나라서 일단 매 경기가 저한테 있어서는 너무 소중할 것 같고
I like to take the leadership role. I think it's something very important. I want my team to be feeling well so we can do well in the matches. Right now, I think that's my role outside of the game.
근데 뭐 사실 그러니까 아스파스 선수 자체는 되게 많이 리스펙하고 엄청 탑급 선수라고 생각을 하긴 하지만 뭐 그렇다고 해서 저희 팀원들이 뭐 밀린다라고 생각을 안 해가지고.
Okay, buddy. I think Aspa's the goal.
Both teams are thinking the
Good
same
to
thing.
Durkee.
What edges out the victory in those moments, I think it's the team that is more prepared than the team that has a higher skill ceiling.
MIBR에는 이제 아스파스가 있다고 말을 많이 하지만 이제 젠지에 내가 있다고.
Sentinels, can they do it?
I think it's important to recognize that you can't be perfect, no matter how planned you are with what you have as a team.
SEN, dropping like flies!
The other team could throw something at you that just destroys that whole plan. But I think you should just keep trusting your gut and keep playing.
I think to win the mental game, you need to be in a higher spirit than the other team. Be calm, take
Well,
a
it's
deep breath,
Chinese, right?
and then just play like it's a normal day. If you yourself can't find your footing, definitely your team still can.
My specialty is like psychologically getting in their head.
The only team I'm worried about is G2. The rest are dog shit.
So there's so many teams that I'll just like mess with off stage before we even get on stage, and then they're nervous or they're overthinking.
Zelsis, so he's shouting.
What are you guys doing?
Let's say you're losing and you're getting shouted at, it's definitely gonna affect you.
The mental game is always one when you have no mental.
Sentinels will do a lot of talking, but I'll just let my gun on the server do the work.
Sheesh. Bro, the center jersey is sick. What the fuck? The hoodie, whatever that is, jacket. What is that? Buy the SEN bundle. They say buy or sell.
Wolves have never made it to a global stage before, and their first opponent will be Sentinels. Talk about rising to the occasion. Usually, I don't think teams want to even face them, let alone making their debut
They look
against
so
them.
cool.
Not at all. You couldn't come up with two different stories for these two teams.
All because
the
of that
first time
jersey.
for Wolves and for Sentinels coming back after bombing out of
What the
Masters
hell
1
is it?
in Bangkok. Now for them, failure isn't an option again. This is the
I
what
would
they must
say
do
the
in
same
here
if
to
I'm not.
redeem themselves.
Yeah, and
I was a
now, if we
football
talk
person
about
and not a
the meta
gaming
of the
person.
game, the map,
I mean,
some
I'm
people
both
might
sides,
be
know
looking
both
at
of the
team
teams,
thinking,
but
what is John QT
I'm
going to
just
play?
a football
but
guy.
They don't have Fracture anymore. Sunset is back. This is a buff for Sentinels.
Absolutely. They've been this patch has really benefited them in the map pool change. They used to permaban Fracture. But what I'm really looking at is how that info initiator role is going to play out between Narrate and John QT.
Yeah, because, I mean, there's options, right? Are they still going to be playing double initiator? Is John going to be playing Sova thing? Probably not. Is he going over to Breach, letting Narrate play a Sova? That makes a little bit more sense. Or do we see Sentinels go back into playing double Senti ideas? That's definitely an option on a lot of maps.
Was giving it back to Zelsis.
Damn.
How many times have you seen that? Matching him on the vibes already, Mel, but the server is where it's actually going to count.
Yeah, I mean, like they said, I'm going to have my gun in the server do the shooting and speak for me. So I'm really interested to see if that's going
so
to
much
be the
I
case
couldn't
here
even
for Wolves.
read.
Yeah, but Mel, you can speak a bit to this as well, like playing on a big stage like this, like when already the adrenaline is pumping before you get in the server, that game can explode so quickly, right? Your heart rate is bumping. Those first rounds can either give you this huge high or drag you down to the ground.
And I love that the IG on the war side is not afraid
Pro is
to
selecting
answer
his-
to Zelsis' energy.
That's exactly what I was thinking,
Kids.
Yinzu. I think that normally one of two things happens. When someone like Zelsis is yelling at you from across the stage and making a lot of big movements with their body, either you try to ignore them and you try to do that nonchalant, ice-cold kind of attitude, or you fight back and you show them. And it's honestly, I like doing the latter, where you kind of meet them where they're at, meet their energy with your own, because that honestly lets out a lot of your adrenaline. And it's just fun. I mean, at the end of the day, you see them sitting across from you, like, don't you want to say something?
Yeah, I love that. I love that. But looking at the map pool here, I don't think many people would have expected this insta-sunset ban.
No, getting rid of that one, even though Sentinels have played that map quite a bit in the past. I'm also a little surprised seeing Wolves going over onto Split. This is a map that historically has looked very good for Sentinels. Back when they won Masters Madrid, Split was their bread and butter. But their Split looks a lot different these days. They've only been running the tail on that. They've been playing no Sentinel on the map. So they have to come up with something new here for their first showing in Toronto.
This veto has me completely off guard to seeing Icebox as the decider, and also Lotus. I think that's a map that these teams aren't necessarily. I think Sentinels is a team that doesn't necessarily like to play Lotus that much, and Wolves is someone that does. So it must be that there is a lot of going on in the scrims with the new patch, with the new maps, and with the lack of Teo here that has completely changed the map pool.
Yeah, and with Pearl, you know, there's a different conversation today. Both teams, they love to play Pearl, but even if you have all of the experiences in VCT CN on Pearl, do you dare to take Sentinels on Pearl?
That is a dangerous prospect. I don't think I would personally if I was up there, but These Sentinels, they've been looking strong, and honestly, I kind of want to hone in on our first map of Split a little bit, because it was interesting looking at Wolves. They earlier this year were playing no Taeho, right? Initially, right, Taeho was a little bit late to come into China, so they were playing some double Senti ideas. As a matter of fact, they're playing Cypher plus Vise on the map with Solo Sky as an option. Now, I'm not a huge fan of the Solo Sky, but there are some tapes that you could go back to for them to come up with a plan on Split.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that because I'm thinking either they go Sky, or a lot of teams prominently have been playing Fade as well here, and I think that can work really well with double Senti with the Haunt coming in. I mean, we saw it in APAC as well, how much value that Haunt gets on the A site. I can see it going either way for the Initiator.
Especially if you are running something like a Raze on that map,
you're
going to play a Yoru, for example. You still have some flashes to play. A Vise, if they wanted to go into that too. You can find options to give yourself flashes that aren't just in a Sky or a Breach slot that's so common on the map.
I mean, for Sentinels, they are also very familiar with how Sky works on Split. People have this the recency bias of, you know, these NA teams are going to struggle because the Yoru Taeho Breach was a crutch, but are they forgetting what SEN used to do on Split?
Exactly right, because I think Sentinels have played two very distinct styles when you compare 2024 to 25, right? In 2024, it was a lot of like double smokes plus Sentinel, like the Viper was getting played a lot. It was all about controlling the map, slow, using a lot of these smokes. With John QT's role swap into 25, they switched over to playing double Initiator on a lot of maps. John QT was playing Initiator too, so it was much more about side execs, more micro of their plays instead of calling the slow macro style. And I think with Taeho out of the meta, they could very easily pivot back to that old style.
Exactly, and I think a big part of it is what you just said, is pivoting. And I think Sentinels is a team that is so storied on Split. There's so many historical...
They could very easily pivot
Bunks
back to that old
by
style.
OP.
Exactly, and I think a big part of it is what you just historical...
What am I watching, bro?
I'm honestly shocked, and I really think that it's going to take Split.
Yeah, but that's what I would love to see, the reason as to why Wolves felt confident enough, right, to just go in there.
Too
and
funny.
we've heard already from some of the players, you know, the coaches have been doing a lot of counter-stratting, they've been on it, and Fade is definitely somebody we expect to bring in something, a good game plan, so to say.
Yeah, I think the scariest thing for me looking at Wolves is sort of how they play their mid-rounds, because a lot of teams in the mid-round, they'll show some like fake information, they'll try to throw you off. Wolves usually just go dead quiet, and they'll start slowly creeping forward. So it can be very hard, especially if you're playing a more passive game style on the defensive side versus Wolves, to actually know what they're doing, and that's where they can be so lethal.
And I think that contact style of play that they're going for can be countered by Sentinels if they get that off online early, and if they win those contact fights rifle v rifle.
Well, we are
Classic
into
SEN.
Agent Select. Just to remind you guys, it is live. The gray right now is the hovers from our players, and Yukal and Juicy have already locked in.
Please give me classic Sentinel John QT back on Cypher.
It's so, this is just too tried and tested at this point, right?
I mean, the second Sky hovers has me wondering a little bit that it has to be a
The
little
rolls
bit
are
of play
cooked, I fear.
I mean, I'm refusing to believe that.
Spring?
I'm refusing to believe it.
Oh no, Spring was for a second hovering the Waylay over there, but the Viper wouldn't surprise at all. He's been a pretty solid, fragging Viper player in CN.
Again, Spring has a lot of experience playing Duelist even within this year. He is so powerful, especially later into a round. I mean, looking at the lock-in, John has locked the Sky. So you've been playing exclusively Taeho on this map this year. It's going to be Sentinel's same comp as Stage 1, just subbing out Taeho for the Sky. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it narrates Breach. I remember my own team, we VOD reviewed so much of Sentinels, and how they play Breach on Split is super key and extremely fundamental to how they play their defense especially. Narrate gets so much value out of his reads early on, before the freeze time even ends, where he's going to position himself early to capitalize on those stuns.
But the important thing for Sentinels, starting on the defensive side, is the mid-rounding, right?
Double
When
smokes,
is taken
double
away from
Initiator,
them, how do you actually scout
1 Yoru.
Sky? Not great at scouting. You have the dog and a couple of flashes.
They have those smokes.
And they don't have a dedicated Sentinel, so a lot
One
of pressure
Sentinel, one
on the second
Initiator,
to find the timing
Raze.
to be a human drone to take forward lines, and Wolves are going to try to exploit that.
Yeah, and for Sufat, no Taeho, like he said, but the Fade.
The Fade
Oh, Taeho.
Fade so much on Split. I'm super excited for this match.
Well, this is the true David and Goliath matchup, and the same could be said for our casting duo. I'll let you decide who's who. Take it away, Uber and Wyatt.
Last time we
One
saw
one
Sentinels
two,
at a global event, they bombed out in the biggest way possible. Talk about
Definitely was
road to
big.
redemption for this America superstar team. But
Top
Wolves
three
on the
enemies.
other side come into this tournament, White, with everything to prove.
They're going in as by far the least expected team to be at this event. People questioning, did they make it just because of the EDG fall-off? Do they deserve to be here? Well, Sufat said that dreams do come true. Everything he's been through for years have led to this moment. What he's been working for, the IGL of this team, seeking an upset win, picking a map that has traditionally been a home for Sentinels since the iteration of the Celsius John Cutie roster began. Do they have it in them?
All right, Toronto, one more time. Make some noise. Sentinels versus Wolves starts now. Sense that on defense side here on the pistol, and already Zekken's looking to take a decent amount of real estate here on that B side of the map. Gate crash across the map that will allow for a quick rotate.
I mean, this comp from Sentinels, certainly not lacking in flashes. They can get very proactive, popping out of smokes, past walls. Second right now wants to take contact off this flash, but shut down.
Damn, I didn't
Juicy
see,
and
but what
Spring.
happened? What the fuck?
Flash was good. Can't complain about it. Wolves though were ready to take the fight there. Delsa's affected by paranoia, and this is all
Oh,
for the
no one's
Wolves.
watching
He's
him.
gonna have to take this
I know
one,
they
and
are
Juicy
watching
rips
him.
him a new one. John can barely peer out of defense side. Spring sees him cross. Banks trying to get some sort of position towards heaven side now as the plant goes down. The veteran Lysor gets it in there.
Bang understands that this flank from YU is likely coming, spotted out, but now this Cypher just needs to stay alive, bide some time, distract them. Fair enough. Time is dropping, and I love this reflank coming in from Sufat.
Yeah, they're on a timer. There's also going to be presence from Heaven. Spring's going to get there. It's Lysor.
Damn.
What an opener. Basically every kill, a headshot there for Wolves. And then we're ready for the trap send late at B.
There's going to be so much proactivity like that from Sentinels here on defense. So if Wolves can continue to nullify that, flash turned by both players, quick on that reaction. And look at these taps from Lysor, who is by far the most experienced player on this Wolves team when it comes to international events. Every single one he attended with FPX in 2024. That experience is going to need to come into play to keep the rest of these guys in it. He's been such a consistent force for them.
Tech falls down on the stage. A keyboard issue being cited. So we have at least a chance.
We
to
already
check
making
and
excuses?
establish ourselves now at the start of this
Easy.
game, because John QT picking up the sky here. Obviously, we're very used to seeing this team just force Teho every single map. We got teased a little bit in Agents, so like thinking maybe we would head back to the Cypher. But this is the look that SEN have sort of settled on. Obviously, Zekken still going to be on that Yoru, a huge component of their run. A big recovery when they got back to the Americas region after that shocking start in Bangkok. Can they carry them further?
One of the big gameplay narratives coming into this year with Sentinels, when 10 Saucy departed, they need to reformat how they're approaching the game, was why is John not playing Sentinel when you have Narrate coming in, who was such a great initiator in EMEA last year? And at times it certainly felt awkward. The fans of the team, when they were in a bit of disarray, were questioning those role swaps. Is that the reason for some of those early struggles? And it all made sense when John was able to pretty much play Teho on almost all the maps, occasionally playing the breach, and Narrate will pick it up, right? And that just seemed to smooth things over. So now that we're back in a Teho-less world, will things be as smooth as they were for SEN when they were the only America's team to beat G2 in that first stage? Or is it going to be an adjustment period for them?
Conversely, Wolves also were a really Teho-reliant team. They're playing that agent in the past on most of their maps as well. Tech pause sorted. We're going to be jumping back into the game now. It's Wolves, of course, on their anti-eco.
Brought up a couple rifles, just going to leave that ghost towards Spring, who's going to be surely trying to lurk, take a couple engagements with no upgrade here. Look at this from Wolves. This is really right now telling the story of what they know they're up against. At any moment, there could be multiple flashes with a fault line coming right at them, especially on an eco round. So they are taking their sweet, sweet time. We're already 40 seconds in and they're chilling.
Delsa took a big hit there. Some spray potentially as the poison orb came up in mid. That trap wire
indicates that Wolves may not opt to stay at the A side. They're hoping to tease something out. Here's a flash mid for a re-clear. Nothing spotted by SEN. Now they'll disperse a little further. At least Zekin will move back towards Heaven. That's a ping from Wolves, though, in mid. They're starting to make this move on A.
We are down to 45 seconds, so there is no map control right now for Wolves. Look at SEN. They've read the situation. They're pivoting over, and certainly that treble isn't broken, they'll know.
Now time getting a little even lower. Where do Wolves go from here? Hit by the fault line, unable to make that execute onto A, but Spring has started to create an opening here through mid. Center responding, though.
They're on the full rotate. Now Spring is going to beat them there. The rest of the team should be able to get to Heaven. Do they have a smoke to actually cut this off with a molly? That will do the job. 20 seconds to cross into the site. Still time is so low.
It's gonna be messy.
The Sentinels are in this part of the site for now, so in they go. Lysol just want to stand up over towards here. That defense spawn choke.
10 seconds left.
The attack side will have themselves a plan. SEN not able to create any trap opportunities early in the round. Only equipped with classics. There's not a whole lot to be done.
These guys are giving me some serious anxiety with that late rotate. SEN were stacked up and ready now. It's just about Wolves cleaning this up with ease.
Spring and Lysol going to be grouped up here in the back of sight. They're going to be facing down a bunch of classics. This should be easy enough for them, but Dorain's able to find Juicy. Guiding Light goes in, does find a ping. But the wall gets thrown up here by the attack side. They can sit happily behind that now. And they handle Sentinels, corral them into the site. And walk out of the
That's
round
good damage, no?
All of the
I mean, okay,
carried
damage.
over from Wolves. Dangerous for a moment there. SEN were so aware of what they were doing, and that was around where Wolves, it was looking like they were a little too apprehensive about how offensive this SEN comp is going to be on defense. But once they're set up here, that wall to play off that you called out is really going to simplify things for Wolves. And credit them, I mean, they did get to this site with everybody alive. And it's a pretty clean anti-eco overall. Let's get into this bonus round.
One thing we're looking for is we're looking to see if Wolves can make adaptations on the fly. In the past, they really stuck to plan A and didn't really change things up when things got weird mid-round. One of the criticisms has been leveled at them.
And certainly one of the reasons that the run to get here was so volatile. You know, winning a clean 2-0 over Billy.
I like to see
qualified and losing 0-3. Here's Juicy trying to press up
like quick with everything. Reactions, flicks.
Specifically when he's on this duel list, on this map even. He is a menace.
Look at his space. Juicy's getting a lot of room up mid, but Zelsis plants his feet, ready to receive him. But at the same time, the push is coming to the B side, but bang, is hidden.
Spring is so aware.
Oh, that's straight through smoke, Lysol. You can't be doing that. Now Zekin and John are a little bit split from each other. John attempts a follow, and Ryu just blows him up. Zekin just has to walk away with his gun intact. There's not much else to do.
Free little upgrade for YU on the bonus round conversion. Zekin forced to save. Bank broken for SEN. Wolves with all the momentum in the world early. What a play from Spring. Now he is a man on this team that shows absolutely zero fear. Reckless abandon at times.
I want to see what resolution
often getting him punished, but feels just as often when you watch this guy. He is going to outright win rounds for this team. I just love that awareness from him, realizing that Bang is going to be playing around the cloud that he had up. He drops and he's posted for the duel. That is insane.
He's the kind of player, even as a Viper player, that loves to just stand out in the open and take these duels. Sometimes early in the round, so it's been exploitable in the past for Wolves, but in that situation, it was just what they needed to control B.
So when you're on attack and you're getting clean 1v1 wins over Bang anchoring a site, you're earning my respect, because these are the situations where Bang is at his finest.
Zelsa's the only player for Sentinels who's really able to have any stopping power in that round. As that poison orb came down, he was just too slow to the punch. Rough starting for Sentinels. We've got him mic'd up. That's an interesting decision.
We're going to see a lot of stingers on this half by very North America coded of SEN to be bringing these in.
Bring them down.
The expert region with one of the silliest guns in the game.
Blinded.
They really want this mid control, SEN. Have already thrust Zekin straight down. And Wolves almost playing, again, very passively early, just like we saw in that anti-eco round. Two players grouped up towards Ramen, but Zekin's got a pretty far forward on Bang. Super's able to spot it out though. Of course, Gate crashes away. Now Wolves do have to re-clear mid to some degree, but they're starting to encroach on A, and they've got a local player advantage here.
Juicy has worked some nice space here. Ryu spamming through. Sen, again, they are rotating heavily to where Wolves have made noise. This is really reminiscent of that eco round they had earlier. They are stacked up on the proper site, and it looks like Wolves want to force the issue.
Oh, this could be dangerous though. Second from within the dark cover, but Juicy takes the fight to them. That, however, though, is where the Stingers thrive. Juicy is cut down. 40 seconds left in the round, and here at least Wolves are changing things up. You'll note that Lysor has taken the spike across towards mid. They have, though, left Spring here.
30 seconds left.
Does Lysor dare try to take this spike towards B? Do Wolves attempt to pivot? They're going to. He should be able to get a quick plan. Doesn't look like Bang is going to be in position to stop that again. They're going so late, man. We've got 15 seconds on the clock, but they should be able to get the spike down. Sen do recover another upgrade. Gun to narrate. Oh my god, this could be everything.
He has the gun.
This could be everything on the round.
The rate gets past them, but the timing here is very tight. Siufat is likely to come up behind Sentinels here, and they may not be ready for a bated breath here as Wolves try and close the net. But John wins out against Spring. Siufat has to go large here, but he doesn't have much to shoot at. Sees John. Trigger discipline. Now he's got that heaven control. Sentinels are starting to filter out onto the site. Lysor waiting. Dark cover blooms. He'll see it all here and brings Elsis to heal. The shot through the smoke might be too much in the hand of a Siufat from the right.
Oh, he had the stinger, bro.
That's 4 for the fade and 4 for Wolves.
The IGL of Wolves. Speaking of how much this tournament meant to him, comes up in a crucial round where Sen could have halted the momentum they've got from winning that bonus on the prior. The patience here. Beautiful flank, and then able to just snap onto the remaining Sentinel.
Oh, he used. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking he had no bullets.
3v4 or 1 out.
I thought he.
A couple rounds where Sen had to read on what Wolves are doing, putting them in a horrendous time situation, but they are still able to win it out.
Now those Sentinels do have their rifles back to hand. Okay, second. Coming off second best in that early encounter, Spring always up for a fight.
He will not shy away from taking a duel like that. Wolves are getting some space up here towards mid. Last time, when this was the case, we saw Juicy just double satchel straight into heaven, and the rest of his team got caught off by Amali. Sometimes situations like that were their undoing in the qualifying run. Spring with the adjustment, his aim is sick.
And that was after.
Oh, it's just skin, I'm telling
you. So
you.
now Sentinels do not have information about that part of the map. They've got no idea that Wolves have concentrated their players towards his A side. Bang's about to get all
Sen's reading pretty well, but
ACS
just losing gunfights.
controller in America's playoffs. A real standout player is about to have his hands very full. Will spray through. Siufat feels the burn. Wolves are milling about here over towards main now, looking to take that ramp control, but look at Sen. They are going to get some players up ropes.
3 players potentially to fight here for Sen. Juicy going to cross. Second a bit too far, or John rather, with that Trailblazers. Elsis, does he have an opportunity to get off the rope? No, he's just feeling the danger of the pressure. Bang is going to have to at least get 1 here.
Oh, the timing!
Only 2-1.
Perfect setup, and Bang brings the house down.
The 4K from Bang. Bang bhai OP.
The stun from Narrate was perfect. Made it absolutely effortless for one of the best anchor defensive players in the game. Flash as well, connects on to everybody.
They were trying to run through maple syrup way. Do not recommend.
Spike down.
3rd round, where Wolves had intentions of going A. This time they commit, and Sen have the full rotate, the full read on them. This is the first time they've actually been able to convert that, though, where they've been able to use that overwhelming initiator utility to halt them at a choke point when they're dropping out of heaven.
Still a timeout here called for Sentinels. They obviously want to build off that very important round 5 win. And I think they're probably cottoned on to the fact that Wolves are playing at the speed that should allow Sentinels to set up the traps just like that. Have a little bit of advance notice, providing they can maintain some map presence and get some information in those mid-rounds.
Timeout after a win. Quite unique.
When we do head back into this on round 6, Wolves are 1 orb away from 4 different ultimates right now. So you have to imagine out of this Sen, they could be setting up a trap.
Could be.
If there's a fight from Wolves to get an orb over to Juicy, maybe get him that showstopper.
Could just be for this.
Trigger some kind of fault line into a flash. Second swinging off that. Something that Sentinels are going to have to consider here.
Weird trade.
Zekken struggling with these early encounters with Spring so far, Wyatt. Just a slower start for Yoru.
Keep up. That's after being on an absolute heater run in the Americas playoffs. Zekken was an unbelievable duelist there. Early aftershock is going to allow Zekken to press up into main, specifically playing off of that dark cover too. So Wolves are going to have to invest some resources, at the very least this Prowler, to regain space, but that's not enough to force Zekken away.
That interesting Viper wall that cuts mid. Wolves looking to make use of that to gain some space, but Zekken eventually has to give up B main.
Enough resources committed, and that dark cover dropping. He knows he's in significantly more danger than. Wolves going to pivot towards mid. YU has just been ensuring that no one from Sentinels has pushed too far on this A side. They want to go for the split at the moment.
This is dangerous.
This is the weakest the A site has been in terms of numbers for Sen, when Wolves are actually going to hit it.
Bank can sense. You can sense something's a bit wrong, Wyatt. At risk of getting pinched now as that Heaven control's been effortlessly taken by Wolves. Given over by Sen. This is the position Bang was playing from the previous round. Here's Juicy, double satchel into elbow. Presumably, oh, it's a devastating push.
I know exactly.
Missed everything because there was a mosquito.
Handled. Spring is nasty. Zekken and Zelsa's doubled up here. Trying to find a way back in, but that poison orb is going to deny any more progress. Fernandez walking away from this.
Spring always hungry for more, wants to go for the pre-fire even. I mean, the Sen economy isn't great, but neither is Wolves. They would love to carry all of these guns over. Juicy in that round comes up huge on the double satchel. John just not prepared for him to go through elbow, through the molly that was thrown down on the ground. Those are the plays that Juicy will come up with, because he is just so insanely aggro with the satchels. He will commit so hard on those jumps, sometimes going too far. There isn't a follow-up, but when he succeeds, it will outright win rounds for this Wolves squad.
And you can see Sentinels insisting on trying to take some control of the extremities. Into B main, Zekken pushed early in the round. Over on the A side of the map, we saw Bang try and get forward towards YU, but the Cypher from Wolves is not giving anything to Sentinels, playing very passive around their trip, and then Juicy with his free, essentially, Heaven control, has a fantastic execution.
Even in that moment too, Bang felt like he needed to get out of dodge, back screens. It was so
what a
much pressure,
snap.
so he just had the teleport out and was caught by the spam from Spring, who's at a cool 8-2 right now, 6 rounds into the game.
Is cute, bro.
Getting pivotal first bloods.
Like in the most respectful way.
Nice multi-kills as
Not
well.
like gay type shit.
Same as previously.
Like
Aftershock
cute person, cheerful, always hyping his teammates, always hyping anyone.
The importance of this round for Sen cannot be understated. This is their economy on the line. You're going to assume they'll probably be using the Seekers at some point to win this out if they can. This would be worth 2 for Wolves. Oh, and Zekken! He can't even get away in time!
YU Anko, too sharp, and straight away we're into the site. Showstopper pop to clear it. Good peek in there from John. Gets down Ramson, at least extracts Spring, a big issue.
Imagine
so
if he
far,
hit
but
it
Juicy
there.
playing up close here, and Aaron cannot win the fight against Silfat. John wants to get there. Oh, they're waiting
That trip
for it.
was insane.
Juicy sat there. And
What a trip. Ooh, Bang.
Okay, it's on Bang. It's doable.
1v2, low
Fake
HP.
TP now, try and pull the wool over Wolves' eyes, but they're looking for him. YU with the cam, that has to be cleared.
That's going to give away Bang's position. Crucial for Wolves. They can double up, try to face this elbow.
On the angle, it would be Silfat taking a solo fight. Bang just gets ahead of it. He says, "You're not coming to me? I guess I'm coming to you." 5 bullets in the chamber, and he wins it out.
Bang, bro, he's so good.
Could have gone either way. That's got Jordan on
He's
his feet.
okay.
Some confidence maybe for Sen now.
Must win round. Economy was hanging in the balance. Imagine Wolves win that round war 2. They get to 7 already on split attack. Major deficit that Sen would have had to overcome. Zekken is just, wow. He's in disbelief at how quick that was.
It's a tight angle to be fair. What's else to say here?
I think Cypher should have played his life.
You can see Sen there, we're trying to flood back in again. That should be their forte with this comp. They have so many positions to get out through the smokes, but Wolves have fantastic positioning to deny the players like John, who's pulling out of heaven.
Viper's pit towards mid. Sen have really given up this part of the map in the last couple of rounds. This time, though, they stake their claim. Not again. Zelsa's having to play through that part of the map with the judge. Bang has the gap in the poison orb here, but Spring is very much aware of it. Damn, Tess drifts off him.
60 HP.
But Spring is a menace right now.
And now a break in the action as Wolves look to concentrate over towards this A side of the map where it's really only John in attendance.
Yeah, currently just Jiggle peeking.
I saw it.
They're going to send out that flash, perhaps for additional info, but no, isn't going to do so. Just wants to play off Narrate, who's now jump spotting the cross.
John here with a bit of spray. Lysor takes a glancing blow. Okay, looks like that fault line does connect. Slows Wolves up further. Again, we're heading to the 30-second mark in the round, but they begin to have it once more. The timing! John!
No!
Wait, was he self-stunned?
He's got to fight his way out of the corner, but he can't. Caught by the C's. Narrate, though, plants his feet. Sees the double swing coming in, but
Spike down A.
Hanasu stuck in screens.
3-1.
Spike too far away to recover. Sen looking like they can carry 3 rifles out of the round. Bang won't give him more than that. Wolves, they bleed the clock a lot. 30-second mark, they go for it and they fizzle as they try and hit A.
And again, they're able to get 3 players over to that A site
Yeah, they
in time.
don't have the money.
Juicy gets a lovely first kill onto Zekin. I think that was John got one while still up. Yeah, he does. That is so important from John. After getting self-stunned by the close-range Trailblazer.
Look at
There
this.
then, that is a beautiful
Spike
little
down
transfer when Lysor tries to double swing.
That puts a Rolling Thunder online here for Sentinels. Now, last round they had the Viper's Pit to take that mid control. This time, not an option.
Seconds actually picked up the Outlaw into this round. Multiple players that could be one shot.
Horn
What
clears,
outlook
Poison
skin
Orb
is that?
blooming in mid.
And this time it's actually Bang who's up really deep in B main. Typically it has been Zekin.
Zilfet's down to 10. He took a hit from that Outlaw. Zelsa's backs away into ropes. You can see Zekin now has found himself elsewhere. This is hot and heavy stuff through mid, and Juicy's able to bring Zelsa's down.
What a double swing. That was excellent from Wolves.
Now I might see a push here out of B main. But Spring is playing so passively, so safe, and Bang can't get a look at him. Instead, tries to sneak up and has an off-angle to play with now. He's into Ramen.
Hold on, a little bit of damage. Ryu, but I mean, ambitious to be fighting that with the classic brother. Wolves have gotten their way into the B site though, knowing it's vacant due to Bang having pushed out the other player going down. John concerned, clearing out heavy.
Ooh, nice shot. Ooh, good trades.
Center good for 2. Everything on the very low HP Sufat.
Scrappy round, considering Wolves didn't really have a full buy to work with. Sufat with 10 health. You can't
Whoa!
Impossible clutch, no HP. Just the sheriff.
That's an
The train
insane
wasn't
clutch.
fast enough from Sen. They cannot be losing that.
He took an Outlaw hit at the start of the round. With the sheriff, he proves that the town ain't big enough for the 2 of them. Or 3 in that case.
These trades were insane. But holy taps, bro.
He ate that
Holy.
Outlaw shot earlier. One of the only players that actually had full armor. I think there were 2.
Yes, brother, stand up.
That's a stand-up.
Even the little bicep flex. Did you see me in the gym earlier? No,
That was Forsaken.
Down there. Forsaken. That boy's looking shredded, not gonna lie.
I mean, you have got to call your timeout here. This is the second Sentinels timeout for the map. Called in round number 10. Kaplan very adamantly trying to assert himself here. As that really should have been a SEN round, dead to rights. It's that individual brilliance that really comes to shine on a stage like this one, Wyatt. Nobody could have seen that coming.
Wolves were doing a great job controlling the map early, but Bang, heroic again in that round. He gets that trade on the Spring, catches out YU, who's playing from sewer, then they get in 3v3, they trade things down. There's just no
Lock
way they
in.
should lose that. There's just no
Lock in, brother,
way.
lock in.
Sufat is on one at the moment, and this is just an aspect of Wolves. They are volatile. But when these players are hitting on the same day, they have shooters. They are so dangerous. But when things are going wrong, they're disjointed, they just look like a totally different team. You didn't know which one you're gonna get, but we got Wolves at their finest to open up.
My eyes are down.
Spring actually wants to challenge the smoke here.
It's playing off that wall. Earlier was very passive when this dark cover was up.
He has to suspect that maybe the Ori's got tucked there in B main. We'll check back in on that story.
Paranoia is going to keep Juicy at bay, but Bang still feels like he needs to give up a fair amount of that space. SEN are making a multi-man pivot towards this A site. I mean, typically when noise had been made there, Wolves are just hard committing. You know, they had a couple rotates to beat, but like 20 seconds left. SEN have typically had a great read on these situations.
Once again, Wolves using every second of the round to explore the map, but Juicy is pausing. Bang's cranium, what?
Bro, Wolves are crisp.
He just takes the fights and wins them. That severely reduces
They're
Sen's
just
presence
winning
on A.
fights, like
Even John peels off from screens maybe to go back around, but it's a heaven fight brewing. Celsius seems to know it. It's a really labored pick there from Lysol that allows Celsius to find his own too.
He knows the only way back in the round. Playing a weird off
What a
angle
shot,
second.
Finally wins that fight, Wyatt.
Spring has been so dangerous towards B.
30 seconds left.
Cam cleared. Looks like the move is over towards ropes here for Wolves. SEN have all pulled back to the B site.
This A site is going to be completely open. Juicy, with all of the kills he's been finding, has the showstopper active. That could be the crux of a round win. In fact, look at his position. He's pushing all the way through screens right now. He wants to take an early fight. This dimensional shift. That's going to spot him out. I mean, this is a must-win right now for SEN. Look at their economy. Has to be committed.
Juicy can't gun down another brace of two this time, but out. But dimensional drift comes second. He is handled. YU is ready for the clone. Here's the double swing now through elbow. He's low. In the war of attrition, one out by Sentinels. Gets him within a 2-round striking distance. Boy, they've had to fight tooth and nail for every single one of these rounds.
Celsius is simply the hero of this round. Juicy winning 2 isolated 1v1s. And Celsius knows someone has to be.
it's only one white beats another shot piece, right?
I'm just going to play a weird off angle when they push up into heaven. I just have to get a multiple. That's the only way back in, and he pulls it off.
Where is Ten's bang bang?
Round 11 coming at you. That showstopper still there for Juicy. Rolling Thunder for Narrate.
Hell of a lot of ults right now for Wolves. They've got that showstopper to get into a site or even one away from the Nightfall and then throw down that pit to close things out in the post plant.
Narrate here just going to play up that fault line in case there's a faster hit in towards B main. Oh, Spring caught. Second sees it. Nice little 1-2 punch, but quickly Juicy activates over the A side. And QT is blown to smithereens. Bang was hoping to find Sufat there, but the Crowler comes out instead.
That?
And Lysol is a little bit out of steam.
He is so overextended and caught. If Sufat can get this spike down, he's going to have the Nightfall. That could be enough to turn the tide, despite being at a man disadvantage right now for Wolves.
Neural theft there for YU. Gatecrest sent across to the A site now. It's going to be Juicy sat in elbow.
They have slowed things down, not trying to commit to the plan at the moment.
What is the plan supposed to be? Sufan obviously spike carrier. He's inching forward.
This has been enough time for Narrate's fault line to actually cycle back up. So when the spike does eventually get tapped, there's even more util for SEN to flood in off of.
Okay, I think SEN still confirmed though that Wolves are staying here. Is the rolling thunder. This could get ugly. YU on Rafter finds one, but second trades it instantly. Cancel from the shot.
No, we didn't check that.
They're not checking it. Bang's able to salvage now for the 1 versus 1. No plant yet. He's caught with a util out.
What a round.
There's just no way they should be winning this round. There is just no way. SEN man advantage, massive util advantage. Wolves slow down the game. Less time when they actually have to get the spike down, where SEN can exploit that by flooding in, pressuring so hard. They just don't check that corner. They don't think he can be tucked.
I always check
I
that.
definitely think there's some overheating going on in the SEN camp now, and there's no more opportunities for Kaplan to intercede.
That looks like a bit of frustration coming out from Narrate late in this half.
Attempt. Bang goes to take that 1 versus 1.
Look at the buy now from SEN, their last chance to get around on split defense. Only 4 to their name before the side swap.
This time there's a lot more presence in B main. Zekinen had to be ready in the double swing, catches him off guard. Narrate peels off the line, doesn't want to handle it.
Wolves, in this round, they say, all right, Spring, you're starting to have a little trouble. Let's get you some backup, stack up with multiple players. This time, we're going to overwhelm SEN, who have been happy to fight for that space to find the opening pick. Love that decision from Wolves.
Bang is tentatively looking to retake this ropes position. All of SEN are grouped up. 3 down mid. The Wolves are pretty diligently trying to clear their way into B, but this will take some time. This will buy some time for the flanking troop of Sentinels to wrap around. It's being watched for by YU though. Better weapon. No stingers and not going to hit hard enough at that range. Now the Nightfall over to the B site. Nobody here for SEN. They've all peeled off. There's more on the flank. YU checking for it with the camera. Sees it all. Paranoia comes in but only catches onto the Cypher. There's a real fight here in B main. And Wolves slap Sentinels down. Narrators had to jump into the pit. No other choice.
That?
He gets rid of it though with Spring falling. Gets the Viper out of the way. Now Narrate can heal back up, but Juicy's waiting for him. It's a 8-4.
It's giving them kills now.
Wolves introducing SEN to that Chinese Valorant in the most brutal way possible.
They are being outshot. The mechanics right now are just simply better for Wolves. Spring, dominant. Juicy's entry is incredible.
All right, we're going to do a break, folks. When we come back, more of splitting this game between SEN and Wolves after this.
Actually, insane game. Let's see what's up with Moxie. Is he at level rank 66 now?
Partner, all right?
They've listened to music, bro.
We want to.
Ara Jimbo-chan. You're so cute. Daddy. Jimbo. Onegaishimasu.
Ooh, I'm Jimboing it. I'm Jimboing it. Ooh. I'm Jimboing.
The goons. Necros and his friends. The goons, bro. Only 10 seconds. Bro, he looks like the cube, no? The SEN cube.
Into this second half. Remember, it's really a measure of how much damage you're able to get out of each credit that you spend. And again, between 50 and 70 is really, really good. Sufat definitely getting bang for his buck with that quick 2-piece to clutch the round out at 10 health.
Oh, yeah, the Sheriff, that was certainly a peak for him. And after that point, there just really weren't many situations at all where Wolves were having to go for big buys, having to eco. Their economy was stable throughout that entire half.
The number 3 seed from China, who honestly, in a world where EDG doesn't have a generational crash out in their sort of domestic playoffs, and not even here, are absolutely handling Sentinels here on Split. Holding them to only 4 defense side rounds, 2 timeouts already blown by SEN, frustration already bubbling to the surface for this North American squad.
Coming into this game, you're acknowledging the peaks and dips that Wolves had. The fact that they 2-0 Billy to qualify, but then lose 0-3 to Billy in the lower final. This team, when they're hitting though, like they are today, individually are so sick. I mean, Juicy, Sufan, Spring are putting on a show. The 1v1s, the raw duels are just going the way of Wolves right now. SEN need to wake up.
Lysol gets first contact here at B. This is going to draw Sufat over towards that side of the map through spawn, but Senna far from committed.
Waiting right now to just play off of this fault line. Dark cover is going to get thrown down B main by Leicester over there on B, who's stacked up with Siufa. Prowler Replayer is going to get some information onto Bang. SEN just slowly taking their time, posturing up. It's looking like an oncoming B split.
That smoke indicates potential ropes control, but SEN do not have the players on that A side of the map. Definitely going to see the pivot here. And they're trying to cut off Rafters with that smoke to maybe take Heaven control. He's a paranoid that collects cleanly on a spring. Juicy, though, playing from within the smoke, deals with Zelsis. And there's a way for Zekin to really get past that, but Sufat trying to hold on the site. He's dug out easily. Zekin has that Rafters control, and low as he is, Sentinels haven't been able to clear Wolves. Player advantage now. Spike to go down.
Let's see what Spring can do. Working his way into Heaven slowly. Has to wait for this dark cover to fade.
Peers down ropes, doesn't see anything. YU decides this is the time to activate from the defender side. Spawn, Spring wins the duel. That's big. Can YU do what they can? It's down to 8. Has a flash to work with. Lets it go. It's a matter of playing time, something that SEN couldn't do in that first half when it needed to happen. And now it's ring around the rosy, folks, but now we're going to see them clash. And it's a right click for Narrates. Gives SEN the staging ground on this attack side they were sorely needing.
Desperately for SEN to get back into this game. Get things started right in this second half after not being able to get anything started in the first. And it looked like even here, they were about to once again succumb to the aim of these Wolves players. Spring isolated 1v1 taken against Bang. Gets the adjustment.
He's the hype man.
Juicy didn't realize there were two players in that Heaven smoke. Zekin slipped the net and was able to pick Sufat off on the side. Anti-eco now for Sentinels.
That is a really good positioning.
And this is just full 5 classic save here for the Wolves team, so SEN shouldn't be succumbing to too much damage here, ideally.
Trying to get those orbs into Zekin's hands, though. Get
he has the
full drifts rolling early.
Yeah, that is the name of the game when you're running Yoru. That has been one of the most relevant meta ults like this entire year. Round defining.
What a wall, though.
Laborious, but cam is cleared. Sentinels crossing to take that Heaven control, but as we speak, Wolves are coming up from ropes. Spraying through the smoke, Zekin, much to his chagrin, takes some damage and is seized in place. He's able to get at least far enough away from the snake forehead, and even a paint shell is committed by Wolves. That's a lot of util drawn out.
Good little combo. Who's close to getting one. Zelsis in the meantime. He has just been slow getting into this site, and he's calling for the rest of the team to pivot over now.
Is this an overpush?
Free! Almost, but superior weapon comes out on top.
Great mid smoke here. Might be a flash out of it. Sufat's going to have to face them down, but Zekin's going to be able to stinger. Juicy from the smoke. They emerge, and Zekin
a flawless, no?
will dispatch them. Just YU now.
No, not a flawless.
Zekin. But all things considered, greasy clean anti-eco for SEN gets to 6.
And it gets Zekin just one orb away from the dimensional drift, so they can play to that as a win con now on this bonus. Give Wolves a taste of their own medicine for how they were able to open the game, how they were able to get up in such a significant lead early.
Imagine if he
should
loses
effectively tie things up, would be worth 2.
That's a gun and map.
Nice pivot there from SEN. With that mid control smoke to ropes and then face Wolves as they try and push out.
You see in that moment what we're going to be seeing a lot of on this attack side, which is just an infinite amount of flashes to pop out of these smokes as a team from SEN.
Bonus hit for SEN, see Zekin with a stinger in hand. John checks Heaven and is very lightly held. Wolves have a player in ropes, one just entering that part of the map. Sufat looks to re-clear.
Sufat's actually swinging out. Does have to back away, does have to give that space up. SEN are getting very active right now in Heaven. A lot of control. Wolves pivoting multiple players back side to end.
What? Who wins that?
Crucial 1v1.
Interestingly,
What a smoke. Look at this
playing
smoke,
around
man.
this
What a
not looking to
smoke.
get entrenched in elbow, just want to play
Look at the
forward.
space they
Boxes
have.
it up and it's whack-a-mole for John. Okay, the double swing. The stinger gets some value though, and the Raid's able to hold it down from ramp.
Trades.
This just leaves Sufat in screens, and YU, with these rifles, this 4x for Wolves, have to untangle this round, but SEN are giving them nothing, Wyatt.
Unfortunately, this round is displaying what has been a major issue for Wolves defensively
really good
on
round.
this map. They'll get in positions to flood, but there will be too many isolated duels. Things will get a little disconnected. You had two players on site in that smoke, but they didn't pop out at the same time that Spring was swinging open in heaven. He just goes down on his own in this moment to John. There are two players to his right, but there's no one to swing out to help because it's just not coordinated on that time.
This was a nice win.
Going to get Sen an opportunity to tie the game 8-8. This is really my
Let's go, bro.
into this match.
There's no initial anchoring presence on that site from Wolves either. They had to awkwardly filter in as Heaven's been taken. Spring passive hold in mid. Nice is awkward now. No one to swing off that line, and we are caught in the aftershock.
Unlucky.
Narrate guarantees that easy kill. 3 players with Sheriffs is all that Wolves have to their name.
Where are these little mosquitoes?
Great for Sen to have this level of momentum coming into the second half. Their economy is absolutely rolling. Unlikely that Wolves will be able to get any damage off some, I don't know, maybe one kill if Sufak can get a nice little jiggle peek here, but this is going to put Sen ahead by a significant margin and apply so much pressure to each of these buy rounds that Wolves are going to have. Subsequent rounds.
Shot.
Well, death and taxes. Sufak's able to find his one. It doesn't really change the fact that Sen are crawling over this A site like a kicked anthill. And there are only 2 Sheriffs for Wolves to try and extract them.
Bring them down.
Sufa doubles back here. Prowler down ramp. There's no one there. Center just entrenched on this A site, ready to fight for it.
Just have the Wolves players ready to play for exits, see if they can take one of these guns away.
I still got a rifle. Pick up Zel's fallen weapon, presumably.
One of the 20 flashes they have to take a peek. There's number 19.
Oh, I love that foul line. Just as center crossing, making sure no one can peer in. Lysor never had an opportunity to take a fight, but he will be allowed to walk away with this rifle. However, Sen City have evened up this game, folks, on a run after winning the pistol in the second half. And Wolves starting to whimper a little in that round.
And Sen have more than a real opportunity to extend this run to 5 rounds straight. Given the ultimates that they have when we get out of this timeout that's being called by Wolves. And a pivotal round in the game. This is 3 round coming up where Sen can outright win.
He saw him.
Thunder and a dimensional drift.
Makes sense?
Wolves have nothing to lose in the ult department outside.
What do you even do
Obviously,
in that
is a
situation?
one-sided map when we're talking about the ult economy.
Let's get this shit. The Bishop of Sen City.
Yeah, more about it.
Wolves are going to need to tighten up their floods right now. They're going
I'm
to
out.
have to be able to absorb this Sentinel's utility when
It's
it's
happening
coming
on
into the site,
VLRG.
not drop players anchoring. There's too much. There's too much initiator util. There are too many flashes to play around. The ults are going to be too much to play around. They're going to need to find a way to absorb all of that, not go down, and then tighten up those timings when they're going to try to flood back in after the fact.
Really volatile attack side from Wolves, but it was enough to catch Sen off guard on multiple occasions. On this side of the map, though, with Sentinels being able to dictate the pace, Wolves have looked a little bit disjointed, a little less comfortable. Now, though, they're going to buy coming back in. 4 rounds in a row given over to Sentinels, and an even game for us as we head into round number 17.
Let's see if this guy's right or not.
Sentinels have the spike over towards that B side, certainly implying that they want to go for a split. This is what they did earlier. They have Zekin and Zelsis that do a working mid, while the rest of the team take B main.
Who's next?
Dimensional drift.
Yeah,
Zek's been eating those orbs.
Zekin's going to get all of this info and then can get away to B main if he needs to. Which is why you genuinely want to fight this. He needs to get out of here right now. He's going back in to fight Zekin. This is mental.
Clone thrown out. Waiyu is going to be in trouble. Just set up on all sides. No escape. Spring tries to help him out, bail him out. He gives himself up as well. This is the rifle round for Wolves. And they're at such a massive disadvantage already.
My ult's ready.
It's just disjointed. They're not operating as a full team in that moment. Waiyu makes too reckless of a decision trying to get back in there. He's going to get overwhelmed and does. You know, at best, maybe goes 1 for 1. And then Spring feels like he needs to come in to help. But No one else is on the rotate over just yet. They were trying to pivot over mostly from that A side. Not close to assist. Pretty devastating. At least for Wolves with this save, they'll have an opportunity for redemption on this next round. Not a blowout, not going to have to eco, not allow SEN to get to 10 with ease. But they are truly in the danger zone. They are still staring down the barrel of that Rolling Thunder from Narrate, and now John has the Seekers. Just a streamline of ultimates from SEN to get advantages in all of these important gun rounds.
And for SEN, that's such a cost-effective round win where they just commit the dimensional drift. They realize that YU is still on that B site. They set a 4-line up for Zekin to fight, and YU decides he wants to double back. But now that animated-looking Wolves squad really just buoyed forward by that momentum from some of their individual plays have gone quiet, have gone off the boil. What can they manufacture here? Still a buy for them, in fairness. 2 half armors, but reasonable arsenal, all things considered.
SEN posted up right now for that ramp take. As you can see, Nere ready with the fault line.
Oh,
but it's just spammed through.
Juicy here. The only player occupying heaven right now. That TP sound cue for him just makes him uncomfortable, forces him down. Spring will be there on the top of road.
The aftershock, able to dodge it, and Lysor catches out Bang to even things up. Juicy is a wild player.
And that is just spray through the walls from both teams. Live by the sword, Bang, die by the sword as well.
SEN are going for the noise cut right now. And you still just have, it's this duo, Zelsis and Zekin, who are working the map together on so many of these rounds, trying to contact up, take this space.
There's no way Spring's ready
Spring
for this.
is just...
Oh, wait, the timing? He's turned! Zekin brings him up!
They're actually not
YU,
winning.
the sole player over the B side of the map, and this
defensive
is going to get a
rounds.
bit hairy for him. Does he choose to try and fight, to commit to this engagement? Got a trap wire on the side. Cam also set up. He's going to play close under rafters, but he is overrun by the
GG.
double swing.
30 seconds left.
Juicy.
Damn, they really gave us hope.
Fighting through tier 2 to make it
and
back
do
onto this
this.
team when it wasn't a spot for him in Pacific. He's going to go looking via Ramen.
Had to wait years to get this opportunity. Has a rifle right now. Can he be the hero?
Surely not another save for Wolves. They're starting to get a little bit desperate.
But already the time has just dropped so low for them.
They're giving it up.
Damage doesn't even matter. Look at the state of SEN's economy. Multiple players on 8K.
And honestly, this run of rounds, devastating. That is 6 rounds in a row for Sentinels. Now starting to put the timer on Wolves, threatening to close the game out. With the 2-gun save, though, they can definitely distribute enough around to keep themselves well armed. But there's a Rolling Thunder still waiting in the wings for SEN to make use of. And yeah, can see it now. They've shaken those jitters off.
These late anchor attempts just continue to get overwhelmed entirely.
Oh, he sees
SEN players.
Just a glimpse of them through that wall, and Bang is... I mean, that boy don't miss. Sheesh.
Catch on the Spring is so unfortunate. Almost had the turn. But Zekin had already gone to the close road.
It's a goal!
Wolves calling their second timeout now of the game. As things have completely gotten out of hand.
Bro.
6-round run for SEN on this side.
This guy's right.
Can definitely feel like we're starting to get to the most important round of the game here in round number 19. When we jump back in, Wolves will have been able to buy up. Close to a Nightfall, close to a Viper's Pit. Honestly, a lot of those big ultimates are just around the corner for them, but they want to be able to make use of them when they're in a good position economically. And this round would be one of those opportunities. Elsewhere, Narrator's just run away with the game on an individual level now. He's sitting on that breach ultimate. Those hard sight hits already. Wolves have struggled with the pace that SEN have come at them with on this attack side. That's going to make it even harder.
It was Nerit's clutch back on the pistol round that has gotten them in this position. That's what kicked it off. Wolves yet to do anything highly proactive early in these rounds. Not really taking the fight to SEN too aggro. It's a little too much anchoring attempt against this comp from SEN that is too overwhelming on the execs. Feels like they got to play for something aggro early, take some space, find some picks, or tighten up those cards, play for that as a win con, especially
where is
if
Reach
to
from?
get this Nightfall somewhere for Sufat.
Full armor for Wolves. A very respectable buy, all things considered, maybe a little Util light, that is fine.
They have actually opted to just give up this B site. They have a kill trip set up that
What is Spring?
YU is hoping to just get a spam kill from.
The Spring wants to fight even Rafters. What is that? Unhinged from Spring.
Oh, desperate from Spring to try and get something done.
But he's on his own. We talked about this. Out of the open, trying to take a duel as a Viper. Here's that attack side Viper's pit. Lysol trying to get busy now. No Zekin is in the corner, but the shorty comes calling. With the pride of New Jersey, will have his pound of flesh. Juicy dropping down. Pit still active, of course. Juicy trying to disrupt.
One more kill and he'd actually get the showstopper.
And that would be perfect against this Viper's pit. Can he find it safely? They're on a clock. 2 players left here for Wolves. Losing this round will banish them to the economic doldrums, and John waits patiently for his prey. Juicy serves it up. Sufat has to walk away now. Maybe an exit or so. There's no stopping the SEN economy. It is absolutely booming. Sufat will do what he can. On the rope, Celsius.
Give me a
An
second.
homage to his mate Asuna, I'm sure. That's SEN with 3 rounds in the lead, and we're out of our seats once more.
The right approach there. They were just playing off of a kill trip. They give up the site, allow the stack on A. So if SEN do hit A, they've got 3 players there ready to go. And then when necessary, we'll move over, pivot into a flood, or just go for a full retake. Either one would have been highly recommended over that disjointed effort to kill the. So unfortunate. This is it for Wolves. Full investment, 4 ultimates on the board.
And a slow start here for Sentinels. They do have Bang pushed up into B main though. YU very passive on this side of the map. So last round Wolves, in theory, gave up that B side until Spring decided to ungive it up. Well, we all know how that went. Prowler into B main, they're clearing it. Spring pops that poison orb now and probably has a feeling there's quite a few players here. Is that snakebite quick enough? Bang gets ahead of much of this util now. And there's the Nightfall. Gonna reveal his location.
Would have been a lot of top of this Prowler, fully spotting him out. Spring is steadfast right now. Just has not been able to get started on this defensive side. Wants to go for the peak. Can he actually catch the timing right now?
No one in heaven to be affected by that.
That's the spike down.
Push from Spring. Bang. Just gets the spike, gets out, but he knows he's going to be pursued. YU from the low ground's not able to win it out. And here's a showstopper from Juicy. Where does this one go? Unfortunately, into the rafters. No connection. Zek and Gate crash into the back of the site. The spike though is loose out in the middle of B.
Spring right now trying to get back in. That distraction from the showstopper was enough for Sufat to get them that man advantage. 25 seconds right now. The spike is down in the site. Sentinels have to fully commit. This is the best opportunity Wolves have had.
Dangerous double swing. Yeah, that's got to be double held that angle that Zek goes into. Narrate tried to set him up with a forward line, and now it's down to Zelsus in the dying seconds of the round, but he's hit with the paranoia.
10 seconds
Nearsighted, player in heaven. One on boxes and Sufat towards his left. It is a ridiculous stacked deck against him. And so Wolves finally dig their heels in. They waited a long time for this round, their first of the half.
They can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief that they were finally able to get on the board here. Finally able to make some adjustments. Spring biding his time in vents. SEN not expecting him to pop out so late. Catches that first kill. And then they do flood back into the site. They are playing together. Juicy gets that great showstopper. He didn't actually get a kill, but he was a hell of a distraction for the Anchors to be able to pick up those players that were on site.
So I stopped watching and they finally win a game in a round.
But SEN still have too much
crazy.
cash.
Sees here, Bang. Has the TP away from it. It was a fault line that directly connected with Juicy, but his team's util bailed him out.
Again, I like this from Wolves out of that previous timeout. It was called by Coach Fade. They're stacking up towards A, allowing B just to be played for passive kill trips. If SEN do go towards this site, they're going to be running into so many players.
Trailblazer goes up ramps here. SEN still haven't taken much control of the A side, but up mid they're starting to
that's a nice
poke and
camera.
prod.
Second did teleport away to meet up with the rest of the pack. The entire SEN team are about to be in mid right now. Spring could be in some danger here. He's tucked in a corner. He can't get out to the left side. Now could with the dark cover placed.
But let them cross
going
mid.
B main.
Mostly undetected. See, Wolves now starting to forge ahead for a bit of information. That re-clear of B as main was too early.
Yeah, that was some false info. Wait, I mean, they do still have 3 players here, though. Actually, Wolves, they had not departed from this site.
The cam's there as well. YU likely able to spot Sentinels out of here. They come. Viper's Pit used defensively to try to stop them in their tracks with Zekin. That crosses onto the site.
Good trade, though.
Inside the Viper's Pit. We have a TP by Bang to the back of the site. He clears a trap wire though, so has to give himself away. And it's getting messy in the Viper's Pit. The spray is there. Bang's able to bring Juicy down. Now 3 up for Wolves still. With the Viper's Pit, they slow SEN down to a crawl.
Great read on the situation. Even after that Prowler that gave false info, they stayed committed into that site with multiple players. Sufa ready for the teleport back from Zekin. It didn't end up paying off, but that little kill trip back there is also to deal with Zekin. If he just runs forward, he's caught, because that is your standard gate crash location from the door. Get in deep while the rest of the team come out main, but they couldn't. They were cut off by that pit. Perfect timing from Spring. The past 2 rounds, he is getting involved on this defensive half after being just going cold for that early SEN run.
Now this is getting interesting. 1 round in the game, both teams with full buys.
And the Sentinels' economy is actually being depleted at this point. At one point, having 3 players with 8+ K.
Spring here sees the clone come in. Paranoia hit.
Damn.
Try to walk away.
Oh God.
Great little combo again.
The reaction from Bang was so fast there. All right, pressure onto Lysor. Backside has to go off.
Flashed. Fault line doesn't quite hit. Lysor trying to...
No!
What a whiff!
Really, dude?
Control from screens is good.
In such a crucial moment.
John able to find Juicy at the very least, and now they've evened up the odds. YU tentative about playing
That's
from
a big
rafters.
whiff.
The spike though still off the A side. Zelsus though is in there.
No way we lose momentum of that because of that whiff.
Value for Wolves. Game slowing down right now. Sentinels want to see if they're going to peek out on Zelsus. It's all on YU 1 versus 2 as Sentinels are going to get to match point. We saw Bang win a clutch in this exact same situation in that first half. Can YU do the same?
He's going natty. None of that side for Util is here on A.
30 seconds
Nothing but that
left.
raw gun skill. Instead of trying to draw him out, tapping the spike. Still 23 seconds left of the round. And YU has been ever so patient. John sticks it for real though.
Planted.
Now Zelsus and John grouped up here. Looks like Zelsus should be watching this line, and YU swings it!
Oh, we lost momentum because of that.
And the vibes are looking pretty good.
John and Zelsus just watching each other's backs, trying to bait out that swing. Love the way they play that. It's looking so good for Wolves when they had that double face coming from screens. Juicy comes out of heaven. But it's that additional swing where John finds that kill to make it a 2 versus 2 that puts him in a winnable position. The IGL, they're stepping up for SEN when necessary.
What a big whiff. Even if he gets 1, that would have been
in the right place
good.
at the right time again, but SEN come out on top. Match point opportunity to steal away Wolves' pick.
And a dimensional drift to start the round for second.
Did he see the Viper?
Something. Zelsus straight down mid.
I think that was just
He didn't see Viper.
He's finally gets to the back of the side.
Oh no, he
There's no
just
trip
spammed
to
it.
stop second though, so SEN have this big control. Prowler thrown out once again. Bang has to TP away. And it's Narrate with the spike in hand.
Wow, what a way to lose
concerned
the
about
round.
his heaven
What
control.
a
Also,
shitty way to
3
lose
players
the
up
round.
there, and the Seekers
Even
are
for the
gonna
guy
confirm
who
this
whipped. It's the
John wants
confidence
to go for the
goes
replay.
down.
Mid is actually tripped right now. That one-way trip is still, or one-way unbreakable rather, is still up there, so he's going to have to deal with that.
Okay, Juicy flies in the jump.
No, he blind. He got blind.
Gate crash now to a safer position. Bang is still on the side. Second runs into Lysor.
John is coming on the flank, but Second is going off.
Just John now.
They know he should be here. He had to break the trip.
The timing. John's going to commit to the side. Spraying down through the smoke. Sufat on the other side of the dark cover. John very, very low, but he's buying time.
He got it to half. There's no way.
No, he didn't know it was half. What a crazy round, bro.
Sufat saves the map for Wolves. Gets it to half. Then knows that John can only give him a tickle of the avian variety.
What a crazy match.
Just throws a flash
I
in
mean,
and that's all he
round.
can
And
muster.
the match too, actually.
He's been the IGL team leader and clutch merchant for Wolves.
Oh, he got it like
Both
that?
halves winning critical rounds.
Oh, he shot the Euro
One for
clone.
one, but what a distraction for the rest of the team to get back in. And the fact that mid was tripped, John just couldn't actually accelerate to help these guys. Second almost came up with that multi-kill.
And now it's awkward for SEN's 2 stingers to
I mean,
the
I
net.
wouldn't
Now that
accept
we've
him to
just gotten into this
half there,
retake,
to be honest.
Better flood territory. Wolves are
So
wrangling
John
this
QD was
game
really
back.
quick. Get
Multiple
involved in the
steals
action.
for SEN.
But a couple Guardians for Wolves. Neither team are comfortable economically.
Wolves are a couple orbs away here from critical ultimates. Nightfall, Showstopper. Only requiring one each.
Do they dare push up for that? There's no way. Why are you anchored on the site? We'll have Juicy on rafters early. This might be signaling an A split through rope here by Sentinels. Trip cleared. Clone gonna eat it up now. How do you respond as the defenders?
At the moment, Wolves are posturing towards B heaven. That's actually going to be a teleport to get info in A main and a cancel. But John,
it's false info.
A bit far back, as is Zelsis. This hasn't called for any adjustment in the Wolves' positioning. Here comes this breach utility, guys. We're definitely pivoting into B. I swear.
He's selling it.
I swear we're going B.
The right even gives up a bit of his health in order to sell it, and he does keep Juicy interested at B for now. Heaven control for Sentinels.
Okay, crash deep from second. Fake teleport.
Bang caught in the seas, but will heal back up after the decay. Steelfat here. Oh, Spring wants to take a fight characteristically. He also flubs the shot. Sen running over this A site. 10 seconds left for a spike pod, though. It's got to happen soon. Here's second into the fault line. A site. 10 seconds left for a spike pod. Running over this A site. 10 seconds left for a spike pod, though. It's got to happen soon. Here's second into the fault line.
Here's the showstopper. Oh, but he goes down.
They actually came back.
Real run to open this game on attack, going up 8-4. Multiple players hitting hard, but what a comeback for Sen.
And that's just the first map of this series, so we've still got loaders on the horizon. Plenty of opportunities for Wolves to break back in. Do not go anywhere. This series promises to be electric.
Nice, boys! Let's go!
Let's go, boys.
Nice, Sean! Bro, this mother smiles at me, bro. Win this shit. Got mine, and that's what matters.
This, bro.
What a map. Actually, what a map. What's up with forums? Absolute shit show. Dog på världen. Don't doubt Sans undeserved. Better team lost this map. Really? ठीक है Ooh, I got a shake. A chocolate shake. I'm gonna be more fat. I think Sen deserved, no? They played really well. Yep. They made so many mistakes. Did they do this here? Hmm. Oh shit. Yes, they did, I remember. I built my dream driveway. I wanna see, but I might. I think it's copyrighted.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Kaplan. Now, Coach, that was a close game. I mean, thank God it didn't go overtime, right? Did anything surprise you from the side of the Wolves?
Nothing surprised us, but some of the stuff that we anticipated, it's hard to find practice against. You know, they're from a different region, they play a different way, so I think executing some of the ideas we had proved harder than we wanted on defense, but we were all confident we'd bring it back on attack.
Good luck on Lotus. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was shot.
Sentinels really giving their fans in the arena something to cheer for. What a start from them. I am Youngson. I'm back here with Ender and Mel. It was close. It was very, very close, Mel. I think a lot closer than we anticipated.
I think a lot of people were not expecting it to be that close. I mean, not, 45 minutes ago, I was here on the desk saying, yeah, Sen's got this, absolutely. And it got extremely close to the point where I thought they were going to lose the map.
I mean, honestly, the first half, like, they were getting crushed. Like, Spring's lurks were so effective. I think the just clutchness out of the Wolves players was looking incredibly good. It wasn't until the second half when Sentinels got on to attack, Narrate had those few clutch rounds on the pistol and on the bonus that got things swinging back in their favor.
Yeah, and that brings us to our Verizon high-speed moment, and it goes to Bang for an incredible 4K at this point, and to even keep them in this map.
Yeah, and again, it's all set up with a Narrate stun. These 4 players flood out. There's a flash from John QT, then the stun from Narrate, and then Bang just lines them all up. I mean, this is Sentinel's team play at its final, and it's Bang to shine.
I mean, this is like the perfect dream situation as an anchor player. The stun hits, the flash hits, and no one's looking at you. I mean, this is just the meat and potatoes. This is amazing.
You gotta feel sorry on the other side for Lysor as well, because he was playing in that position a lot in the second half. Thanks, Celsius, for that. But Mel, Lysor, 2 crucial rounds, maybe whipping a little bit, maybe the pressure on stage, maybe could have made the difference.
The difference in between those positions, like you said, played the exact same position, but the difference could not be more staggeringly different. Like, there's one round where there's 2 sets of util, and there's one round he's just dry peeking. He has opportunity, but he can't capitalize.
And if that was the first time we've seen John QT play Sky on Sentinels, he hasn't done it for this team yet. Was that the plug-and-play that you expected when you saw the agent select?
To a certain extent, right? The Teo, the Sky both give some information. I mean, Sky is actually even better in terms of the info, but I think that what we were seeing a lot from John was more sort of set up for his teammates to go into sight with the flashes. There were a lot of rounds where Narrate was actually banking flashes deep into the rounds, and it was him comboing with the stun to go into the sights, and it was just so many of these 5-player hits that John just kept calling over and over to win on the exec game.
And I think that's a great read from him as an IGL, understanding the win conditions of their composition, because Wolves on their side, very slow game plan, very contacty.
Yeah.
Sentinels, IGL, like John, completely understanding that they need to have very tight executes, and the ults especially, the ult rounds were just beautiful.
The ults were a consistent winning factor for Sentinels, because in that second half, they're down 8-4, it's looking grim for them, right? But winning pistol, winning the bonus, that sets them up to get their ults online first. And then, because they start winning these rounds with their ultimate so quickly on the 5-player execs John was calling, you have so many situations where the Fade and the Raze from Wolves are saving on those players not getting their ult online. It wasn't until round 21 that they had a Fade or Raze ult. They
It was
win that
actually
one and make
nice,
it
bro.
close.
Yeah, as we move on to the next map of Pearl, this
But it
is
was too
where
late for me.
our questions go towards the side of Narray. What is he gonna play? Not Pearl, sorry, I trolled. Lotus even.
Lotus, there we go.
I wish it was Pearl. It would have
We
been
all
fun
wanted
between
to see
these
it.
two teams. But for Lotus, what does Narray do here?
Let's order some burgers, man.
Sky probably
Let's
not.
order.
Probably
Let's
not.
order some
Yeah, and I
burgers,
think
man.
that's something from Wolves'
Let's order
perspective.
some
It's kind of
burgers.
hard to prep for. I mean, already the first match that you're playing at Masters Toronto, you're already going in
Offers,
blind,
let's see what
considering the map
offers we
pool,
have.
changes and the patch
Hey,
changes. But
fuck.
especially when you're dealing with a team
They-
like Sentinels, where several players in the team can play Initiator, it's very hard to predict what's going to happen and who's playing what.
Yeah,
They have so
honestly,
much,
I'm
man.
expecting to see some Fade coming online. I think Fade's so strong on this map, and if it's plug and play, Sky is a split map, or Split's a Sky map.
Donor
Lotus is
and
a Fade
Grails,
map.
50%
and I
off.
can't wait to see what we're going to get in terms of comms. But for now, let's send it back to Jen and see what Coach Fade had to say ahead of map 2.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Fade. Now Fade, split did not go your way, but the potential was definitely there. So what do you think you guys need to do on Lotus to take it to map 3?
I think we have to clean up some nerves in our own team, and we had a lot of miscommunication earlier during the second map.
His voice pretty cool,
So
no?
once we get that sorted, I think we will be fine on second map and third map.
Alright, thank you and good luck on Lotus.
His
I
voice
think
is
we saw some
cool.
of those nerves that he was talking about, but that IGL Sufat, I didn't think he was nervous at all. He was hitting his shots. The Fade didn't look too bad.
How about some
It
spaghetti?
almost happened twice as well. But Mel, he
Spaghetti
usually
Mafia,
plays
you're a
the
big
here,
girl,
on
shoddy.
Lotus. What do you
Where
think
you
he's gonna
from?
play, this
I'm from
time?
Italia.
I'm curious to know as well, because I'm not really sure. Because I think a lot of it, to go back to what he was saying about the nerves, I think
She
it's probably
from
the most
Italia.
important thing,
Something like
because
that, no?
on defense, I actually thought that Wolves
Give
could
me
have
some
gone away
good
with that
burgers,
10-2.
man. Good
They
burgers
had a
deal.
lot of advantages, and Sentinels as well on the defense.
Burger
Historically, they
deals,
off a lot
burger
on the defense on
deals.
split. And notably, this is the first time I've really seen them not
Maybe
bring it
some
out. And that is
donuts?
a very intentional choice. And Kaplan even touched on it, saying, I think some of our defense game plans didn't perfectly go through. So a lot of it, I feel like, does come down to Wolves. Can you capitalize on the mistakes and the flaws in their game plan? Can you pull up? Can you actually meet the pressure? And I think the nerves is a big part of that.
And especially looking at Lotus, a map that's all about these sort of opening skirmishes, fights for rubble, fight for sand control. Both these teams love to show a lot of utility early on in rounds. It's going to be looking at guys like Zek, and it's going to be looking at guys like Juicy to find those opening kills to get the advantage for their team.
We are just moments away from
Damn,
Agent
no
Select
offers on
Sufat. You can
food.
see him giving his team a bit of a pep talk. He's definitely being one of the more animated one, carrying them through the emotions, through the vibes, going toe
Buy
to
one, get
toe
one.
against Zelsis of
Which
all
is
people.
hard. Which is
Very
very hard.
impressive, very impressive. I definitely want to see what they're going to do moving away from that Tejo as we move on to Lotus.
Yeah,
Some doner
the
kebab.
atmosphere on stage has been
Ooh,
great.
sounds good.
Sorry.
But you don't worry about it. Sentinels are doing some trolling, they're doing some crowd work,
Keeping
they're
it
having
funny.
fun up there.
I mean, if Wolves lock in right here, Mel, you're familiar with this comp.
Oh, I love this comp.
Which
and
comp?
you too, aren't you? The Fnatic comp, as
just
I
a
like
little
to call
bit,
it.
just a little bit.
The Fade, the double controller. I think this is very much, we might see a very similar game
Oh.
style as to the first map, where they play very slow and very contacting. And that makes me
that's
a
good.
little bit worried again
I mean,
for
everyone
Sentinels
plays
on
the
the
full
defense.
controller
I
now.
will say,
Lotus,
John QT's
no?
on Viper. This is not normally what he's playing. It's Zelsis on the Viper. This time, Zelsis going over to the Vi, so playing Senti on this map for Sen. It will be the Fade in the hands of Narrates. This makes a little bit more sense in terms of roles, but we're still not seeing John return to the Senti of old.
When was the last time we saw him play Viper?
That's a great question.
I can answer that in just a moment, but on Lotus, he has played it like one time here and there. But like you said, not something that we
How
see
about some
very,
Nashville fried chicken?
often. But what about this Vice?
From Zelsis, I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think Zelsis could make a great Fade here, or not Fade, excuse me, a great Vice here. His anchoring has looked phenomenal as
Fade.
well, so nothing too crazy for me. I'm expecting greatness from him on the Vice.
Yeah, honestly, Vice with a double smoke to back it up is really hard to break through on a defensive side. It can isolate your Raze player when you're trying to dive into sight. There's no Yoru clone or anything like that to break away the wall easily. So this makes things a little bit more challenging for Wolves to deal with in the mid rounds of finding and dealing with the Vi's util.
I think a big part here, what I'm looking at Sentinels, is if they're going to play against another contacty comp, I need to see them win these fights early.
Well, we've seen this comp many times in the past. I can't wait to see what Wolves are going to bring, because Uber and Wyatt, if they win this, they'll bring it to a map 3.
Frankly, I wouldn't have it any other way, Hinsu. A full-round defensive path from Sen on Split sees them explode into winning the map. It was, for no good reason, a legendary clash between Sentinels and Wolves. And now heading over to Lotus, it looks like Wyatt Tejo's departure has taken us back to some of the more traditional...
Yeah, Tejo was cancer,
This is
bro.
vintage stuff. The only difference being that Sentinels are bringing in the Vice, which has been so popular on this map, and specifically when you're looking at Zelsis on this agent, very refined, excellent, anchoring over towards that C site. Has some pretty standard setups over towards A that he just continues to play off of very well. You can already see he has his patented arc rows over there in tree. Some little things that Wolves are definitely going to be or should be prepared for when they've been reviewing the Sen VODs. But yeah, the biggest departure for me is the fact that Zeken's Yoru was lethal on this map. Last we saw Sen against MIBR in Americas in that upper final, but just pivoted back to the Rays, which is, I mean, a vintage Zeken agent as well.
Absolutely. No early rebel fight here for Sen. Very passively here on the A side of the map with a drift over the stairs by Narrate. Zelsis is about to get busy, but Bang already emerges. He holds it down, peeking over towards the push to tree. Cover going out. Lysol might make a pivot here towards the B side where Zeken will be waiting, paint shells in hand. Early encounter at C as well.
And Bang already took damage. Ooh, Juicy is already
so
dead.
Spread out at the moment, but Lysor is just solo walked into B and is going to get the spike down. All right, cool. Spring with that Sheriff, getting some damage done through the dark cover, spamming away. Triple players stack up from Sen, trying to get through Baby.
Sen's winning
Lysor is still alone right now.
All the timing.
Not able to get away from that. C is going to be thrown in. Lysor at 2. Finds at least
Yeah, they're
one.
so separate, bro.
Narrate, a tap on the spike here. Door opening up. Prowler to herald the
gets
arrival of
dinged.
Wolves as they try and stop this retake. But Sen,
I know what was the game plan here.
Spring out of the open and out
Whatever
of
it was shit. I'm sorry.
That's Wolves down a player early on account of Bang, but then just being very disconnected as Lysor knows he can get a free plant, but no one's really in position to take any further positioning.
Spring threw up a Viper wall that allowed the 3 Sen players to get into Baby Door for a 3v1 against Lysor to start that retake.
Yeah, unfortunately, just due to where all the players were and the importance of taking further space towards defenders spawn after getting the spike down on B and C especially. There's not across the map. They can only get back to B main and spam, and they're at a disadvantage. They're just never going to win that. They are going for the force right now.
Beta only. Oh, nice.
For more of a close quarters contest.
And he's going to make it close quarters with a double satchel.
आओ
Here we go, Juicy coming on in. Narrate has to hear this. Oh, Juicy!
मुझे तो पता भी नहीं था आप कब तक आओगे
B side. Already big mound control. Bang pushing up. Has to be aware that B main is where Wolves are currently milling about.
Okay,
Wolves there displaying for us why the Vice is just so effective on this map. They're going to need to be able to proc that wall so Juicy doesn't end up in situations like that. We know he's going to be double satcheling in deep, but if the rest of the team are cut off by the shear, he's going to get cooked every single time like we just saw.
Eyes towards Baby Door now for Wolves. Narrate. About to have some visitors. It's a 1-for-1. Spike down, of course. Tufat now needs to make a decision. They've got that stairs control on A, but he's still fancy B for a moment, and there it just took too long. Zelsa's caught a timing on Spring, and now Tufat's got no choice but to go towards the B side, where Zeken will be lying in wait.
30 seconds left.
Again, unfortunately for Wolves, the players are just so separated from each other on individual missions, and this what looked like attempt to be
what is the
Stinger
game plan
rush onto
here?
the B site was ultimately just denied by the Sentinel utility, and from there things have slowly collapsed.
10 seconds
While you're left alone, surely going to be going down to Zeken here, closing out the round in pretty clean fashion for Sen against the buy. So opportunity to get to 3 here now against Wolves early. Get a nice little lead on their own map pick. I like what Kaplan said. It was interesting to hear. And then just on that map, the difference in play from the regions. We're not scrimming against teams like this. It was hard to get our own game plan online because we're just not used to what Wolves are doing.
Because Wolves made that force in round number 2, they've really got so little to work with. And this for Sen is an opportunity to build a massive economy on his defense side.
placed.
Of course, that Outlaw still going to be getting value for Zekin as he pushes
what
up.
did
and
we
gets
buy?
space on Rubble with the rest of the team. Wolves are triple faced on B, hoping that someone from Sentinels will decide to go for a peek. That's not going to be the case right now. Taking it slow, hoping to collect some orbs. I mean, back in the meta of Lotus, when these comps were pretty much ran for an entire year, the game was really ult orb dependent. Getting those showstoppers was of the utmost importance.
Wolves get the sheer wall. Only about 6 to 7 seconds before they can circle
No
back
reaction
to see what
time.
the
I would have
plan
hit that.
or slowly extract themselves.
I'm too old.
Fighting for Rubble might be a dangerous proposition for them, but Narrate is the one with the ghost.
I'll find you.
Perhaps an easier target to knock down. Confirms that there's at least one player still here. Bang's gonna have to play off of this fade positioning.
Just ready to send out the paranoia off contact. What?
Ooh.
Okay. No way. There's just no way. That
That's
shouldn't
a
be
round
happening.
changer.
That shouldn't be happening.
Now it's going to be on Zekin. A little bit awkward. Outlaw with a ton of targets to find. And Juicy trying to get across with a blast pack. That's two. He'll fall off the line now. Paint shells to follow up.
Out of charges.
Peaks with the classic. He's bought enough space, though, at least for Sen to get the reinforcements in place, and so they do.
Sufa is so far away right now. He's in B, having to go through Baby Door. Spring is going to need to do even more work with his Sheriff. And it feels wrong that the ask is on him to do more in this round.
Sufat is here. Sentinel's now going to make this push up, likely a double swing. John in second here on this line. Celsius with his back to Spring's position.
No.
His head cleaned off. Now 2 left. Second finally shuts down the rampaging Spring.
I'll find you.
Playtime,
Up
playtime.
Spring comes Summer, and Sufat's about to make it hot and heavy. Backs away, no time. Plays it
Holy
like an
well
absolute
played.
champion that is not around.
Actually well
Business
played.
winning.
That feels impossible and should be impossible. How is that double setup from Sen towards Rubble dismantled? There's no util for Wolves to get out aside from using the wall to get forward. Sees what a shot! And the crosshair placement from Bang, who throws down the dark cover, throws out the paranoia. There's just no way.
One enemy remaining.
And then after that, Spring, could you actually do some more for us? Could you get another kill?
Sufat plays behind.
Come on.
Expertly in that moment. The second's got no choice but to run at him.
Wow, look at this. Read on the economy from Spring. Outlaw, 5 one-shottable targets. Everyone from Sen on lighter regen.
Sen know they've given that weapon over, though. They know they need to play around it. 0 peaks off the seaside here.
Wolves do a nice job getting all of the space towards Mound and drawing a bit of attention from Sentinels, even procking the door. Celsius wants to go for some spam in case they are actually trying to get into B main at the moment.
Down to the minute mark in the round. Still nothing drawn out by Sentinels. Nothing really for Spring to look at with this Outlaw.
And this is Sufa just on a solo effort to keep the attention here. He's doing everything. He's throwing prowlers, he's opening the door, he's getting the orb. And there are 3 players mostly drifted towards that area of the map. It's going to be an A re-clear again. Can Bang right the wrongs from that prior round.
Narrate never had to show himself there either. It was awkward, but Narrate last time they were here had only a ghost. This time they're armed to the teeth. YU is able to draw that sheer wall out, but the fight's definitely happening over towards Rubble. Sen back up on it though. 25 seconds left in the round. Wolves have to make a decision.
Oh, they aren't. They're still too indecisive. They're going back towards Mound now. They're in a 2-1-1 with 15 seconds left. The round is just over.
They've got no duelists. They've got no entry on this side.
They can't even get past the thorns that are there. Now they're trying to get into B. This is mad.
Okay, 7 seconds left and they're going to go for it. Snake bite on the ground. Lysor knows he's going to lose much of his health. And it's Zaki with the showstopper. Brings the house down. Oh,
I have no idea what they were planning.
What a bizarre round. And Wolves bleed the clock a little too much.
The indecision is their enemy there. You have Sufa making that tons of noise over towards C in the mid-round. But Wolves, after losing Juicy on this entry towards A, they just did not want to commit through the dark cover. actually going to be an early timeout called right now by Coach Fade, and I am not mad at that. We, in fact, saw at the end of Split, it was his second timeout that got Wolves back in the game. That is when they started to put together some defensive rounds. He gave them the right adjustments to make.
We just take stock of things here, because that's a round that Wolves, they win a ridiculous round in round number 3. They come out with an Outlaw. Sentinels are all half-armored, all regen shields. Right? They do not have the ability to tank one of those Outlaw hits. And they just give Wolves nothing. Not a thing. Play so safe, and it's eventually that swing on rubble that gets SEN with the advantage. And Wolves have no idea where to go.
And look, one of the issues there is the fact that because it is Sufat making all the noise towards C, they don't actually have any of that initiator utility to get out on A. You don't have a Prowler that can go clear rubble to get on to
reminds me of the old MIBR solo Skyler on Sunset, you know?
But true. I mean, accurate, but...
Using your initiator to try and sell a fake, though, a lot of that util can be really valuable to gain real map control.
You can just see, yeah, because then after Juicy goes down, they're like, we can't really get out of this boat, can we?
There's 2 Razorvines on C. They have no raise, so they're never going to get on that side. Ugly stuff.
All right, what's the plan for Wolves out of this timeout? They're nearing many ultimates. SEN expending some to win one of those prior rounds. So when we get to Wolves' full buy, that can certainly be the linchpin of a win there. Here, they're hoping it's just going to be one of these 2 hero rifles.
Don playing a bit further forward this time around. Knows that Wolves are obviously less cashed up this time around. See a lot of heads though, and Juicy, man, he is clean with it. His Sheriff claims the first. Zelsis is seized here, decayed down. There's a window here. Pops the Razorvine. They can't quite get purchased on him. And Sufat overextends. Spike loose. Lysor, though, is able at least to salvage. Zekin's going to be here. Spray down's a bit wayward, and Lysor's gotten in onto the seaside now. Zekin's paint shells do not get any value.
Slowly trying to get towards Bend right now. Not comfortable getting the spike down just yet. Narrate has a fair amount of initiator utility to use to get back in, and Bang is on a long flank right now. Will Wolves expect it?
YU checks for it, but can't beat Bang. Paranoia comes in, Lysor and Spring forced to just double up at the bottom of the seaside. Bang must have spotted them there with a shoulder peek. Perhaps not, as still eyes are looking towards the bend. There's Spring, just sees a head pop up. That's stunning stuff. Eventually, though, taken down. It's Lysor with less than 50 health to play. Time is of the essence, and SEN are fully cognizant. They'll have themselves their 4th round.
Credit to Bang there, able to win the duel on the flank. That is the highest impact kill in that situation he could possibly find. Then you have the other 2 players being encircled from multiple different angles.
Look at a brute force solution to trying to get Zelsis out of that corner.
I mean, I'm not mad at them fighting it. It's just that they didn't really fight it together. If they both kind of got out and were spraying, they might have just gotten
they're doing too much individual
fashion. But they weren't double
individual
fights as well.
Zekin is 8-1. Night and day comparison to his start of his split game. Running it back on the raise after all this time.
We really have not been getting much of the Zekin raise, if at all, this year, but that is his, or was his go-to agent. That's what he was known for, the flex raise play. Here comes Juicy fast into the side. That's a dodge. The Arc shut down.
Right into the Razorvine as well. Zelsis now wants to assume some more control, but he's likely hurt this TP forward by Lysor.
We don't do that against Wise, right?
Play for the retake.
Why would we do that against Wise?
YU did actually find a kill with one of the players from SEN on the cross towards B. Bang teleporting over to assist. This lockdown is going to keep the Sentinels team at bay. Should get Wolves a free plan here.
Yeah, look at how much Wolves this covers. Wolves also pinging the one gap in that. Oh, John, that is stunning. Yes, detained, but there's no chance for Wolves to follow up on this. Spam down through the smoke, finds to be another one. Here's the Nightfall down from the attack side. Wolves want to try and assume as much control of C as they can. They've even committed a Viper's Pit to that effect.
Yeah, this round is must win. They have to send it all. YU spam kill.
Spring in the pit, dancing around. Narrate finds him before he decays too low. That's a Viper's Pit now gone. YU and Sufat in this corner. Zelsis and Narrate do not have the util to clear them from this. They're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. Spray down through the corner. Zelsis
what a bait, bro. What a bait by this KJ.
Not have the health to bail Sentinels out.
He kept on shooting just in case.
After second round here for Wolves.
So, you know, play with their mind that, he's definitely not there. He's jiggle peeking.
Win round,
definitely
to take that down.
He's not there.
Spring just somehow connects a miracle shot on the second player that was swinging through the pit in that final situation. But a good usage of their ultimates, no doubt. YU was crucial on that round too, early. Pretty standard for, you know, your sentinel position. They're going to be taking a timing on B, waiting in main to hear those footsteps on the cross for someone trying to get over to waterfall towards C. Little jiggle peek and he wins the duel there. That's just always on your mind when you're a defender and you need to get over to that site.
All right, we have a mild audio issue down here on the stage. So that one will be rectified pretty quickly as headsets are already being replaced. We get Wolves, they spend pretty big in that round, right? Get those ultimates in play, they make use of them correctly. It's a lockdown that John disrespects. He's playing in halls, he just spams down through that smoke, he's able to find one. But Sentinels are not aware that Sufat's tucked there on bend, right on that spike location. And they just didn't have the utility to dig any of those Wolves players out of position. So very textbook, hit on towards the C side with that raise, double satchel initiator. Now though, without some of those key abilities, can Juicy make use of this showstopper to once again clear that space, maybe force them back into halls on that C side?
Look, I'm certainly looking to Wolves to maybe go for one of the crazy executes here where your Omen uses from the shadows to get behind the defensive team and then you send it at them with a showstopper. Pinch them from both angles. That is a pretty common ult execute on this map.
And Lysor is not above a cheeky little TP to the enemy spawn. So turret here for YU to play contact off of B. Wolves have been waiting for a push out of B main from SEN, but it's never happened. Not so far in this defense side. They've just been leaving Zek in here, of course, with those paint shells to hold it down.
The only real proactivity coming from SEN is just the double up from Married and Bang to take rubble control. And to be fair, it has kept Spring at bay. He hasn't had opportunities to be able to lurk up off of his wall, which feels very unspring-like. I mean, on Split, he was taking the fight to them all the time. Here's that showstopper.
He's waiting on those sacks.
Can't do anything.
On the snake bite. Couldn't actually cross. Sheer wall did come up. And that's a speculative showstopper that ends up finding nothing. All the util cleared from the C side, though. It looks like Wolves want to double back, Wyatt.
Yeah, they certainly can re-execute off this.
30 seconds
Sufat does have a haunt to throw, clear out an area like Bend, teleport through to make the cross.
That's a
scale
re-hit.
into the site,
That's
which
a really
is
nice
vacant
re-hit.
of SEN players, but they are ready to flood back in off the Steel Garden.
Juicy Vizak and Duelists here fighting for that Hall's control. Second ops to wait just a little bit longer here. That Steel Garden off the back of it. John explodes. Zelsa's now playing from Waterfall. Lysor left here on the C side, the last remaining Wolves player. And Zelsa's might not be aware. He TP'd out with that ultimate. So now Wolves in a position to play that retake, but Zekin's already got it to half, and Wolves might not be aware of this. The Raid's able to spray them down through the poison orb. Zekin got off of it briefly, but he'll full stick this, and Wolves are none the wiser.
I don't know what
It's
their
just
game plan
disaster
is,
for Wolves.
but it's
They
quite
have to
shit,
all
I can't
retreat
lie.
into Mound after the Steel Garden is used, and the spike just isn't planted for them. The round is just over at that point.
Quite shit.
Easy, effortless retake for Sentinels.
Spike planted.
Sufat tries to get out.
I mean, what can they do after this situation? Legitimately nothing. It's just over. It is just over for them.
Looked odd, but I think Wolves probably realized there was no reasonable way to get back in, so wagering those remaining rifles seemed less than ideal. Now a bit of a rubble fight. This time SEN actually aren't playing forward. They've got Bang back in tree.
4 rifles right now for Wolves. Spring just on the pistol, though, unfortunately.
Watch the timing of this paranoia, Wyatt. Sees combo with the paint shells, perhaps. Oh, it's Zekin getting caught out. Now Ray doesn't have much to see here, and Bang's going to watch his left side. No! Oh, my goodness! Sealfat found a quick
that's
double.
unlucky.
That is SEN going for a bit of a haphazard attempt at the refight. Just not expecting, I don't think, so many Wolves players to actually be ready with the crosshairs on those angles. This has been the most convincing round win for Wolves so far, unless John is able to go crazy in that 1v4, but he can. Is shut down by Spring.
And that was a half buy. Hey, Wolves, I think, had 2 pistols, maybe even classics in that kind of round. And it was one of the rounds where SEN opted not to play forward on Rubble. They didn't have Bang TPing forward at the start of the round and having Narrate watch that live. They opted instead to try and play off a paranoia, and everything kind of went wrong for them in second. Found himself isolated.
Yeah, isolated on that orb, and the rest of the players just tried to spill through the fight together, but Sufa hits a nice little snappy adjustment. Too many players from Wolves posted up to deal with. And look at this. Somehow, SEN, their economy is not very good, which feels bizarre, but this is an opportunity for Wolves to get right back in the game, potentially tie things up, break their eco right here.
Bang can't clear the horn with where he is, so he actually at least consider giving up that rebel position. We're going to B variation, though, this time from Wolves. But some of this Vice Util is here.
Which has been an absolute nightmare for them. Second 2 rounds in a row has been instantly deleted by Juicy.
Wait a minute. Are they going to go back towards C here? Zekin's departed. Obviously very early in the round. Juicy though's been cleaned up. Spring wants to try and get forward here, but this Nightfall could be a bit of an issue for Wolves. Spike is obviously down. Spring trying to play from upper and cleared out instantly. Sufat now gives his position away. Enough noise to wake the dead, and Narrate's going to turn around for the open.
Bro?
Look to try and spray him out of the game, and this is awkward timing.
What are these? What are we doing? What is this post plan?
Wolves here with a great opener.
It's shit.
SEN able to convert on a 4v5 after Zekin falls.
Great opener, essentially a free plant. They have the idea, which
Hey,
is
what
the
are
right
these
idea
post plans, bro? We are
you
not
get
playing
the
like
spike down on
20,
this map, you have to go
2024
take
Valorant. You can
space
just
on
play
B.
post plan.
But they just don't do it
Off
together.
smokes.
Juicy is too quick to face here. Zelsis gets an isolated 1v1. There's no trade coming through. Spring is trying to get forward, but he's alone, caught before the dark cover drops.
You don't even have a utility
Right
player post
idea,
plan.
wrong execution from Wolves, and some frustration on the face of FaZe.
Like, there's
Things
KJ
are
and
getting a
Viper,
bit
but
out of control.
come on,
on
they're
Sentinel's
wasting it
map
all
pick,
before
especially from
they
the
hit
defensive
the
side. And when you're talking about these traditional
side.
comps, this map was attack favored.
They use all their
back when it was
util
in the-
before they hit side,
in the
and then they
pool,
play
this was the
post plan.
meta.
I don't get it.
And that's why SEN getting to 6 is a huge deal.
My ult is ready.
Orb taken by Sufat now gets his Nightfall online. Once again, Zekin wants to take an early challenge, but looks like that's been denied. Classic entry over here.
Wow,
Zelsis
he's
is
low.
39. Does he think to try and play a one and done in the corner now at this level of health?
Face your fear.
Okay, Boom Bomb going to be thrown in. Dark cover now. Over with the Paranoia, excuse me. Forces John
What a
back in the
satchel.
Wolves direction. Juicy deals with Zelsis all
No one
too
traded it?
easily.
Oh, now
As
he
a nice
got
little attack
traded.
from John. Happy to challenge.
Oh, it's
the
crazy
Sun
how
Tape
he could
Util for a
just
kill.
walk up and kill
Now just fully on the retreat.
Celsius like that.
Posted up to try and ensure the Wolves don't push any further. Lysor, danger for a moment, and it's just getting spammed through by Bang. Disaster.
I don't know why we
As
just
Wolves try to wrap
planting
around Ben to get that spike down.
in an area that
Springs able
can
to
be
recover
just
the spike, but
spammed.
what opportunity
And we
they
know
get
they have
to
Odin,
plant
by
it.
the way.
He tries to surge ahead, draws Zekin out of position. Might be a
Look at
high-low
this.
swing, but Zekin tucks. He's not going to give them a free kill here. Wolves are the ones that have to wager something. And Spring, he's got some work to do.
Oh, it's disrespectful from Zekin. It's a little bit
GG.
whimsical too with the double satchel
What's the
in.
next match? MIBR versus?
Gets himself one orb away from a showstopper with those kills too, matter of fact. It's just those tracers from
Genji,
Lysor
yeah,
with the
let's
that
just-
spotted out.
Let's just focus on the next match.
And at this point, Zekin
Those are
doesn't
really.
give them a freebie.
I don't know what they're doing now.
Until this point, breaks that crosshair placement. Spring
Don't want to say shit, but
overwhelmed.
come on, bro.
7 defense side rounds for Sentinels.
What are we even
There's
doing
no way
here?
of framing this other than they're at a massive, massive advantage on this map.
Zekin going to pick up that outlaw for another
I don't know why
round
we
of
just
this
playing
map,
blind.
anti-eco.
What is this?
Spring
Fucking rank match?
took that Odin damage off the rip, and Zekin's able to find an outlaw pick with finally decided to push up on B, by the way.
Oh, that's gotten him
You
his
don't have to
showstopper.
plan. Play for a pick.
In case Sen wanted another
Get
advantage
kills
to
first.
close out
We're
this
losing
half.
every post plan.
Springs at
So why not
6,
do
by the
that?
way. Far too much spam for Wolves to deal with. Center holding all the cards. A double swing here. They'll try it, but Bang almost had the correction. Spring at 6, wants a rifle. He'll have it stripped from his hands momentarily. Interesting snake by lineup. Just the delayed drop. I like that. 8 rounds for Sentinels. Last of the half. Showstopper earned by Zekin. It's looking grim for Wolves fans.
Gotta say, the just existence of the Vice utility on this map has really thrown a wrench in the game plans from Wolves. And it's I think, highlighted some of the issues that they've had as a team, where it's disconnected them on executes to too great of an extent on multiple site attempts.
Are they shooting back?
All right, Wolves, last chance to get a desperately needed round win on what is typically the favored side on this map.
And this is that more passive A-side variation for Sentinels on defense. Nobody heading up to rubble.
And Zekken has actually picked up the operator towards C. I'm going to assume there's probably a rifle on the ground for him as well to pick up, and he has the showstopper to play with. So he's got actually four weapons if he needs to use all of them.
Here's Gilgamesh. And that's why he's down at 1,600. Of course you spend up here.
We're spending
That
big
Vice
racks.
tool that you referenced earlier is definitely going to be an issue at C. Popped here early. So you saw the nanoswarm used by YU. Try and draw it out. Oh man, that is a long shot. He even tanks the Prowler in order to take it. Zekken might likely give up some rooms. Juicy has his own showstopper, so he clears the room at B. This is Wolves tipping their hand.
This will get enough space for Lysor to get the plant down right now
See,
safely.
they had so much
Spurring on
space,
this lurk
but they
through
just
A.
gave up every space.
He has eyes on the smoke.
He was here,
Actually
just
catch
gave them this.
timing right
Gave
now.
them
Here's
this.
them running
We
away.
only have
It's
this
going to be
space
time for
and
him to
this
hit the go
space.
button.
Juicy will buy more time now.
And now we at
Four
least
seconds
not
back
playing
a little
post
longer.
plan.
Okay, Juicy tapped down a little bit. Oh, 56! Showstopper goes between his legs apparently. And there's Spring tries to get active enough, but Lysor down to one. Just Lysor left. And it's a disastrous attack side on Lotus.
They did it in the worst round possible. They did it when the Raze has Satchel
to give them
for
any sense of confidence.
entry.
They were dictating
I mean, Satchel,
the
I
pace
mean,
of the game on
Boombox.
Split. This time, though,
The rocket.
they were taking orders from Sentinels.
I just don't have that explosivity
9 triggers.
right now on Lotus that they had when we were back on Split. Sentinels looking elite right now on their own pick.
Zekken tanks that Prowler, knows he has the shot. Juicy clears
And
B,
why is no one
showstopper,
helping?
but
Where's the
can't do much
smokes?
else with it.
Nere, once he got that Odin online, he was so aggressive. Zekken even getting the kill with the off there, was taking advantage of the Outlaw on the proper rounds. Sen really doing everything right. Wolves with no answers, couldn't deal with the Vice.
Classic comp, classic
Playing like
performance
shit.
from Sentinels. Can Wolves get back in the game after the break?
Hey, everyone, make some noise because we got Alexis over here in the house. Alexis, what are you up to here? You know,
That is
how
true.
you been?
I've been really good. We've been doing dual workshops for the Valorant University, and now I'm just here watching the games.
The
Are
fuck
you
is the
enjoying the
Valorant
venue and the
University?
vibes? I mean, I saw a lot of fans walking up to you asking you for selfies.
I love the vibes. The venue's insane. I love Artist Alley, where I can buy little trinkets. I've bought so many little trinkets.
All right, I gotta ask you about the game though. Are you supporting anyone? You know, rooting for anyone?
I gotta root for SEN, right? Gotta.
Right, you're Sen City. I want to ask you about the meta though, because you play a lot of Breach, right? So, what do you think of the current meta with the Breach? I mean, Taeho nerf, the little bit of a Breach nerf as well, and how the teams are playing.
I think the Taeho nerf was definitely needed, for sure. Very overtuned agent. I will say I feel like the Breach nerf was not super necessary, but maybe I'm biased as a Breach player. That stun, that 2 seconds on the stun really hurts my soul a little bit.
Right, but I need you to do me a favor and hype up the crowd for the second half. So, ready? We're gonna say let's go. Okay, second half.
Let's go, guys!
Let's go!
Come to Alpha Shawarma. I love that it come to Alpha Shawarma. Shameless.
It's all happening here at the NKS Center in Toronto. Sen City have landed, and after a rocky start to the series, it looks like they've stabilized. Time for your Coinbase Econ report here. Remember, this is a factor of the damage you've done divided by the credits you spent. So really about how much impact on the game you can have per credit.
Zekken bang up there certainly, and that's even with Zekken buying Outlaws, dropping them, buying an AWP, still able to get so much value out of everything he was spending that cash on throughout the game.
69.9, baby.
Score Sen on the less favored side for Lotus, especially when we're looking at the comps we have of the old meta, which is back as the new meta. 9-3 is just so tough for Wolves to come back on. Their attack side was the favored one back on split. Let's see if they have it in them here. Spring, he's been hitting. But the rest of the guys, they need to come to life.
Let's make them dance.
All right, folks, we are moments away from jumping into the second half of Lotus. And like Quiet said, the challenge has been issued, a 3-round attack side for Wolves. So the pistol is where it begins for them, a huge
No
comeback.
rubber push.
Not unlike the one Sen
Okay.
had to
Maybe their
undertake on
confidence
Swift.
is gone.
Juicy had a tough time on attack. Unfortunately, was just sent in and isolated by so much of that utility. Was in unwinnable situations. Maybe here on defense is where he can turn it around. He was a star for the team on map 1.
Tentatively, Sen are starting to encroach here. Pass box, they've checked that. Babydoor, of course, untouched. And in tree, Lysor is going to be waiting. Wolves may be looking for an opportunity to explode out from here, but they're going to have to make some noise. And getting rid of the door. Tree control taken, but now Sen looking at Babydoor. Supet's able to stop them. What a bouncer! You shall not pass, he says.
Why are we peeking? Why are we just going out? What? That is so stupid. But it worked. So it's fine.
Well done from Wolves, just swinging out together there.
30 seconds left.
All of the Sentinel players.
I mean, I would like a close match, so
clumped
I'm
up,
not
playing by the
complaining.
orb, trying to get towards Babydoor. The exact start that Wolves needed, unless Zelsis with this Sheriff can
Come on, Zelsis.
go off. But that's
Come on, my
just
goat.
not happen. He doesn't have.
Come
the
on, my
time.
goat.
There's simply no way. Wolves getting back into the game here on defense. Let's see if they can
Oh,
try
wow.
to go on a similar
That was a
run.
nice. With the KJ turret.
Juicy with the grenade out there. Zelsis hoping for a little bit to be offered up. That's not to be. The swing there from Babydoor for Wolves. That's a
My Sheriff.
onto the board here in this second half. A drought of rounds.
What's the best knife in this
Sen
game?
was stitching together 4 at the end of that first half. This play here.
Okay, but
Nice
look at this
double.
Viper.
Spring pushes out to try and take more. Is punished for it, but the damage is already done.
Yeah.
And then you just
Greedy
have Juicy on the
motherfucker.
cross from sight. Beautiful setup. Simple, highly effective from Wolves. And they are going to fully invest up into this
I need to straight it
anti-eco
up my
round
back.
where Zekin is going to do the Juicy cosplay
I want
from the first half and go
Sledge
for
down anymore.
the Bucky double satchel.
Yeah, perhaps to upper.
Fucky
Maybe
doubles.
with a dark cover to get him in there.
I'm getting deja vu.
Prowler comes
Did
out.
you
There's also a
too?
wall there.
We have no skin for our
The mound side of things.
Uzon. Not too shabby.
Zekin still has his satchels. Blast
Oh,
packs
what
in
a
corner
shot,
midway
though.
through. It's the marshal of all things that catches him.
John does actually recover that Bucky. Maybe he can have a better fare with it. While you holding the cross, here come the swings from Wolves.
Not a lot to write home about in this round. Solid stuff from Wolves. YU just waited on the now, and John says, well, in for a penny, in for a pound, they say. What do I have here?
Well, he gets his. Unfortunately, that is just the Marshall
Gets
down,
his.
but they'll take what they can get with the Bucky investment, which does end up being a little bit awkward into this. Zekin is just going to have to buy up into a Stinger. Well, we've got 2 back-to-back rounds, I will say, for Wolves on defense, where the fundamentals are just looking good. Just playing, swinging out of these smokes together.
Oh, no,
Taking
back
the fight
straight.
to Sen as a unit.
Yeah, good defensive util over at B that sort of diverts Sentinels to
Oh,
the C
my.
extremity.
I think my chair is fucked.
And now the pleasantries have been exchanged. They mostly buy here for
There's a
Sentinels.
screw somewhere which can straighten this up.
There's a C's attempt over towards Rubble, but nobody for Sentinels is in attendance. They're pretty quickly heading to C, but there's definitely some util that needs to be cleared out.
Again, like I mentioned before, so important to just try to get your orbs over to your raise if you can. Get as many showstoppers as possible when you're on this attack side. Sen want to get into this C site perhaps. There are 3 players ready to go, but the other 2 a bit too far away. Orb will actually go to narrate on account of him being the closest to the ultimate at the moment.
So here's where great teams on Lotus attack side can succeed. They've got nothing really out of these early exchanges except some defensive util.
And now look at the difference here for how Wolves are approaching these A re-clears. They do have Narrate involved here. They can throw out some of this initiator utility if they want, but at the moment it's just going to be a snake bite for back. Rubble slowly making their way out together as the clock is ticking down to 35 seconds.
Lysol spotted, tagged up on the shoulder peak. Backing away into Baby Door is Juicy. Zelsus now takes this opportunity to get some bead control. They can pinch on the wall. The raise, but Juicy sees an opportunity to come forward with that retake wall thrown up. Now Sen bouncing over towards B, but Juicy's going to be waiting for them. That paint shell doesn't do too much to dissuade him. Paranoia, though, could be a problem for the Rays. Juicy on the corner. Can't really see Bang, and it's haphazard shooting. Effective enough, though, for Sentinels.
Nere was just so patient on that lurk. Bides his time, gets the free kill spring. Jump up from Zeki, gets out of the way to Satchel to win the duel. Now 1-for-1.
Wayne's only got a sheriff to work with. Silfat has to be careful on this angle. Just a Guardian to play with. Bang re-smokes up and forces Yu to just push out into the great unknown. Sentinels are waiting for it with open arms.
Unknown, he says.
Converting that first rifle round here on this attack side.
Nice fast trades from Zelsus to clear things out. Juicy was dangerous for a moment in Baby Door when he finds the perfect timing window to swing out, get the opening pick towards Rubble. But eventually from that position, you can just feel the walls closing in on him. You're just too susceptible to any utility coming through.
Sorry. I got you, though. I like that. I like that from you.
Bro, I fucking love those.
Now heading
Timeout.
into what will be the first full
Timeout. What is this here, though?
Coach Fade going to call that second timeout in the game. Crucial. Down 10-5. Must win. This is the game on the line, not just the round. This would be Sen getting to match points.
Thought that was an attack side round from Sen that showcased some pretty good macro fundamentals for Lotus. Getting up on that C side, getting the orb, forcing out some of that killjoy util. Bounce over to A, see what you can tease out there. Start to pressure the player in Baby Door and eventually execute B pretty cleanly, all things considered. Wolves gave them a lot of map to play with, to be fair. And maybe that's the call. Maybe it's about being a little bit more proactive on one or both extremities here. Looking to take maybe an early rubble fight. They've got a full bike here, our team from China.
Shot it out like
Listen,
$1,000 plate.
have to
Fine
give them
China.
right? They have defied expectations coming into this. Going up against the hungry Sentinels who are trying to bounce back from a disappointing showing at Bangkok this year. Going out, losing 13-1 to Liquid. They want to start off strong with a clean 2-0 against a Wolves team that are just trying to make themselves known on the international stage for the first time. We didn't even think they'd be here.
I'd finish it fast.
Once again,
I do not care now.
We
go for next match.
Always happy to just take a 1-versus-1 in Spring.
Yeah, they take too many
All
1v1s.
appearances, Sen are highly committed to this siege. Yet that smoke towards Waterfall says they're coming again. Yu is the stopping power. Just
Nice
punish the second
util.
mid-flight. All of a sudden,
Nice.
the options
What?
are limited for
What a
Sen.
spam.
And that is just some spray through after the door gets activated. Knows where to put the crosshair. Juicy.
Okay.
Quick on the shot.
Maybe that will not finish fast. No way we go
Curtains
third
on the
map,
round.
That is a devastating round coming out of Wolves here. At C control, Yu basically locking it down himself. Look at the locations of Sen's deaths here. Failed B attempt. Yu catching the crossing Zekin. A flawless round here for Wolves.
Money's going to be pretty bad for Sen as well. Should be worth 2 here for Wolves.
What the fuck is Aston
That's
Hall
just
doing in
Spring.
India? Please
So
tell
ready
me.
for again. It's just that common Sentinel work position where you try to take a little timing peek. Spring too fast. Juicy too fast on that swing as well. They just shoot well in that round, but credit for isolating Zekin on that attempt to satchel in. Now we've got Kaplan going to call the timeout here. As Wolves are trying to make a little go at it.
Yeah, I mean, so far.
Second half, not too bad for them.
Sen able to convert their first gun round, take 3 rifles out of it. After that sort of, buy of the Bucky and the anti-eco, Zekin had to make do with a Stinger. It worked out. I don't blame them here, though, sort of. That last round, far less elaborate in terms of how they worked the map. They lost the player very early in B main and ended up just having all of their eggs in that seaside basket. And they got flattened by Yu. Zekin just got headshot straight out of midair, so perhaps a call from Kaplan, hey, let's slow it down. Let's maybe make use of this map, work it a little bit more. Make use of that Viper wall we're using on A.
Yeah, going to have to ensure that they're able to draw out a fair amount of that utility before they're actually getting in for the executes. And sort of a light commitment too. Like, you can't have Bing try to teleport across in a situation like that.
They did that in round 15. They drew out a lot of util early before ending B. So the concept of a plan is there for Sentinels. Let's see how they put it together now. Round number 17, folks. You still with us, Toronto? That's what I thought.
They react so late.
All right. Sentinels on the eco round
Still with
here.
us, Toronto. One,
Just a stinger
2,
for Bang
3,
and a full
4,
effort to try and get
5.
out towards Rubble. Viper utility up to make the cross. Lysor again here defending. It's been a tough going for him on the map so far.
I mean, it's only 4 rounds. It's
Wolves would
doable.
love for him to begin to heat up.
Very
and
much
get some
doable.
Confidence kills on the
It's just about the
anti-eco.
snowballing. Let's get real.
things rolling.
This Valorant
That
game
was
has
no
become
time
all
getting this tree
snowball.
set up, and in fairness, Wolves don't have anything set up to stop them. They're going to be allowed into the A site. Pretty ideal start to the round for Sentinels. Now it's a matter of landing the plane as Wolves give the side up for the retake.
Second trying to get this really forward position. Cheeky little angle to play around this dark cover that's
Surely we
down.
clear this, right?
A nice little paint shells buys a lot more space. Oh, okay. Zekin, oh, he disrespects the snake bite. Brings Abba to deal with him. Little high-low set up now from the defenders as they try and get back in here.
We are
Nightfall
using
thrown out
everything
by
on
Sen.
Eco. Oh, not bad though.
Big ping though off that horn apparently. Suvet's able to reveal much of the defenders, and now Lysor wants to step up, have a crack at it
Wait.
too. It's only down
Wait.
to YU. These
1v1.
YU so little to work with in terms of teammates. Tara could be deployed, but in a 1 versus 1, he's got a face. Zels is down.
Try.
And it's going to be his
I mean,
round
that was a
versus
good
the Classic.
try.
All things considered, pretty solid round for Sentinels, but Wolves rack up another.
A lot of damage done. I do like how Sentinels were able to play that.
I think when
Getting
Zensier heard the
proactive,
second
fighting
time, he
towards
should
heaven,
have
they
played
back
time.
off, absorb a little utility,
That
try to
means he didn't
repost,
have.
keep fighting. They were not slowing down with their effort to apply pressure to Wolves. Results in a lot of damage done. Now here comes the very crucial buy round for them. They're going up against the Wolves that have multiple high-impact ultimates to play with here.
Lids definitely kept on their economy to some degree by Sentinels. You're right, we got lockdown. Viper's Pit to play with. Showstopper for Juicy. Bang with that TP across to Rubble now. Sen again thinking about A early.
Wolves really no desire to go for these hard fights towards A. They've been giving it up, letting Lysor just spot for the information late SEN. They're slowing things down. They're cutting noise completely, pressing up towards this site. I mean, Lysor could be in some serious danger.
Turned to anti-flash. That door being toggled is more than
Damn.
enough to
What if
tempt
they
him off of
didn't
A.
make sound and just walked in?
It's away it.
That's a
Just
free
the
kill.
perfect time. This site is totally open, totally free. That being said, though, Wolves just have fantastic ultimates to play for a retake. Bang, trying to get that kill. Lysor is going to
Oh, we
play
wasted a
patiently.
moment blind?
Of course, the temptation's going to be here for Sentinels to push off this site wire, but it's a dangerous proposition. A lockdown
Celsius.
could be an issue.
He gets that Steel Garden activated here, by the way. This is going to connect onto everyone if he rips it right now.
Yeah, finds the timing for it. Why are you trying to step out of it?
I think they mostly got out of the way there, actually.
like it.
Their time is dwindling, though. They're going to have to recommit quickly. Great opener from Spring.
Delta's down. It's going to be a push coming from stairs at the moment from Wolves as well, but John tucked in the corner. One and two. And here
Oh,
comes
just shoot
Juicy. Showstopper
John,
right
no?
already, but he can't get in. Finally,
Oh,
makes
never
it
mind,
onto the
I guess.
side. Narrate's going to be dealt with, but YU is out of the game. 3 up for Sen. Bang. TP cancel.
They all had to get off the site, but the spike is still planted for them, and there's just not enough time for Lysor. He's forced to retreat. Great positional adjustments from Sentinels at the end there. Had the spike planted for them. Steel Garden,
I really
sure,
have
it doesn't
no
get the
words.
connections, but it just ends up wasting so much time.
He got the first pick, right? What went wrong?
Wolves waste the
Was John
showstopper,
Cutie?
waste the lockdown, all for naught. Sen on 11, creeping closer to the map win.
Juicy looked like he got seized as he was trying to come in with that showstopper, but still converted it for a kill. But just the spacing, like you mentioned, that Steel Garden forced. Then the Wolves lost another 5 seconds of time to make that retake happen. And timing's been a bit of an issue for them over the series at really important moments.
Sen bursting out into Rubble with some haste. They've been getting this space on the map for free, and they haven't been getting re-cleared. So they're hoping that's just going to be the case right now, and they can pivot elsewhere.
The push-up, though, towards Mound by Juicy means that he knows this is a bit of a fake. Now SEN are going to drift back in that direction. B main held 3 players at B for Wolves in general, so SEN make a good call here, heading to a pretty lightly held C side.
Second gets the showstopper with a collection of that orb. Is he going to try to send it in? It's Bang teleport on the cross to break the crosshairs.
Nice Johnny tries to crouch, but Juicy's waiting there, finds his second. Zelsa steps up, only for
wait for the nade and then we peek.
Wolves' raise. Now the momentum out of SEN's court.
I mean, Zekken is still alive.
Zekken can still go for this though.
Oh, that would just be so high risk. Certainly doesn't want to waste it. That being said, though, this is a pivotal round. Maybe if they can get a kill first, bring it into a 2v3, then you can use it. But in the 2 versus 4, you're just
and then Zekken just goes beast mode, kills everyone.
But look at the SEN economy.
30 seconds left.
Wolves have been able to keep a lid on it. They've kept them in that danger zone. And with just 20 seconds left, they're going to opt to save these 2 rifles, bring them into the next.
Narrate. Pretty big series for him. I mean, Zekken came on your show and sort of said he had full belief in Narrate to turn up when it mattered. That he just needed that one breakout game to really show what he's capable of. There's a sense that he's still got more to show on this team.
He's been having a quality series here. I really don't think he's even reached his peak with Sentinels yet.
Nothing yet.
He does have more to show.
He already
can
has.
even kick things into a higher
And
gear.
no peak anymore.
And that's a Wolves round picked up. SEN do not want to take the gambit with 2 guns left. Great little 3-piece for Juicy here on C.
This is another situation where
reset.
You're seeing what Wolves are driving with. That is flooding back in. It's good fundamentals, swinging together, taking the fights together, and they're finding the kills in the Sentinels transitional moments where they're trying to still scale deeper, get into the site.
Their fears.
All right, SEN, because of those 2 saved guns, they are going to be able to get a near full buy. Celsius does have the stinger.
Okay, they got Juicy at A this time. Looks like Wolves are ready for a bit more of a rubble fight.
Wow, this is Nere trying to draw a lot of attention. Baits out the Nightfall while the rest of Sentinels will be able to get into this B site unless Spring tries to slow them down.
Too slow.
Wow, bro, what a util. What good trade.
Sentinels forced away by their Viper util.
It's just that Molly on the ground that once again isolates Zekken in the site and evens things up. Even this pivot to C slowed down on account of another Molly. But Wolves won't fully be in position to get in just yet. Hoping to spam through. Bang getting on low HP, but the Viper's Pit will just further obscure the view from Waterfall.
I haven't seen me too.
Bike passed along to Zelsis by the looks. And now a bit of a nose cut even from Sentinels, but you have to imagine they're staying here because of the Viper's Pit. Zelsis here with an Arc Rose to set up, and this is going to be a tough retake for Wolves at the best of times. They can't even counter pit this, Wyatt.
Spike planted.
Spike is going to be planted, getting through this pit. A nightmare, but at the very least, when Sufat does make his way over, look at the concern right now from Wolves about a flank towards B. They're doubling up for that. Oh, and it's just wasting time. Juicy can't win a crucial duel.
And he can't double up with anyone from Waterfall because of that pit. He's solo in that position.
The round is slipping away. Prowler needs to be used to spot someone out, hoping to get some spam through the pit.
Oh, 1 by 1, White, they set up and they're fed to the wood chipper. I think at this point, Sufat realizes there's no point forcing the issue any further. Lysor caught out both guns. Stripped away from Wolves.
That was a big trade from John.
With an economy still to be able to buy. That is
I don't know how he got it, but it was really big.
1 round away, Sentinels from taking their first match here after struggling at Bangkok, going 0 for 2, sent home early.
Yeah, very big play.
You could feel the frustration from them, the way they were speaking about that tournament. Zekken speaking about their failures to adapt as a team, to play together in the way that they needed to, and they've bounced back.
Marshall has decided to win the round.
For this final round 2, they're going to have significant ultimates to close things out. Wolves have got their full buy. Can they stay in the game? Nightfall ripped immediately onto Lysor. So much pressure towards his way.
Zekken wants to get up here with this showstopper. That's a deep rocket.
Oh, he went with a snipe with that.
No catch though. Sealfat respects it. Things slow down.
It's like shooting Iron Man ult from like far away.
We've seen this before. Bouncing over to another side after some early action here.
Well, Wolves will be more than happy that both ults are gone within the first 20 seconds and did not do a damn thing for SEN. They don't even really have much control of Rubble. Juicy is pushed up towards box, has Spring on stairs ready to swing off him. John is just trying to keep them distracted, keep them on this site.
That's an extra 5 to 8 seconds in which Wolves do think something's happening at A, even if John doesn't have any follow-up. That means it will be YU again that has to anchor this C site alone.
At this point, though, they're not believing it. Spring is getting over to the C site right now, and we'll be able to help YU on account of the delay from the Mollies.
Viper's Pit now drawn out of the C side. It's going to be a tough
We go
ask
B
to
now,
expect
though?
Sen to go there, so we're bouncing back. Time is getting short. 30 seconds left in the round, and the
going
Vanguard
A.
appears to be Zelsis at B. Is A back on the menu?
Yeah, it looks like it. This is a very late pivot. They want to actually go into a B split. Threatening A hit second. Opens
It's
up.
working. They're going away from the B side, and they got the drop on Juicy. The one pick
What a
in
play.
A draws the defenders off the B side, and now it's pandemonium from Wolves trying to get back in.
What?
With a double. Zekin and bang full well away side. Now Zelsis out of the game. John clutching for the
Zelsius
series.
wins this, right?
Spring and Lysol doubled up. Spray through smoke is wild. It's wayward, and Spring gets it to half. Now off of it. Looking to team up with Lysol here, and John has very little to look at. Somehow finds Spring.
Bro, oh, it was John Cutie. Oh, I thought it was Celsius.
Plants the flag for America's
John
here in
Cutie wins
Toronto.
it, bro. He wins it. He wins it
Clutching
every
out the
day.
game as Sentinels walk away with the 2-0.
What a final round from Sen's IGL, John. Beautiful calling into that pivot towards B, catches out Juicy, and then clutches it out in the 1 versus 2. Sen starts strong, but man, did Wolves come out swinging. No one expected this game to be that close back on Split. They kept trying to get in the mix on Lotus. It felt like they were always so close to maybe manifesting a comeback, but Sen were just too strong on their own map pick. Kaplan said in that halftime coach interview that it was tough to play against Wolves. They're playing a different style. We're playing against a different region, and our game plan, it's hard to get online. Put on Lotus, work to perfection, dominant defensive half. Sen are looking strong to kick off this tournament.
And in a return back to an old meta, a new meta, whatever you want to call it. It looks like Sentinels still have all the tools they need to put a compelling performance forward
I
on
think the
these
same
maps.
too.
Ridiculous comeback in that first map. Great series. We're now going to head over to Jen Lee down on the stage for our Verizon post-match interview with Bang.
Congratulations, Sentinels! Right.
Oh, fuck. Zekin is
Sharp,
so
everyone.
small.
Bang, I'm gonna need you over here for an interview. Please. Thank you. 2-0, W on the board. That's gotta feel nice, right?
Yeah, it does. Feels really good. I'm really glad we were able to close it out. It was a little shaky, but it's alright.
Can we please talk about how close today was, especially on Split? What was going through your mind?
I kind of felt we weren't really ready for what they were doing to us on Split. It was kind of a new thing, and it kind of caught us off guard on our defense. So we just had to adapt. And I mean, we still got 4. I feel like we did pretty good, even regarding that. But on attack is when we really started like playing like ourselves, I feel like.
Speaking of having to adapt, right? Let's talk about the Taeho nerf. Because you guys played Taeho on basically every map back in stage 1. So how do you think that nerf has affected you guys?
I don't really think it's affected us as much as people think, to be honest. I feel like people are overrating how good we are, or underrating how good we are, and I don't think it has anything to do with how good Taeho was.
All right, lastly, you guys are 1-0 now. Who would you like to face next? You have Paper X, Bilibili, and the winner of the upcoming Gen G versus MIBR matchup.
I would probably, out of all those teams, like to play Paper X the most. They're definitely the most fun team to play against, I feel like.
You want to have fun?
Yeah.
Go 2-0.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Bang. Congratulations once again. Give it up one more time for Sentinels!
Let's go! I. This was Moxie. Oh, Xbox. Oh, shit.
You're gonna play the game. Nintendo Switch too. But that decision was made for a number of very good reasons. See, the goal from the Xbox team was to take the Xbox controller experience and translate that to a handheld
That's what
PC.
Steam did.
That means large contoured grips, full-sized analog sticks, a subtly angled screen to improve neck ergonomics, and, in the X version, impulse triggers like we first saw with the Xbox One. I assumed Microsoft wouldn't provide competing devices at this first look, so I brought a whole backpack of them, and the most obvious one is, of course, the original Ally, and the interface is extremely similar, with only the rhombus-shaped Xbox button really being added by comparison. This is used to access the game bar overlay and armory crate, which raises an interesting question. What's the armory crate button here for then? I don't know. I've asked if maybe it could be a reconfigurable macro button going forward.
It's
I got a firm maybe on that. Realistically, a lot of things are still up in the air on this.
Chat, this is the thing, wait, it looks like armory crate, yeah, but it also looks like the Windows shit.
The back is completely different and really shows how much ASUS, probably with some help from the Microsoft team, has learned about ergonomics over the last couple of years.
Copilot,
even though this is a heavy device.
Could be.
Very much like the Ally X, which at least managed to lose the squared off corners.
Even he's laughing. Oh, bro, excuse me, man. The King X.
But I completely forgot about it when I was using it, and it just feels natural. Of course, ASUS isn't the only ones who makes handheld PCs, and some makers figured out that ergonomics were important right from the get-go. So how's it compare to the Steam Deck?
Probably
Obviously,
similar.
The middle section is way thicker, and it's noticeably heavier. But from a packability standpoint, it's actually less wide, and you do get the benefit
20%
of
is fine.
larger face buttons, though you lose the touchpads that many Steam Deck users really love.
Wait, they like
As for
that?
the Switch 2, I had intended to talk more about this comparison.
What?
I need
never
the
use
Switch
that.
2 so
I
bad,
don't
bro.
use it because it kind of feels nice.
But it's clear from looking at them that these are entirely different classes of device, and the customer for one is simply not going to be the
Kind of
customer for the
vibrates a
other.
little bit when you caress
Bottom
it.
line, while the weight might be a turnoff for some, I think they nailed the ergonomics on this, though ironically, it actually feels a little closer to the curves of the DualSense than it does to the Xbox controller. Not that I'm saying that's a bad thing. Now, I mentioned there are two versions of the Xbox Ally, and there are enough differences between them that you will not want to accidentally buy the wrong one. From the outside, the X version is black versus white, with impulse triggers and an upgraded Thunderbolt-compatible USB 4 port next to the regular USB 3.2
Look,
Gen
I'm
2.
not sad as
This
my eye,
port
though.
allows the use of powerful external GPUs. But that's about it.
External
Across both,
GPU?
we get the same I/O that will be familiar to owners of previous generation Allies, with a volume rocker, UHS-2 micro SD card, 3.5mm combo jack, and a power button.
Chat,
with
I
Windows
feel
Phone
like they're
10.
kind of falling
No biggie so
for
far.
their own mistake
Inside,
again.
these are very,
I know
very
this will sound weird.
The Xbox
but
Ally X,
sometimes
which is a cutting-edge
simplicity
AMD
is
Ryzen
king.
Z2
Yep.
Extreme processor.
One model,
3 Zen
not a
5,
lot of dog
5
shit,
Zen 5
simple,
C cores,
like
24 gigs of lightning fast, 8,000 megatransfers per second LPDDR5X memory, a terabyte of storage, and a whopping 80 watt-hour battery. The Xbox Ally Non-X does not have all of those things. And while it is a little lighter, at least, it's not even smaller. And particularly disappointing
Okay, I
to
don't
me
care. Next.
was the inclusion of an, albeit tuned version of AMD's
Bro's gonna
Ryzen
buy the
Z2
most
A
expensive one
processor,
anyway.
120 Hz with FreeSync premium variable refresh rate and 500 nits peak brightness. So I guess on this one, you're either going to
Okay,
render
good.
up Xbox full screen experience. And I'm going to come back to the game library in a second, because first, I gotta say, the UI looks slick. And more importantly, it's the first thing you'll see when you boot up your handheld or wake it up from sleep. They've done so much here. On top of the resource optimization that I mentioned earlier, the Xbox team has a really cool multitasking interface that gives you quick access to a browser or Discord, and they claim they have already managed to triple the efficiency of standby, with a ton more work coming to make this. Compatibility is expected to be on par with regular Windows, and should you desire a more desktop-like experience, you
Valorant?
can access that using the joysticks as a mouse or with standard peripherals, either connected directly or through a dock. The system will just load up the
300
necessary
for a
Windows
dock.
processes and hopefully put them back to sleep when we go
Dude,
back to the Xbox.
just when we thought we're getting away from like the aim assist whole thing with like controls, whatever.
Yeah.
Dude, I swear this is gonna bring us back to the dark ages
Screen
of
experience?
like
They didn't have
the
a
player
format
base is growing on fucking
Nor did they have a
handheld and
format
controller,
on how
and
many
we're
updates
going
you
backwards
can
and fucking,
Are they gonna
and then
be
we're going
more
back to the fucking
Windows-like
aim
with
assist
the
fucking
constant
controller shit.
interruptions and the
Yo,
background
I'm
music
telling you,
and
dude.
the flavor, or are they going to be more Xbox-like? TBD. Okay, let's come back to the game library now. The idea here was to bring all your games together in one place. And I know, I can already see the XKCD comic in my mind's eye.
Okay, cool.
Xbox Ally X, but what about the rest of us? Well, coming back to the vision. Hiding away at the bottom of one of the slides was a very interesting little nugget that described these innovations as being great for handhelds like the X.
It could be good, chat. It could be good. This is the one thing I hate that you do the most, ADHD. I mean, I saw what I had to see. It's just what it is. Like, I don't care that much for take like specifications or whatever. Those don't mean that much. It comes down to like True. Chat, how do I make it the volume fixed properly? Do you guys know? Maybe need to lock in. Chat, when I like
They came out into the light.
Oh, they're watching. Where is this? Where can I watch this?
The vampires didn't come to kill us. No, they came to rule.
Bro, where are they watching this?
You know, the like, it's actually, to me it's so insane to like watch a trailer for a game that's good, because it's just like it like, and then you go back to like that other game, abort capitalism. look at the explodey thing. It's just pathetic, bro. It's like this is exactly the kind of shit that I think we need to see a lot more of. No gameplay though, doesn't matter. I mean, like, yeah, it doesn't make a difference. Like, that's the quality.
Oh, this is the game mode.
Sure like the idea of all those broken auto mechanicals and all the excessive gasping and choking involved.
The factions and companions are great examples of how we're going deeper and more complex this time around. They're integrated into the game's storyline much more than we did on the first Outer Worlds. And like with everything else in the game, they have a lot more reactivity. There are 6 companions in the Outer Worlds too. As usual, each has their own quest lines, but this time they are also connected to a different faction and have character arcs that the player can affect through their choices. Your first companion is Niles. He's another Earth Directorate agent like you, and he's looking for your help to decide whether he wants to become an even better agent or to turn his back on the Earth Directorate completely. There's also a somewhat cute Automech support drone that is basically Niles' helper. Her name is Val. Marisol's part of the Order of the Ascendant, and she's an aging but still deadly assassin. That's right, she's a deadly mathematician who may or may not have some unfinished business to attend to with the player's help. There's also a cultist named Azza, who is part of a sub-faction that worships the rifts, and in her case, violence in general. You can choose to either turn her away from overt violence or support her chaotic and dangerous tendencies. Now, at one time, Auntie's Choice had a program to graft soldiers with animal parts to make them more formidable. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work, and most of them are now dead. There's a combat medic who survived, however, named Inez, and she wants the player to help her fix her graft, among other things. Finally, there's Tristan. He's a protected arbiter who is judge, jury, and executioner all rolled into one heavily armored package. It is your choice to either help him judge wrongdoers or show him what true justice
because that's
looks
the real beauty of the sequel.
We
We're
definitely
talking
have
merch,
reactivity
baby.
in the game based on how
It is
you've
the
been treating your
lifeblood. It is what
companions. I won't reveal
fuels
the
us.
end
Do
of
you want
the
to see
game, but
some
we'll say,
ideas?
If you have not been treating them well, you will find out at the end of the game what that means.
What the fuck do we even watch? What are these two
Companions are a very, very important part of merchandising because that's the real beauty of the sequel. We're talking merch, baby. It is the lifeblood. It is what fuels us. Do you want to see some ideas?
He's like, I've seen them.
Check this out. Gen Alpha loves body pillows, especially ones that look like human beings for some reason, right? Who needs a significant other when you could have a knife-wielding space psycho up in your sheets, huh? What do they do with them when they get them, huh?
Why
Maybe a
is
little
he saying
napping,
this?
maybe a little snuggling, maybe a little nah.
The visuals of the first Outer Worlds depicted a frontier colony in space. The Outer Worlds 2 is driven by an invasion of the Arcadia colony system by Auntie's Choice, which shifts the visuals to be more reminiscent of a World War I-like setting in space. That evolution is seen across all aspects of the game, starting with the factions. How do you militarize everything, including extreme capitalists or math-crazed scientists? In a World War I setting, war comes with propaganda. The Sovereign uses it to maintain control, Auntie's Choice uses it to help their bottom line, the Order just wants to show how it exists within the grand plan. We want players to feel like Arcadia is a living, breathing place scarred by a long-standing war. Fairfield, one of the first towns you encounter, was once under protectorate control, but has recently been taken over by Auntie's Choice. They don't just occupy the town, they rebrand it with their signature
What is
style,
happening?
repainting buildings, posting
game for a
guards,
game that's not
and adding
Pokemon was
propaganda-based
wild.
holograms
Probably the
featuring
most
Auntie
unexpected.
and the Moon Man. Showing the towns evolving after the invasion helps us push immersion
did
for our
it.
players. One of our priorities in visually realizing the world of the Outer Worlds 2 was making sure everything is clear and recognizable from the player standpoint. We want to make sure each faction has a particular look and design. So when the player is running across these vast, different environments and landscapes, they're recognizing the motifs and visuals of who they're talking to, what they're going to be talking about, and how that progresses throughout
When
the
is
story.
it coming?
The first Outer Worlds was really about player interfacing with corporations. And while we have that in the Outer Worlds 2, we really want to express not just the
August 26,
corporations, but how the
2025.
player interacts with other facets of the world, like government entities or religious structures. And then we elaborate on
Yeah,
those.
I'll play it again.
With larger
I imagine the
environments,
multiplayer
we
is gonna
wanted
be
to
like in the
encourage
Ultimate
exploration
Edition,
by improving
not like
player
the OG
mobility
at
across the
360
world.
Gears of War multiplayer.
Now you can run, slide, double jump, mantle
What
and
else?
parkour your way through all of the nooks and crannies.
I think the
Stage right now. Here's what it meant to them and their families.
Cortez, a gente sabe que a sua família tá aqui, né, cara? Então, a gente vai tentar, consegue colocar pra gente, produção, olha a sua família aparecendo, tá aqui do ladinho. Então, se você quiser mandar um recado pra sua família e também pro pessoal do Brasil, aproveita aí agora, cara.
Cara, eu queria agradecer novamente primeiro Deus, porque sem ele não sou nada. Obrigado minha família que sempre me apoiou, isso é por vocês também, por todo mundo que sempre me ajudou, mano. Já pensei tantas vezes em desistir e tanta gente me ajudou, então é só o primeiro passo. A gente ainda quer ganhar o VCT Américas, não é só a classificação que a gente quer. E a gente vai por isso. Muito obrigado, a gente ama vocês.
Pouca gente, pouca pessoa sabe do que eu venho passando esse ano. Em questão do meu pessoal, em questão da minha família. Então, com certeza essa vitória foi pra você, pai, mãe.
Hey, man.
Filho, e aquilo que nós combinamos lá atrás quando começou, primeiro o melhor da rua, depois melhor do bairro, depois melhor da cidade, melhor do estado, melhor do país e melhor do mundo!
I know this. Spanish.
No, it's just such a
I've
beautiful
not
and
learned, but
heartfelt moment watching
I've lived
them
in
with
Spain
their
for like
families on the
5
stage, and I
years.
just can't help but feel like even for
El
Arsene,
Meher
how
de
much
Mundo.
a moment that is as well, because he's the guy
Yo,
that stuck around when times
El
was
Meher de
terrible
Mundo.
for MIBR.
I
They
am
were
the
down
best
towards
in the
bottom of
world.
standings, and
That's all
now
I
he
said
gets
when
to
I
be
was playing
sent
football
off
there.
by his father
That's
to
all.
come and try to
Anyone
win a title on the
think
global
shit
stage.
talk
It
to me,
just
this is what I said.
incredible.
Yeah, and let's not forget, some of the fans, they were not kind to him. He took a lot of the blame
Tú,
and the
cabrón.
brunt of the issues that were happening.
Yo,
and,
El
very
Meher de
similar to some of
Mendo.
the stories we talked about in the first match, you can't help but want to root for them. You want to see them do well on this stage.
It's hard to root against him. I feel like I'm a little emotional even just watching that snippet. It's just seeing someone who has worked so hard for something and finally seeing some fruit bear,
Tú,
finally
cabrón.
making the international stage despite
Me,
everything
El
against them. It is so great to see, and especially with the revitalized roster, and just how they're playing as well has been really impressive. The way they made it here is something that is not that you can't really say for a lot of teams in the world.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep the emotions high as well because Fraud is
that was my trash talk.
You know, we always love to see Fraud. We saw him in the hotel lobby yesterday. He was chatting a little bit to us, but of course, once upon a time, one of the best on the global stage, and overdue. You know, he's a bit overdue. It's nice to see him back.
What I think is amazing, sort of Fraud's journey from like the old Loud to now with MIBR's back with Loud, like that was like an obvious star-studded roster, right? That he's able to take and help climb to the top. And now he is able to play the system, yes, with Ospas, yes, with Artem, but also breaking in three very young, incredibly talented players. And I think MIBR is one of the most drilled teams you're going to see in Americas. I think that they play a very calm, sort of almost a slower pace at times macro style around Ospas's play, but honestly, one of the best defensive-sided teams.
Who is this guy?
I feel like you really can't count how many things were really against these
Man,
rookies
Tex
on
was
the rise
really good.
too.
I really
Think
like
about
Tex.
it, bringing in Verno as well, the Fraud's decision to bring in Verno, this team was speaking Portuguese before he came in. So not only is that just a huge difference in language, but also like the systems and bringing in Verno. I think it truly is a testament to Fraud and RT and Verno's microing in game as well, that these rookies are able to thrive. I don't know how you guys felt about these Americas, you know, the fans as well, but watching from across the ocean, if you told me that Verno will be qualifying for an event in Canada with MIBR and not NRG, I would have not believed you at all. That is crazy.
I mean, the crazy thing is that there's a world where Verno wasn't even playing in stage 1, right? After, you know, getting taken off of NRG, he's sitting around like, am I going to get a phone call? Is that going to happen? MIBR choose to pick him up, and what has happened to this team since him joining it has just been incredible. The rise to a top 3 finish for the first time in MIBR's history. That's insane.
It's riveting to watch, and I mean, let's be honest here, there was so much talk about Verno with the whole NRG situation. It was a risk, let's say it how it is, right? Everyone was thinking, how is his stonks gonna look after this? And Fraud took that risk, picked him up, and they have risen to the global stage. And all this while he is a rookie. It cannot be understated. And I think a big part of their win condition as well is if you watch MIBR's comms videos, he is such a vocal player, and he is constantly ahead of the game. His game IQ is top-notch, some of the best among the tournament.
And I love his bromance with Aspas as well, because the vibes really do matter. Having good vibes, you know, being able to just slot in onto a team. We have that pairing in EMEA. For me, it feels like this is the America's, you know, equivalent.
Honestly, no, and I think that the way that the team has sort of embraced Verno, bringing him in, has been so great. Again, Ospas being like this emotional rock for the team, building up that camaraderie next to Verno has definitely shown in how they're playing in the server.
Yeah, let's check in with Verno's bestie. It's Aspas, who spoke with Jen earlier.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Aspas. Now Aspas, you have 3 rookies
the
on
stat
your team.
pattern.
Any advice for them?
I just want everyone to feel relaxed and play the best that they can.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're excited to have you. Oh?
Wait, what? Doesn't Aspas has a wife?
Don't ever complain that we don't give you what you want, you know? Ever again, ever again. Me and who though? Me and who? You and I? Yeah,
Yo, Booster!
Sorry, Roy. I know Roy is here. My bad.
Here somewhere.
My bad, Roy. If you want to make us
Roy, we can hold hands.
Yeah, you want to run down there? We'll get you and Roy together. But that is the kind of, you know, chemistry we want to see.
And it's honestly, again, it feels like I'm beating a dead horse here, but just the fact that it's just the most random, unlikely duo. Again, like you said, we thought NRG might have had a chance here, and it's MIBR, Aspas, and Verno just bromancing it up.
Holding hands, yeah.
Insane.
Bro, who the fuck is this guy?
I know you've watched them play, but I think this team could make some serious, run here in Toronto.
You reckon the bromance carries? That's the buff?
I mean, yeah, the bromance, also Ospas. I don't know if you forgot about Ospas. We have Ospas in Toronto, Yinsu.
According to texture, it doesn't mean much. But speaking of the players, it's time to send this back down to the stage and welcome back Aspas, of course, MIBR, and Genji.
Well, can we remove this fucking Sova? What is this, bro? The fuck is this guy?
Versus MIBR.
Who am I supporting? Probably MIBR. I mean, I like Aspas. Like one. Genji, I really like texture. Texture is really nice.
We have a lot of rookies on this stage, but the main dish, I guess, is gonna be Aspas
But again,
going
Aspas is a
up
fucking
against Texture
stat pattern.
once again on the global
Plays
stage.
for stats,
They're also
nothing
run by the
else.
same players this time around, of course, with a new map pool coming in as
Zero-
well. We spoke about this
zero-
already, and
zero
we
10
anticipate
race
a highly
Aspas is a stat
competitive
batter.
Yeah, I
He
mean,
plays for
honestly, I see a lot of
stats, baits his
similarities between
team,
these two teams. Neither of them play
and
super
he has no
crazy,
impact in the
like,
game. That's
you know,
it.
peak of
I
the
said
meta
it.
type comps. There's a lot of older style compositions, a lot
Rage
built
bait.
around their duelists, finding opportunities, especially jet picks out of Ospas, these types of things. And it comes down to a strong macro game built around very talented players.
And I know Fraud is someone that prides himself on the strength of his game plans. And when I'm Sunset first map,
Sunset Haven is in.
pick. I actually love the bands as well. Makes a lot of sense.
Sunset Haven and Ascent. I like Ascent. I think
Genji absolutely don't want to go anywhere near Icebox. No.
Gira Aspas.
But honestly, what we get is a pretty interesting map pool because A, Sunset, haven't seen these teams on it, but it's two very small maps that
Checklist.
aren't so much focused around getting an operator
I have
online.
checklist.
Up until if we get to a Decider Ascent where it becomes the duelist show again.
man, these three maps, I could not be more excited for this matchup. Sunset first as a pick on its first introduced into Masters Toronto this year. I truly wonder what comp is MIB are going to run. And Genji on Haven. Genji's always ran master classes on that map. Always a treat to watch the macro.
This is a very it's risky, but it's also not,
Oh,
right?
speaking of his
MIB are picking the
Guardians.
Sunset. There's no
That's-
footage
it's
of them
Aspas.
on this map. We wanted some of the other teams to just have the balls to pick it, but they haven't done it so far. And if they were to take map 1, I think their chances are incredible in this series.
Yeah, honestly, I'm curious if MIBR are going to be rocking with the Neon on Sunset, because I think that
The
agent
Waylay?
is super
Ospas and
good
Neon?
there. Ospas and Neon.
Yeah.
I think it's time, personally.
Yeah?
Finally, that would be such a treat to watch.
I wouldn't hate the Waylay either. Is that too much of a cope?
Ospas Waylay?
Yeah.
I also like Genji coaches, man. I don't know.
I don't think I've even seen
May the
him play
best
so
team
much
win.
in
I
rank,
actually
so
don't know.
that would be a treat as
Am I
well to
supporting?
watch.
I fear I am
Oh, he
not a
plays in
Waylay believer,
Japanese,
so
I don't know.
sorry.
If there was anybody that can waste Slay on this stage, it
Oh,
would be
okay.
Aspas.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
be honest. Yeah.
I'll change my
thank you
game
for
to Japanese.
enabling
Believe in
me.
that.
Thank you for enabling me. But what about the other side of this for Genji? Again, not the same roster since we've seen them at Chams as Masters Shanghai. And as we take a look at the agents, so like Texture is going to be hovering the Reyna.
Yeah, you get your little Waylay hover in there as well.
Lock
I
in.
do want to say, like, in regard to... Wait, actually, that's a deadlock insta-lock for Foxy.
Yes, it is.
Wait,
And
that's
a
kind of fire.
Viper?
I also like
Honestly,
Foxy 9,
Viper
bro.
deadlock on Sunset here on defense Genji.
I like both teams.
That would be insane.
That's kind of whack, because, okay, first of all, like, usually you're seeing, like, Cypher or Vyze is almost must-pick on this map.
Right.
You're almost always seeing that dedicated
No,
Sentinel.
Deadlock is great.
Deadlock as a solo
They don't
Sentinel means you're very limited in
watch
terms of actual
Master
information you
Mohit.
have.
I think what we're
They don't
seeing
watch
here is
Moja.
Genji's approach to the idea that this map is typically incredibly attacker-sided. I know we haven't seen any of it.
I need
at
to
Masters
prepare
Toronto,
for
but in
the
Scrim,
Portugal
this
match
map is
too.
incredibly attack-sided.
Damn, we have so
them
much to
having
watch.
the Deadlock and Viper and the smokes on Omen to try to hold the initial choke might be their solution to that.
Wait, I love this Sage. No, go back, Earthbat. There was a Sage hover for a second.
It's
that would have
not
been
time.
so cool. Are we
There
gonna?
it is.
We're gonna get the Neon.
We're gonna get a Neon head-to-head.
Yeah, so we were seeing Ospas pick up a few Neon games back at the end of playoffs. He was playing it on Lotus primarily. So this is not out of his agent pool per se, but he does not have a lot of games on the agent professionally. But on Sunset, it's the right choice. I'm ready for it.
It's gonna be a hell of a first map here. Of course, with Genji back on the global stage, we gotta bring back your casters, Achilles and Paperthin as well. Have fun with this one.
Oh, there's nothing we can do but have fun with this series. MIBR going up against Genji. Texture v Aspas once again. This is going to be a banger.
This is one of the most hype matchups we have coming into this Swiss stage. Incredible players across the board. A lot of players who have done it all on the biggest stage. Yeah, Texture and Aspas are going to be the first two names everybody's looking at, but there's so many talented players beneath them that are going to be doing some big things. I've been really impressed with Zen. I don't think there was anyone better than He's done a really good job. Verno has slotted in so nicely for MIBR coming over to this team. He has integrated so quickly. Beyond impressive what he's been able to do.
Yeah, obviously both squads as well having some of those rookies here that are finding their footing for the very first stage at a global event. Ash there for Gen G. But Toronto, are you ready to get into this series?
That starts in 15.
It is certainly going to deliver. Let's go ahead and jump right into the pistol. Aspas
One Spain to win.
Had a bit of damage here in mid, just a straight shot through the smoke. Finds him down to 75 HP.
Trying to find a way in through the market. They're going to be given access to the deadlock util there, blocking off the front of that site.
Headshot. Connecting there onto Verno. Ash with the cleanup, able to find Sheriff in hand. Aspas again taking damage, just eating it here on the entry. Does manage to crouch down, stays hidden for the moment. Foxy9 finding Cortezia, however, at the same time, and now Gentleman's going to be eliminated. Aspas.
Ooh, what a shot.
It's going to be Artsy to try to clutch this out. Finds the first, cannot quite get that transfer. Gen G taking the opening pistol.
Flawless.
Yeah, looking really clean. Looking like they've got some good ideas behind this deadlock. I think this might be the first time we've seen Foxy play it that I can remember. But anyway,
they played it, but obviously not on Sunset.
Yeah. But this is really curious to see because they've got some ideas to try to block off that front of the entrance, and then they overstack mid to make sure that they're going to be able to clean up any entry from that angle. They do a phenomenal job of it. Ash, another big question mark, one of the newest players we have here in Pacific on Gen G. He has stepped in nicely as that info generally was playing Tejo quite a bit for them. Now, of course, with the nerfs, going to be switching over into the Sova role and gets 2 big kills with that Sheriff to open things up. A bunch of Guardians for Gen G. Shouldn't surprise anyone. They are big fans of that gun.
That they are. So a little touch of damage there. Orb going to be picked up. Trying to fast track that rolling thunder. Swing onto the corner. Karon, the one tap, the spike now on the floor. Slide across the way. Karon still wreaking havoc. Cortezia able to peel one back. Karon will fall. A weapon to be lost, but that's about it. Texture. Sliding right up into Verno's face. Greets him with a 3K. It's going to be Gen G. Overall, a very clean anti-eco.
I need to learn how to kill mosquitoes.
So far, so good. Got some good reads on the map. I mean, for Gen G, it's all about map control. That is the way they want to play this game. They want to pressure you. They want to use the Sentinel utility to really block off one site, the access to it. They want to make sure that you're not going to be able to work that part of the map. And then let Texture control another side. That's typically how you're going to see them roll. And that opens up the map for Munchkin to try to find his timings, to go for those lurks. I was talking to Coach Alex from PRX the other day.
Fuck. Karen's off to the races already.
He's having fun, and oh boy, we already lose Aspas.
Yeah, blink and you miss it.
And this is MIBR's map, by the way.
Round. There's 2 players playing there inside of B main. Aspas dead, and that's all of your entry power taken out of your hands here.
But look how aggressive they are on the map right now. You've got Karan all the way pushed down to A main. He has so much info, and they get that early kill, and they immediately use the safety and the comfort of the deadlock utility to fall back onto the B site to open things up. Now, this is good work by MIBR to open up mid. Just got Ash here watching it right now.
Hold it back is Ash. Okay, welcome to the global stage. Finds himself 2 quick kills. Verno going to be eliminated. It's now just Shannon to try to stay alive and hold on to this weapon. No chance of recovery whatsoever. To swing in, finds the headshot. Will stop it from being a flawless. See if he's going to be able to find some more to slow down the bankroll here of Gen G. So right now it's about to spiral out of control. Some noise made. They know that he's tiles, and Karan is there on the prowl. 3-0 start with a bonus conversion. Gen G looking strong thus far on Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, really out of the curve right now, our Gen G. And I was going to say that Coach Alex from PaperX told me that he hates playing against Gen G. He finds them to be one of the most annoying opponents to go up against because of the map control they take, the way that they're trying to just cause problems on your flanks, on your back sides. They are so difficult to get through. They lock down sites so well.
How the fuck is Ronaldo still
all of that
playing
came to fruition there with a little help from Ash.
He's retired, bro.
A tremendous double kill up at top mid.
Surely Portugal doesn't win, right? Surely.
Some stingers, couple sheriffs for MIBR. See if they can find a thrifty and get themselves on the board.
That'd be a big way to try to just get the ball rolling here. Drone able to spot out at least the one. Not sure if Ash had gotten scouted. Cage down, Foxy already within it though, so not going to be giving over any information, and that means that Cortezia does get taken down. Ospots now, once again, dropped. Texture trying to play off the one way. It's going to be good for one, get some damage and cross onto the other. They want to try to recover this weapon. Ping out onto Verno. He's able to go ahead and scoop up the Vandal, a chance to maybe deal a bit more damage to Karn. Low on HP, but still finding the headshot. Back to back. It's a 3K for the Omen. 4-0 start. Gen G not allowing any thrifties.
Yeah, they're so active on the map, putting some pressure on towards A main. Foxy again, really clean. Trying to get Ospas going. Karan having none of it. Texture just says, well, they've got weak guns. I'll just see what I can get done. And Karan just steady. A player who has impressed last year. Had a few ups and downs this year, but overall, we still know what he's capable of when he's at his best, and he is a difficult player to go up against, especially on the defender side.
Yeah, so early timeout, necessary one called here from MIBR. See what Coach Fraud's going to be able to do to try to right the ship here. Get the players back into the action. Thus far, just one kill on pretty much everybody on MIBR at the moment. Ospas 0-4-0. Munchkin, no charges towards a Viper's Pit. He has gotten zero involvement in any of the action, hasn't died, hasn't gotten an elimination, just has one assist to his name.
Maybe we can look at Munchkin's econ rating after this.
Oh
see
boy.
What that's going to look like a little bit, but I mean, Karan is finding
it's a flat zero.
It is, yeah. He doesn't need to do anything, just buy some guns for other people. But this has been pretty solid. I mean, the defensive ideas here, getting really aggressive at the points of attack early, then kind of peeling back, you know, taking that early man advantage, and then forcing MIBR to make some moves. And they've been hitting some disgusting shots along the way. So Gen G, one of the teams that, you know, when it came to the three teams that came out of Pacific, a lot of people are saying this may actually be the best team of the three. You know, despite them falling to RRQ there in the grand finals, I think this Gen G team, if they keep looking like this, who knows? But still a lot of work to do, of course. And Sunset, a map that I was pretty curious about.
Portugal even made it to the
final, going back to
bro.
2024, they started off really hot on this map. They were really, really good. But as the year went on, they fell off. They started to lose to teams in Pacific. So going back with a very different comp, though, a very different look than what we saw last year.
And that was one of the things, was that inflexibility from Gen G, saying, no, we think this is still good enough, not really being willing to make pivots in the compositions. That has changed.
I mean, the only thing you're keeping is the Sova and the Omen. So that's really impressive that they've been this well prepared.
Big reveal on the Munchkin. He's able to strafe back. Karan dropping down off the top here in market. Re-swings the corner. Channel going to be taken down. Texture, second kill.
Oh, he's just losing
As he
everything.
hits the floor, the operator singing out here.
Every
for Gen
fight.
G, and the timeout is not going to lead to much of anything. It's a flawless in response.
Damn.
Gen G now 5-0. The economy once again kicks back here for MIBR.
Everywhere. They're so active in their micro position. They're going high, low on you. Karan swinging out around a box when you're not expecting it. He starts out high, they go low.
भाई पोर्चुगल फाइनल में कैसे पहुंची?
I mean, this is so difficult to read the defensive positions of Gen G.
Ah.
I wonder coming into this map, the Des talked about it. This is an attacker-sided map. Usually, Gen G gets to pick which side they go for.
Then you can't do that.
And another big
मैंने
thing.
तो उस पे लगा रखा है.
That operator, once it gets into Texter's hands, that's when other teams start to crumble. He is one of the best in the world when it comes to that gun.
Quick little jiggle peek there on the angle. Damage not suffered. Two Guardians here for
पेपे लेके आया
MIBR.
ट्रॉफी.
Rest of the players with Sheriffs. These
हाँ.
Guardians, they are weak though. Glass cannon.
ये हो गया एक सुअर का बच्चा नहीं हो रहा.
About strafing down. He's going to catch Util in hand here. Let's see, trying to set up for that fault line.
सही है.
Karan looking for a little bit more. Munchkin going to take it down. Karan does fall. Verno, some very nice shots.
हाँ सही में.
This is back into a 3v3.
फिर भी बोल रहा है तो चैप्टर कंटिन्यू चल साढ़े. तेरी कन्वर्टी सुझा दूंगा किसी दिन मार मार के.
Weapon upgrades here. Kid Cortezia joined in as well, so he'll take the Guardian. Texture getting on a deeper line. Realizes that they're not playing around a main, so now mid has to be a concern.
Ash going to be called upon again to maybe come up with a huge play to try to shut MIBR out of the rounds.
Makes noise.
30 seconds
That's back
left.
over in towards Boba. The slow creep up seems like he's got a read on this, but is he going to be able to hold the line? Faces forward, finds the first. Ospas answers back. 2v2. Foxy9 still here on the site. Ospas on the peak, immediately shut down. What a shot from Foxy9. The net getting the connection, and Foxy getting the headshot. 6-0.
One round here for Foxy, player who had
UEFA
a
Nation
short
League,
stint on the bench.
जो ये सबसे पहले जीत के हीरो बन रहा था.
With a fire underneath him, he has been incredible.
तो इसमें बड़ी आसान सा है क्या मतलब?
इसमें 4 टीमें ही होती हैं. हाँ, पता नहीं कैसे डिसाइड करते हैं, पर कोई 4 टीमें होती हैं यूरोप की, उसे पकड़ लेते हैं, उन चारों को आपस में खिलाते हैं, जो जीत गया जीत गया.
ये कॉपी लेके चल रहा था.
ये कॉपी लेके उछल रहा था, ये सुअर का बच्चा.
Swing around the corner, there's the Hunter's Fury. Onspots having the dodge these. Pulls down to 45, quick cancel. As Venom is able to find one, munching it.
Desktop, sign out and exit.
Dealt with.
तूने सारे अकाउंट से देख लिया क्या क्या निकली है?
He's got around the TP, gets himself safely.
क्या बोल रहे हो, नया अकाउंट बना लेते हैं?
तभी उसमें नाइट मार्केट आ जाएगी.
आ जाएगी.
Into the back of sight once again, dodging out that stun.
But because of
the slow walk forward, scoped in, trying to clear out the angle, and Aspas has the headshot. Up now on the floor, MIBR pole position to try to get the first round win. See if Shenham's going to be able to hold down this angle, but Karan almost finds him sleeping. Still trying to flush him out. A bit of a back and forth here. One that Karan does manage to win. Spike now going to be planted here on the A site. Hunter's Fury available for Verno if he can play in a disconnected position. As Ash gets flushed into the open, and he just takes the fight. He takes out Artzin's head. Hunter's Fury no longer a viable option. Doesn't have to play close. Sends out the recon. Cortesia gonna be dead. Verno now into the 1v3. Finds the first to defuse it being held. Shock dart will connect. The spray is good. Looking for the clutch.
पर ये फ्रेंजी तो आप पे है ना.
Another shock dart. Karen's feet takes it so damn low, and Verno gets the fade away. The 3K into
ये
the
वैंडल अच्छी है.
clutch. MIBR are on the board.
पर worth it no
so
है.
back and forth, but Verno
कितने की मिल रही है?
life here into MIBR.
क्या सस्ता हुआ है?
हाँ, ये क्या? सालो 300 रुपए तो मेरे से ले लो.
Into winning.
ये हुआ है सस्ता 1100 का.
हाँ.
Perfect. Understanding these angles. Talked about at the beginning how impactful he's been coming in for MIBR. And that right there is a huge run.
Huge performance from him. I mean, he's got the whole rest of the team. He's got the same number of kills collectively there. Verno's impact certainly being seen. Stack on this A site though, from the side.
और इस पे मेसी वाली सेलिब्रेशन और करते हैं सुअर के बच्चे पे.
Ready to try to intercept this attack.
और एक शॉट इसके सर पे और मार दे, मैं तो खुश हो जाऊंगा.
भाई अब तो रिटायर हो जाना इसको इसके बाद में.
Position noted. Foxy ignoring that, tries to go in for the ultimate, but it's going to be canceled as he gets shut down. Fantastic shot there from Artsy that saves Osbots's life. Tucked into the corner. Hunter's Fury, no damage found, no ping reveals.
ये VCT का फाइनल चल रहा है अभी. नहीं
MIBR making the decision to go ahead slowly
Round
back
1.
away.
ये तो चौथा मैच है.
Wait far forward though in B main.
फाइनल का अभी तो नहीं है ना फाइनल.
ना अभी तो टाइम है.
Catch them by surprise. Ready to swing out, but they know that they've given up their space, and now
अबे
he's
भाई
spotted.
ये फ्रैक्चर फिर बैन हो गया क्या? दिखता ही नहीं है.
हाँ शायद.
कितनी बार बैन होता है?
Had an opportunity there to take the operator out of the round.
फ्रैक्चर और ब्रीज भाई ये भाई तुम लाए क्यों जब किसी को खिलाता ही नहीं.
He's gonna make up for it, but finding the headshot there on the munchkin really able to hold the position for the time being. But ping reveal off the neural step. They know exactly where Texture's at, but they can just ignore him. Go for the spike plant.
Spike planted.
Overdrive is available. Do they want to try to commit that here in the 3v4?
They've got no real great ability to pressure. Oh, they're going to go for it.
Pops it, fast lane, going to be sent. Some spam coming his way. Slides in, able to find Artsy. Looks for Cortesia, but Karan will be there for the quick trade out. Now we go into a 2v2. Both players playing here in main. Smoke down, the TP in. Defuse being started. Overdrive though from Ospas, tearing them asunder as Ash so very low. Eventually will get flushed out as Verno collects both kills.
Another wild round. The
Go,
pace
go,
of these has been incredible. And a lot of that is because Gen G normally likes to get aggressive early in the rounds, but this time they play a little further back. They give up some of that space intentionally. Foxy9 was still hanging on to his barrier mesh as well. Wasn't able to use the ult or given the opportunity to throw down some of that, so you couldn't really stall them out. And they took a lot of map space because of that. They're able to claim some mid control with Cortezia, keep Texture off balance, and then find a really nice kill onto Munchkin. Isn't able to really find those lurks just yet. Now he's got a judge.
टीम तो अच्छी है इनकी पोर्चुगल की सिल्वा रूबन डियाज
Economy whittled away at here on both sides.
नेटो Vitinha.
Do they want to actually commit into the position? They're reading it, but they're unable to find the opening kill. It's going to be even more damage dealt. I'm taking very, very low.
पर जीतना स्पेन नहीं है.
Shots out. Cortezia having to back away, but now they've had kind of both site access points. Door just slammed in their faces. What does the call end up being here for MIBR?
Well, yeah, you remove the neon, you remove the breach. It's so difficult now to make an entry. You got to get a good paranoia, good recon maybe, but it's still a tough ask for MIBR.
Recon confirming that presence still here. Feels like the entry in from market from Cortezia is going to have to be absolutely monstrous.
It's been pinged out by Gen G. Oh my
Okay.
God, Ash.
I mean, he only had 2
Oh,
HP.
what is that?
30 seconds
Still
left.
just able to find him blind through the smoke off of timing. Verno similarly does get tagged up as well. Now out into the open, Foxy9 makes his presence known. Net will not connect. Verno have to fight his way out of a very difficult position. He's able to do so with a nice shot there onto Foxy9, but getting the remainder, not quite going to be possible. Gen G get themselves up to 7, guaranteeing a lead at the half.
Really impressed with Ash so far here on his international debut. So it's really hot. One way to get Munchkin going, get him into a tricky spot with a judge and find some value. 3 kills for the IGL. He just loves to find those moments, find those weaknesses. You know, he's learning from what he saw in previous rounds. Hey,
Match start हुआ गिर पहले गया भाई.
if they're not contesting it early, I bet I can tuck into this corner and catch him
यार
completely
my
off
Jio
guard.
TV ना
He's just
कंप्यूटर
so
पे लॉगिन
good
नहीं
at
होता,
reading his
सिर्फ
opponents.
फोन पे चलता है.
Ash.
Oh, ये बड़ा
a little bit
दल्ला
further
है
back,
काम
setting
है.
up for the crossfire with Texture. Inside A main. Is a weaker buy. Verno with the hero rifle.
Little bit of noise being made here. Texture just walking forward. And, oh, a little bit of movement. Said he cannot find that shot, but he quick scopes back in to take down Aspas. 3 peaks, finds himself a second. Just one by one having a fall, but Artsy with a nice shot. He's able to go ahead and put that operator back down onto the floor.
Bought a ton of time though for the reinforcements.
वो
to
कहाँ
arrive
गया?
for Gen G.
Cancelo.
MIBR seemingly don't feel like they have many other
बारसा
options.
में
but
था
to commit to
पोर्चुगल
this.
का राइट बैक.
Exactly the weapon that you want to
वो भी
pick up
अच्छा
and try
खेलता
to
था.
utilize on the attack on this site, but Shenham is able to make work of it. Get some value from that operator. There's still an opportunity here for MIBR, but now it starts dwindling.
Down A.
Spike going to be left on the floor.
Nah, bro, Genji is running rampage through them. That's
Swing
crazy.
further and further. Try to gain some line of sight into A,
Like,
but
it
now
feels
it's
so
gonna be
easy
smoked
for
off this
Gen G right
operator. Not likely to find much value at all.
30 seconds left.
Shot dart in from behind, and
Player
Verno unable
standing.
to find the kills. And I'm just going to be ping revealed out. Not much else to be done here. Has to go for the timing shot, but Ash will flush him out. 8-2, Gen G back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, you just get that operator right back over to Texture. A little bit off on the first one, but follow-ups were good. You just don't have many other choices. Love the way that Karan is playing on site, not giving Zenom the chance to really do
Hey,
much.
Pedri लगता है बढ़िया.
That operator never gave him the angles, was aware of the situation. Good coordination.
मुझे सबसे अच्छा प्लेयर अभी पेड्री लगता है.
For Gen G. Really in control here on this defender
Tuesday या
side.
Wednesday को मिल रही है गाड़ी.
It's going to have to be
Yeah.
another timeout for MIBR.
Black color मिला है.
कोई मसला नहीं है.
Always
हाँ.
the toughest pill
color
to swallow,
था,
having to commit both of these in that first half. But
Blue color में एक महीना और लगेगा, मैंने कहा
the
भाई तू
हाँ भाई,
circumstances,
तू
the
दे दे.
state of things,
Try
it's
मत कर.
absolutely necessary.
No, you have to. I mean, they just really haven't been able to find much success other than the rounds where Gen G wasn't playing aggressive early, where they weren't taking control of the mains. Those were the rounds that they were able to get it done, and Gen G just went right back to creating pressure early. And that is completely throwing MIBR off. They're not used to teams being that aggressive. But Gen G, again, loves that map control. That is what this team is all about. It is setting up your team.
अभी देखा था ट्विटर पे चल रहा था कि यमल लमल है, इसने अपनी एज कम करवा रखी है बहुत 5-6 साल।
सच है क्या?
अब लोग बोल तो रहे हैं, काफी प्रूफ आ रखे हैं, क्योंकि जब PS2 रिलीज हुआ था ना, तो इसने PS2 खरीदा था नया जब रिलीज हुआ था, और PS2 रिलीज हुआ था 2000 में, और इसकी डेट ऑफ बर्थ है 2005। फिर एक दिखा रखा था, एक बहुत बचपन की फोटो है इसकी FIFA 2010 के साथ, और उसमें वो दिखा रहे, उसमें लिखा हुआ था, जो वीडियो थी उसमें इसके FIFA 2010 थी, और लिखा हुआ था कुछ 15 या 10 साल के बीच का बच्चा, पर अपेरेंटली वो उस टाइम सिर्फ 5 साल का होना चाहिए था, अगर उसकी डेट के बर्थ के हिसाब से जाते।
Even Texture starting to make a move, sees the tripwire, but
look how far back they're playing. They're expecting this rolling thunder to come through to try to entry onto the side.
और एक वीडियो थी बारसा की, जिसमें इसने लिखा हुआ था कि बारसा अकेडमी में एक बहुत ही बाप प्लेयर है 15 साल का, और उसका नाम यमल है, ये वो। फिर 3 साल बाद भी वही सेम वीडियो डली हुई है, नहीं सेम वीडियो तो नहीं, 3 साल बाद भी वीडियो डली हुई है यमल की, और लिखा हुआ है 15 साल वाला बंदा। सालो क्या कर रहे हो?
Cage triggered. That scene with this rolling thunder could be monstrous though for the post plant. He's got it set up and ready to go. Hearing Texture trying to sprint forward, trying to get ahead of it. He will just get shut down. Timing now. Munchkin swings around the back. Osbos found. The time is getting away from them here as Bethesda hits a great shot out from Ali. It's all on Ash now, and he cannot get it done. Huge round from MIBR. They get themselves a third.
Yeah, that is a dangerous round, and they do a great job of avoiding some of those traps that Gen G wants to set up, but the TP there, I believe, heard by Xenom, and that shuts down Kara, and then Munchkin somehow finds 2 back there. Cortezia, though, really starting to come to life, hitting some snappy shots. Much needed here for MIBR. See if they can find the 4th. 1 more to go in the half.
Real depth available, as well as from the shadows. Hunter's Fury 1 charge away for Verno. Very solid tools about to be available. Munchkin, though. Viper's Pit, finally available. Took a while. Let's see when that play, if at all.
Fabian.
We'll just go ahead and try to lock down any access towards this A side. Texture playing forward, finding
on goal मार दे रोनाल्डो।
He is playing on a knife's edge. Here at the same time, going to be picked off. They now know that Market is at risk. For the repeat. Texture just single-handedly trying to hold this down, but Ash does get involved. Finding one, finding a second, looking for the third. Runs out of bullets. It's just Cortezia, no corpses to try to play off, to try to get a reveal. Now being hunted here. Just sending the ult, trying to get any kind of straight tag.
Bro, it's too easy for Gen G.
Slowly approaching around the back.
And this is MIBR's map, by the way.
Inter Miami खेलेगी ना वो club world
cup for the exit. Cortezia can find this. Maybe he can make a run, but Munchkin will be able to get it done. 9-3.
अभी तो मेसी वो भी खेलेगा finalism जो होता है finalism.
I was expecting at all for this team.
Not at all.
लंदन में होगा, मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ देखने चलते हैं। क्या पता मेसी का लास्ट मैच हो।
नहीं वर्ल्ड कप तो खेलेगा वो। वर्ल्ड कप में
मैच देख रहा था कनाडा के वीजा के बारे में।
अच्छा।
देखना, एक बार तो देखना है मेसी को रिटायर होने से पहले, चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए।
अगर आने वाला था वो भी बंद हो गया उसका।
हाँ। मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ अगर फाइनलिज्म अगर उसमें हो जाता है यूके में तो चलते हैं, क्योंकि यूके का वीजा तो आराम से लग जाता है।
अच्छा, यूके का मिल जाता है।
हाँ।
Final is यार एक मैच ही खेल लेते हैं क्या बोल
How do you get this 100% thing? You have to get every pick'em right, or it's just you have to get the winner right?
मॉडल में नई वापस गन आ गई वो जो पहले
कौन सी
SMG नाम याद नहीं है
Back 10 Fafa
SMG यार उसका नाम लिख कर भाई फेल ही भाई विफल के खेलता कल में
सही में विफल बहुत सही खेलता है
Black Ops 7 announced.
ए आज वो था ना Xbox का
अरे वो 007 देखी मैंने
007 गेम
हाँ मैंने कल Xbox को देखा था PlayStation एक्सक्लूसिव पर
मैंने देखा
गेम देख भाई क्या जबरदस्त गेम निकाली दोबारा मैक्स पेन की तरह
मैक्स पेन तो बहुत ही बढ़िया गेम थी
वैसी गेम है वो 2026 में अभी मेरे ख्याल से PS वालों के लिए एक महीने के लिए लॉन्च है फिर वो दोबारा 2026 में लॉन्च होगी
अरे यार PS लेना पड़ेगा क्या
मैं भी सोच रहा हूँ ले ही लेता यार PS एक्सक्लूसिव गेम्स भी खेल लिया करेंगे
यार पर बाहर से मंगवा लेते मैं तो कह रहा हूँ कुणाल आया था कुणाल को कह देते अरे मैं अपनी बंदी को बोलता हूँ
LC10
ओ LC10 वो याद है मुझे
ट्रिगर LC10
अरे मैं उससे पूछता हूँ अपनी गर्लफ्रेंड से जापान में कितने का है जापान में तो बहुत सस्ता होना चाहिए जापान का ही है ना सोनी
अभी सेल लगी हुई थी ब्लिंकिट पे तो 39,000 का स्लिम मिल रहा था
लेंगे तो मुझे प्रो ही ले लेंगे फिर GTA 6 भी खेल लेंगे
तो इसमें लॉन्च होगी
हाँ पर GTA 6 पता नहीं कैसी चले
प्रो मिलेगा यहाँ पे वो तो 70
हाँ
का है
प्रो इंडिया में नहीं मिलेगा मैंने देख लिया कहीं पे भी नहीं मिल रहा
They can stop Gen G from getting in and getting a plant going.
Barrier mesh. Difficult to try to clear out when it comes down to these pistols. Immediately going to start spamming it though, try to work this down as quickly as they can. There you go.
और यार किसी मंगाओ वो अपना सामान लेकर आएगा हमारे
Real damage going to be taken.
कोई नहीं मैं जाऊंगा ना जापान में ले आऊंगा
Player advantage for the side of enemy MIBR as they get ready to go on this retake.
शायद मैं जाऊंगा अगस्त में
They can connect.
Trying to find a timing. There you go. Munchkin coming up big. Finds two. Brings it now into a 3v3.
Look at this reclear.
His sheriff not going to be recoverable though for Foxy 9 unless he can make his way all the way across.
Bro, his position is so good. Textures. Never mind, he's just winning on side.
Good for one, and now they know exactly where Verno's at. Revealed by the recon, the slide in. He's completely, utterly surrounded. Now netted, locked on the floor, but he gets the tap and brings it into the 1v1. Swings out, runs out of bullets. 2 bullets remaining, and what a shot! The time is not there, but
that is so unlucky.
You are an absolute menace.
Oh my goodness. He is on fire today. 14 kills. He's
only Verno is playing for this team.
In the kill department. I mean, if he just has a few extra seconds here, but the delay, the stall, Ash in particular, the way he's working around the box on site. Very, very heady.
And it's bittersweet because they cannot get the round win conversion off the back of that.
क्या लगता है फ्री किक मार देगा यमल?
My God, Verno.
They're buying up here. MIBR.
They are.
Yeah. They're feeling the pressure. They're getting a little aggressive over towards A main, but Gen G being very patient. They're wary of something.
यमल भाई मार दो फ्री किक भाई.
Right to be so. They're taking their time to make sure that there's no deep push outs. I mean, you saw it on the pistol round that they sent 3 right out of top mid. So you got to be ready. Some kind of aggression. Cortezi holding a tight angle with this stinger. couldn't find any shots to connect them.
Not gonna do much at that distance. Just playing for the information.
On the floor.
Cam.
Bro, what is
Catch him
happening?
off guard.
Scanning ahead.
We've now confirmed that there's a force buy. So Gen G gonna maybe play around a bit differently here. So it's gonna be a quick pivot across. 3 players towards this A site.
Still being very methodical, our Gen G. Really taking their time. Still looking.
Very loose-lipped about their movements here. Texture's just stomping around. Trying to see if he can get any kind of reaction out of him. Paranoia goes across the site. He's not going to find either of these players at Alley. Shedham's able to find that kill, and that can't be a timing potentially picked up. Texture now going to be paranoid. Aspas does get a dink at range, puts Ash down to 70. Weapon not going to be scooped up. Foxy's able to find one now. Trades it out. Net connecting. Spike planted. Drone hunting around here from the back, but with the double face, Gen G are able to find Shedham, getting that Bulldog right back out of their hands. Texture dead here on the side. Ash across to the opposite side as Munchkin gets the spot out, but cannot get the shots to connect as Aspas is doing so much damage. Swap to the classic, and he shuts down
So
Foxy
close.
9.
Still so close.
Rotates over, gets a weapon upgrade, back over for the defuse. MIBR, the force buy, finding value as they will get themselves another round win here in the second half.
It is
Pedri, no! How are we
Aspas
missing
is
that,
with
brother?
Some great shutdowns as well, but they
Pedri,
are
bro.
so well drilled there. I mean, these hits that he's getting, Foxy doing his damnedest, but Aspas just too darn good. That was a risk
No,
that
Pedri,
paid off
no.
big time for MIBR. It's their map pick. They've got to turn it around. Let's see if they can keep it
Well, that
going
was a
here on
good
this
slide
defender side.
from
A few sheriffs going to be
Yaz.
bought up for Gen G.
He made sure he blocked the
Otherwise,
first
Not much to speak of.
bar.
Net does get the grab there, but no way to play off the back of it, so it'll just be removed. Munchkin, quick little peek in towards the B site, tiny bit of damage suffered. Grabs the orb, looks like he's trying to fake back, but camera's still set up here in main.
It really
Now
feels
be
like,
cleared.
yeah, it really feels like Gen G is just trying to bait some responses out of MIBR. Munchkin's trying to get the download on what these defensive setups are going to look like so he can kind of figure out as this half goes on how he can maneuver around it, where he can spot the weak sides. Because so far, they haven't been able to find too much. MIBR has been holding their cards pretty close to the vest, so coming through here potentially.
Set up, a little bit of spray through. He's able to find some damage. Eats quite a bit of
आलिए रे आलिए कहाँ चले गए थे?
Down to 14. Takes the time to
क्रैश हो
escape.
गया रैम
Shot
निकाली
there, chase
3
him,
अब
but
1 से चल रही
अबे यार ये नहीं मान रहा.
नहीं मैं भाई ये पता नहीं क्या ही दिक्कत है इसमें
with the
हमेशा
classic, we'll get the shutdown mid slide. Gets a headshot to try
थोड़ी
to
देर
make
बाद
it go.
तीनों रैम लगा
Can't
दूंगा तब
find
चलेगा
much more
चालू
damage there. 3
अरे
players
यार.
surviving. MIBR up to 5.
All right. Now Rifle's going to come into play for Gen G. You have Foxy 9's ult Annihilation available for Deadlock. Aspas.
भाई गोल रह गया.
Slow start to the map. 7 kills now.
है मुझे भैया?
He can keep picking it up. Definitely. MIBR
हाँ.
can come back into this. Bruno has been their
अभी
shining
पैड्री ने भी
star
थोड़ा मिस कर दिया
हाँ पेड्री ने मिस कर दिया.
One of the best
देख रहा था.
players in Valorant to really start stepping up. Here goes that 3-man push. Down mid again. This time
इधर इन्होंने मुराटा निकाल दिया है
they see. Recon
सही में.
send some shots into the smokes just to make sure there's not going to be any more aggression. Gen G's going to
स्पेन पे बस स्ट्राइकर की कमी है
हमेशा से रही है इन पे स्ट्राइकर की कमी ना. डेविड विया था एक, वही था इनका स्ट्राइकर. उसके बाद भाई साहब इनको अच्छा ही ना मिला. एक वो मिला था फर्नांडो टोरेस.
वो तो बहुत ही गंदा लगता है. अच्छा वो फर्नांडो टोरेस हां ये चेल्सी का प्लेयर था.
हाँ चेल्सी का था पर वो भी बहुत गंदे मिस करता था. अच्छा स्ट्राइकर था पर बहुत गंदे मिस कर. एक बार उसका कोई गोल था भाई मूद भी उसने ना भगाते हुए लाया सबको. ठीक है अब कीपर आगे आ गया, कीपर को भी कटा दिया. गोल खाली है, खाली बाहर मार दी. भाई साहब इतनी हंसी आई मुझे. और एक वो मैं समझ गया आपको फर्नांड टोरेस के लिए कह रहे हो ना. वो तो मुझे बहुत ही गंदा लगता था यार.
बहुत गंदा लगता है मेरे को, बहुत गंदा.
साला उसकी लुइस एनरिके की बेटी बता रखी है उसने।
उसकी छोटी बेटी।
हाँ तभी मैं PSG के लिए थोड़ा वो था, चलो यार ये लुइस एनरिके जीत गया।
भाई क्या बढ़िया है भाई, 2 ट्रैवल होगा भाई।
भाई ने फुटबॉल छोड़ दिया था, आया ट्रेबल जीत गया, बताओ।
The fact that Texture gets out behind his own fast lane before he gets killed is incredible. And the timing as well, just a bit unfortunate for Osbox. Just wasn't quite prepared for Texture to be that pushed up.
Any other weapon, he's dead to rights.
Yeah, and then that opens up the annihilation behind it. I mean, that's just the way everything kind of crumbled there.
Revealing area.
Same dart here from Ash round over round, just trying to make sure that these pushes out in the mid aren't coming through from MIBR.
नहीं अभी निको विलियम्स से ज्यादा अच्छा वही है हमारा रफीनिया।
हाँ रफीनिया तो ओपी है। रफीनिया तो बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है, इम्पैक्टफुल एकदम हर गेम।
रफीनिया अच्छा खेल रहा है अभी, निको विलियम्स लेके भी बेकार ही हो जाएगा।
मैं तो बोल रहा था रफीनिया को दे दो बॉल और।
सही बात है, डेम्बेले क्या ही करेगा।
भाई देखा था रोनाल्डो बोलता कि जिसको चैंपियंस लीग जीती है ना उसको मिलना चाहिए बॉल और। तो प्रैग रिवरी आया ट्विटर पे, बोलता है वो सड़िया कुछ ही बोलता है, मतलब ऐसे नहीं बोला पर यही बोलता। इतनी हंसी आई, लोग उसमें फिर लोग कमेंट कर रहे हैं ए तू रोनाल्डो के बारे में फालतू मत बोला कर ये वो। हाँ यार
In the pit. But I mean, they want them to have to only go through market now. The pit's going to be invested. Locks off back of sight Boba. Another grab net at the ready here from Boxy 9. Slow up the approach. Sends it, catches on the 2. Get the clear fault line. Going to connect on to Karan, but he's got the paranoia. So as the util gets exchanged, it's still going to be Gen G who ended up coming out on top. Karan gets the spray down onto the final 2 players.
GG go next. GG go next.
Flawless fashion.
Really dialed in today.
GG and go next.
Finding that first kill to open up the site. Kezia, nothing he can do. Boxy looking really sharp there, catching Ospas on the end of the slide. Karan there, tucked into the cubby on site. Just incredible the form that Gen G has come into this opening match.
गोल मार दिया स्पिन ने।
Lot of ults though for MIBR.
भाई जमाल के पास आती है उधर गोल हो ही जाता है।
कुछ ना कुछ तो होगा।
And off to a rough start. The Cypher dead, the spike going to be planted here.
रोनाल्डो के मुंह पे जाके करो यार, तभी तो मजा है।
Karan up over the top, about to catch a clips. Gets the readjust. Then I'm going to be taken down. That was some of their heaviest hitting weapons available to them as Osmas desperately tries to scoop it up. Karan finds the headshot before falling. Fury fishing for the rest. It's a 2v4.
किसी किसी का होता है अगर एक बार जीतते रहते तो जीतते ही रहते हैं।
On the texture.
टाइम पीरियड ऐसा आता है।
उसे देख लो एल्वारेज को, प्योर मेसी की टीम में है अर्जेंटीना में।
हाँ वो भी जीत रही है।
वो साला
चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी भी जीत गए थे ना।
हाँ भाई वो साला एक उससे जीता अपनी होम टाउन टीम से, उसके बाद उसने जितनी ट्रॉफी खेली है सारी जीता है, सारी अपने होम टाइम में जीता, फिर सिटी में आया सिटी में सारी जीता, अर्जेंटीना में सारी जीता, वर्ल्ड कप जीता, फिर वापस सिटी आया फिर सिटी में ट्रेबल जीत गया। बताओ भाई साहब।
गोल चेक भी हो गया, जेन्युइन गोल।
कौन सा बोल रहे, कौन सा गेम देखना था?
007 लेना ही पड़ेगा प्ले स्टेशन। देखता है 007
First light 007.
His parents cut their own rope to save
Actual footage powered by Glacier, mix of gameplay cutscenes and in-game footage. In-engine footage.
that mountain. He was 11 years old.
He then started a grand tour of every major boarding school in Britain.
Always at the top of his class.
Always at odds with authority, same thing in the Navy.
His superiors all praise his instincts.
And they're all in need of early retirement. Nobody knows what to do with him, Mom.
No, and I suspect he feels the same way. But what he did in Iceland...
What he did in Iceland was insubordination. It was ill-disciplined, utterly reckless. He only survived thanks to blind luck. Give me one good reason to put him in the program, Mom.
I think you just covered them all, Greenway. It's really quite simple. Bond is a bullet without a target. Let's give him one.
Do you have an appointment?
The name's Bond.
James Bond. Do you have an appointment?
The name's Bond.
James Bond. He's with
Name's
me.
Bond. James Bond.
Don't think we've had the pleasure.
Now let's not get ahead of ourselves, James.
Damn. गोलियां तो एक नंबर, गाड़ी तो एक नंबर है.
We're facing a situation of the utmost delicacy. I need all my pieces on the board.
009 is a master manipulator. Whatever the end game is, we won't see it coming.
Jet lag.
Max Payne जैसा लग रहा है.
She's not your friend, Bond. She's an asset.
With respect, Mom. To hell with that.
Tell me, what do you do, James?
Lately, headhunting.
Ghost gun निकल रहा है.
ब्लैक ऑप्स 7 भी देख लेते हैं.
Welcome
ओए,
to the guild.
मेरे तो ध्यान भी नहीं था. अबे यार, दिल सा टूट गया.
नुनो मेंडेस बन रहे बारसा के लिए.
बारसा नहीं, PSG.
अच्छा PSG का था.
हाँ PSG का था, मेसी के साथ खेल.
I've been expecting you.
ओ सही नहीं.
Please.
ऑफसाइड है, ऑफसाइड है, ऑफसाइड है, ऑफसाइड है, ऑफसाइड है.
जो शॉट मारा है. वंडरफुल स्ट्राइक.
सही में. लिट भाई. ओ भाई ऑफसाइड दिखाओ यार.
रोनाल्डो चेक करता है. गोल चेक हो रहा है, गोल चेक हो रहा है.
भाई वाह कसम, गोल लाओ रोनाल्डो की वजह से मजे आ जाएंगे.
Calm down, get over.
Please, follow me.
अबे यार दे दिया, ये चेक भी किया इनने. और सुअर का बच्चा चिढ़ाते हुए जा रहा है उसे.
You already know us as a global tech leader. Our software.
क्या लिया Black Ops 7 में ये?
Combined with
Black Ops 7
our
नहीं देख रहा
skills
हूँ.
Warfare किधर है?
is designed to save lives.
ये रोबोट.
Your years of service have shown you the importance of our work. Here, you'll witness the global scope of that mission in action. Let me introduce you to our esteemed visionary.
For too long, we have been
वो काय पुराने
bound by
ghost
outdated
mission.
systems, accepting limitations. instead of redefining them. The Guild is safeguarding tomorrow, now. We are pioneering the future of protection worldwide. Our advancements are designed to elevate everyday life, reshaping the future of technology on a global scale. I'm Emma Kagan, CEO of the Guild.
ये ऑन साइड है बताओ जूते से
अबे यार अरे भाई ये तो उसमें चले गए फ्यूचर में
चले गए फिर दोबारा वही गंदी गन
भाई में
लेजर वाली गन
The numbers.
Fear is a powerful thing. David Mason. Menendez.
Damn. Beauty Black Ops 7. Zombies. और कौन से? The Blood of Dawn Walker.
Monsters have always been here. Watching from the shadows. And when we were at our weakest, they came out
वो
into
भी
the
आई
light.
है नई Resident Evil.
We feared for our lives. We should have feared for our souls instead. The vampires didn't come to kill us. No.
क्या game है?
They came to rule.
Samurai, vampire
Turn us into
hunter,
mindless,
type लग रहा है.
docile cattle. Not me, though. They tried to change me into one of them. But I became something else instead. Their worst nightmare.
ये तो ब्लेड जैसी लग रही है. Blade with Ghost of Tsushima.
Between the two worlds.
Mix.
Fighting to even the score. Fighting to understand the evil behind it all.
He is out there watching, seeping into you, growing.
2026. वो खेली आपने कभी विचर? मैंने सुना है विचर बहुत अच्छा गेम है.
Immediately their second series, went on for a top
और उसका नया आ रहा है.
Americas. I need to see those
मैं
players
सोच रहा था
come
विचर
back.
ट्राई करूं.
Not tomorrow, not the day after that, but in this game now.
They're not messing around. The insta-lock here, and Mel, Aspas back on the jet.
Oh, I mean, now this is a comfort roll. This is the Aspas we wanted to see because
यार मुझे ये अंदर पानी जो गिरता है इसका क्या करूं?
lightning does not strike twice
अंदर
in the
पानी
same place.
बोले तो
I
एसी का.
very much doubt we're going to see an Aspas that we saw in the first match.
तूने पाइप बाहर नहीं करवा रखा.
बाहर करवा रखा है वो तब भी अंदर गिरता रहता है.
हाँ तो इसकी एक बार सर्विस करवा ले उनको बोला हाँ तो उसकी पर्टिकुलर सर्विस होती है वो उसे टच करेंगे उसमें से तो सारी मिट्टी निकाल के फंस जाता तो इसलिए पानी ना ओवर टाइम फ्लो इधर आ जाता
ये भाई सीधा पीसी पे गिरता है.
नहीं वो करवा ले वो सही हो जाएगा. 400-500 रुपए देंगे.
1-0 start here, looking to close it out with their map pick of Haven.
इसलिए मैंने भी जो उस वाले रूम में एसी मेरा वैसे ऊपर ही लग रहा था कंप्यूटर के, मैंने नहीं लगवाया क्योंकि यार स्प्लिट वाले में पानी आता है.
हमारे यहाँ धूल मिट्टी भी तो बहुत है.
इसलिए मैंने तो लगवाया ही नहीं, मैंने ऑपोजिट साइड लगवाया.
It is going to be a very different composition that they're going to be running, going back to the very stock standard Haven composition that you see most teams run with the Jet, with the Sova, with the Breach.
साला पूरे मैच में नहीं दिखा रोनाल्डो, दिखा तो ऑफसाइड करवा रहा था.
They're going to have Munchkin on that Viper, some curveballs there as you're going to see, you know, trying to work around that Viper wall for Munchkin. He had some hit and misses with it on Sunset, but you got to be really head on a swivel here for MIBR because they are going to be all over this map on this defender side.
Action ready to start. Texture just spamming out some shots here, but finger reveal exchange. We'll go ahead and back away quickly though.
ये हेवन मैन नहीं होगा, हमेशा आता है.
और मुझे हेवन पसंद भी ना हो इतना.
Slow them up and make them reroute. It's going to push them in towards Foxy 9, who's holding close. Just the classic paranoia goes across, and he's going to be able to find not much there. It's Karen comes.
भाई वाइपर बहुत ही यूज होती है, मैंने देखा है. अभी तक सारे गेम में यूज हुई है.
वाइपर तो बहुत लेते हैं लोग, VCT में तो सबसे ज्यादा वाइपर.
Clears the recon and finds the
headshot.
3 for 3 on pistols. Gen G once again off to a ripping start.
And all it took was just a little bit of resistance at that B site for Aspas to pull off and then go right.
शेरिफ ना ऐसी है कि एक बार आपके हाथ में वो हो गया ना, थोड़ा खेलना सीख गए तो शेरिफ के ना शॉट्स लग ही जाते हैं. वैंडल से वैसे ना ऐसा मुझे लगता है कि वैंडल से आसान है. अगर आप शेरिफ खेलोगे ना आप कभी क्राउच नहीं करोगे, और वैंडल में हम क्राउच कर देते हैं.
Seems like he's just going to stick with that. A couple Guardians and a Bulldog otherwise.
A bit of a lighter pie here for Gen G comparatively. A bit more flexibility as far as how many.
Knife दो यार, अच्छा knife लेना है नया.
Looks like Texture going to be taking that first contact.
अरे भाई साहब, ये ना मान रहा शेरिफ से.
Reach out of the equation here. Tiny bits of damage taken from the classic shot. Swings in, looks for a little bit more, but it gets whippy and he ends up stunning himself into the corner, and he cannot escape. Paranoia Cross does come in.
भाई पिछले मैच में डेडलॉक ले रहे थे वो.
Everybody from MIBR now clustered up here on this B site and into the meat grinder.
तो वो बोल रही थी क्या कहते हैं, कास्टर बोल रही थी डेडलॉक सनसेट में. मैंने बोला तुमने लगता है मोदी को नहीं देखा कभी. हमारी टेहो और डेडलॉक वाली टैक्टिक्स नहीं देखी इनने कभी. काफी अभी भी इंजर्ड है क्या?
All weapons going to be saved as Gen G start things off 2-0.
ज़्यादा लंबा इंजर्ड हो गया भाई.
3-0 in the pistol rounds for Gen G. They're just in cruise control today. Texter continues to just dominate in first kills. He was 5-0 on Sunset. Picks up another one here. He is really just shutting them down.
ऊपर क्रॉसेस नहीं खेलने चाहिए स्पेन को, क्योंकि स्पेन के सारे ना छोटे-छोटे हैं आगे.
You're getting Texture online. You're getting good solid sight holding from Foxy 9. You're getting good coordination, good crossfires. Everything you could ever want. And they look really well drilled here, really well prepared for massive.
Maria को मैसेज करूंगा अगर जीत गई स्पेन.
Maria तो टर्की की.
ना स्पेन वाली, टर्की वाली थी आइचा.
Somebody who very much favors information, so I think he wants Karan to be able to have that so they can just TP in, scout a position.
भाई मैंने बताया वो भी आइचा को भेजा दोबारा रिक्वेस्ट
He doesn't seem to be
भाई
like
उसने हमारे
that
ब्रेकअप के बाद एक भी पोस्ट नहीं
concerned
डाला
with
है
his ultimate. He, you know, especially on this
भाई
map.
सब सोचो तो वो ना वो थी भी ऐसी एक बार हमारे लड़ाई हुई थी ना तो उसने अपना पूरा हाथ काट लिया था तो मैं ना एक बार जस्ट इन केस जानना चाहता हूँ भाई जिंदा विंदा तो है ना
Get some information, try to find
भाई
a
साहब
flank angle.
एक्सेप्ट नहीं हुई अभी
So, right in the wheelhouse
ना
for
ओपन थी
Gen
उसकी
Z. Slow push up from A long. Ash. Right at the door. It's Karan and Texture there to back
भाई
him up.
मुझे याद है भाई साहब मतलब उसने पूरा अपना कलाई से लेकर एल्बो तक पूरा भाई काटे 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 लगे हुए मैंने बोला भाई तू पागल है क्या
ये वाला गाना रिकॉर्ड करके सुनो भाई
have a stack set up. Swing gonna be coming through now. He's gonna be taken down. Verno, Aspas, however, answering back a couple kills, and Texture gets tagged down to 57. Player advantage now here for MIBR.
तो कितने साल हो गए भाई पोस्ट तो डाल दी ना
Recognizing that Gen G might get aggressive out of that position.
मोटी हुई होगी
हाँ सही बात है
Down in towards sewers. Not pulled the trigger fast enough. Ends up falling. It's now down to Foxy9. Looks for the first. Can't quite make it happen. A triple face forward. MIBR. This time preventing the bonus conversion.
Yeah, MIBR is a team that will play pretty slow sometimes on these attacker sides.
जिम करेंगे वो बनेंगे एंड टू टेट
Like you're gonna see
बन गया भाई टेट
some of the other regions where the attacks feel a little bit forced. It's one of those rounds. MIBR does a great job here. Good calling by Artzin. Let's go, let's go. And they're able to catch Gen G.
रॉक बन जाऊं मुझे भी
Try to spring a trap out
वो तो
long
बाली
A.
पहन लो एक कान
यार मैं भी पहन रहा हूँ एक डायमंड की लूंगा कहते अच्छी होती है
नहीं कहते लेफ्ट ईयर के लिए लड़कों के लिए ना अच्छी होती है
हाँ वही और हमारे धर्म में भी है तो मैं भी सोच रहा छिदवा लूं
मैं भी अर्जुन बन जाऊंगा पहन
क्या बोल रहे हो वैलोरेंट में सबको पहनूंगा साथ चलते हैं वही छिदवाने आपने छिदवा रखा है
ना
चलो फिर साथ चलते हैं
That's what you need. 3 damage found, but that's about it.
मैं भी छिदवा लूंगा
गन से एकदम मारते हैं
दर्द तो नहीं होता
Start to the round.
वही 1 सेकंड का ही होगा चीटी वाला
चलो डन करते हैं फिर किसी दिन
Happy to play patiently. Wow, Ash.
He's going to be rewarded. Slow drift forward. It's not quite
मैं
ready.
देख रहा था हिंदू रिलीजन में पहननी चाहिए एक कान में
Across towards C. Looks like they're giving this a consideration. They need Cortez to try to win this position. Win it he has. Tucks back into the corner. Karan now just trying to run him down before the ping reveal comes in. He's eventually find the kill. Has to back away. TP's out to safety. Paranoia, SEN. Doesn't quite connect.
और डायमंड की इयरिंग कितने की आती होगी
छोटी सी. Try to hold back that C-link door access, but Karan pushes forward again, being rewarded for his aggression, finding Verno.
डिपेंड करता है किस क्वालिटी का डायमंड लेते हो
Just tucks into the corner. Artsine able to find one stun. Gets himself into a corner as well. Try to hold down the same angle as Aspas.
1 लाख से कम मुझे तो लगा 10-12 हज़ार की होती
Not ready for this timing from Karan. He's just playing so fearlessly.
नकली डायमंड जो होता है जर्कन
Himself a 3K, and it's now down to Aspas to see if he can try to clutch out the round. The defuse already held the half, and Ash hits the headshot. Gen G 3-1. They maintain the lead.
I mean, Karan is just in demon mode today. He is absolutely just changing rounds in Gen G's favor. A good early win for Ash on his side as well here. That's a huge one right there.
चेल्सी का प्लेयर
On to
है
Zenom. Really changing that round.
ये वाले मत लो यार
Access to the A site. They have no recourse, even though that early kill.
कई रणविजय और आप में फर्क ही ना पता चल रहे
Them a little bit of hope in the round. Gen G is just.
रणविजय का मैसेज आया था ब्रो कल सुबह 7 बजे स्विमिंग
मैंने तो बोला था मैंने कहा सही मैसेज कर दिया
आप लोग गए थे
हम दो नहीं जुटे तो चल तो ढाई देगा
मैं बोला भाई मैं खुद वैलोरेंट देखूंगा पूरी रात
Trap there outside of A long. Right there. The safety. 2 guardians.
वैसे स्टार्ट हो गई स्विमिंग
For the side of MIBR, similar to what we were seeing from them on
आप
Sunset.
जिम कर लो अच्छे से जिस दिन बॉडी पेन होगा उस दिन कर लेते हैं
Sheriffs though.
हां कल नेक्स्ट डे है वैसे
हां फिर कर लेंगे अगर वो फिर बॉडी रिलैक्स भी हो जाएगी मस्त
They're giving up a lot of space here, trying to play behind the toxic
bicycle
screen
time
of Munchkin, anticipating that this could be an A hit. A little bit of.
वैसे टाइम तो था अगर कोई प्लेयर होता तो बढ़िया लगती
Let's go send MIBR. into a bit of a pause.
भाई गेम तो बढ़िया बनाया.
See if they rethink this hit or not.
रोनाल्डो तो मांग रहा
Doesn't
था.
change much in the equation for Gen G.
Ready to go here on the entry.
एक मैंने रोनाल्डो की क्लिप देखी थी. कीपर ने डी के अंदर हाथ वो पकड़ी.
Try to go for a lurk here. Hadn't rotated quite just yet, and now it's still going to be in position to hold down this C site. MIBR trying to make up their minds here with just 28 seconds remaining on the clock. Seems like it's going to be this B site once again. To get ready to push forward, but Karan is still here.
About the last player you want to see in this situation.
Cycle of smoke. The plant can be stuck. No way to interrupt this. He might have caught a glimpse there. Paranoia forces the reposition from Shen up now. Fast lane in. Texture starts scaling forward, and Foxy9 still ever present over on that C link. Comes away with the kill onto the enemy breach. Position no to the TP there, and they're just right on top of him, knowing exactly where he's going to go. Colonel will find one more to stop it from being a flawless, but Gen G now stretch the lead by 3 rounds.
They're just in cruise control.
इतना स्लो खेलते हैं भाई और हमारे वाले प्लेयर रश कर दो
हाँ भाई फटाफट चलो यार आए नहीं यार तुम वेट कर रहे हो बेंच
स्मोक पे घुस गया मैं आया
भाई स्मोक में घुस जाएंगे
trying to clear that space to make sure they can get this defuse safely.
अरे नहीं अच्छा मार दिया रे बढ़िया बढ़िया
गोल मार दिया ओ भाई मजा आ गया ओ भाई मजा भाई सेलिब्रेट करो यार अरे कोई चेक वेक करने की जरूरत नहीं है भाई ने बोल दिया गोल है तो गोल है
Yeah, and there's a lot to consider for MIBR in this round. You've got a couple of on the side of Gen G. You've got the lockdown, you've got Texture's ult. You're one away from a couple big ones yourself. You're one away from the Hunter's Fury, one away from the Rolling Thunder. So those are things you want to make sure that you're considering and making sure that, you know, you anticipate that Gen G is going to try to contest you for some of those orbs potentially.
ये foul मांग रहे हैं
you're safely able to get those, to set yourself for those executes, get to
Ah.
the post-plant scenario. Make things a little bit trickier because it's been tough to even get the spike down cleanly. I mean, Gen G is just all over the map. Mechanics are extremely on point to boot, so see if they can find some success here. Maybe this timeout will be the one that can start turning things around for MIBR.
Yeah, it's going to be a critical timing. Lose this one. Economy again down in the dumps.
Yep.
See if they're going to be able to find those orbs, get those ults online, utilize them.
Flex कह रहा है जब इसका अपडेट आएगा मैं तब
themselves into a favorable position at the half.
पूरी गेम चेंज होगी ना ये
हाँ
बता रहे थे money starting to really get stacked up. So the texture of the economy is a bit in flux, but has that overdrive behind as well.
भाई दिखने में तो बहुत अजीब सा है
Triple stack on this C site.
हाँ सही है मैं बोल रहा था हाँ कितना बड़ा चल
ठीक कराया
Thrown out no spots. It's so unlucky. Swings right into the spray as Texture struggles to clear a drone, but he'll kill the goat.
It's just been that kind of day for MIBR. That's just brutal. No other way to put it. Munchkin gonna tuck himself into that same corner we saw Ashen earlier. See what kind of success he can find, but he's all alone, and you've got a 3-stack from MIBR.
Cage popped. Munchkin looking to reposition. The push about to come through. They're suspecting him on the opposite side. He sprays down for 2. Can't quite get the 3rd, but the damage is still dealt.
एक तो मुझे यही बहुत गंदा लगता है ब्रूनो फर्नांडिस ये भी पूरे गेम में नहीं दिखा
भाई ये तो सबसे गंदा लगता है
सही में अगर मुझे भगवान बोले ना अगर मुझे भगवान बोले कि तुम ना एक चीज चुन सकते हो या तो मेसी को देख लो या तो इसमें चाटे दे दो मैं इसे चाटे देने मदद करूंगा दिल की सारी खुदस निकालूंगा इसकी शक्ल इतनी गंदी लगती है
भाई कोई लोग होते हैं ना जो देखते ही उनको
सही में
ये वो है
एग्जैक्टली भाई साहब
बिना उन्होंने कुछ किया भी नहीं होता ना तब भी उनको दिखता
सही में
They make it a bit closer than it would have appeared, but it's still 5-1.
चल भाई एक्टिंग हो गई फर्स्ट हाफ हो गया
You've got every ult available for Gen G. Some counter ults available for MRBR. They couldn't really get any of those orbs. They couldn't get into a position. Starts with this. Oh my goodness.
That is just so damn unlucky.
This is just
Like this, a smart play. Textures kill, pure blind luck. Still able to scrape it together a bit. Aspas with the knives, looking to see if he can try to find some solid impact. There's no one on this C site. Util, yes, but players, no. Anna's going out.
Genji's playing retake the whole way.
That they are, and the lockdown comes through nice and early. Hunter's Fury, though, is available. Now we'll go ahead and clear this out. Dueling Hunter's Furies now come through. As we're just going to see ults invested across the damn board. Rolling Thunder comes through, peek back around to the flank. Spike still not yet planted, and we're not even a minute into the round. The push forward coming in. Osman slicing and dicing, able to find one. Foxy9 going to be down on the floor. Ash tucking back, but they're looking to hound him down and make a pivot across over to that A side, but they have to get through this. Sova and Ash is holding him down. He gets the 4K, and that's likely more than enough.
भाई साहब भूत बना दिया इनका तो.
The young gun, the rookie from Gen.G, absolutely tears them to pieces.
It's just unbelievable. When it looks like maybe they're going to start breaking space open, they do a nice job setting Aspas up and for his first kill with the Blade Storm.
One enemy remaining.
But then the second one, Ash is just so fast. Unbelievable. And Fraud is furious. That is just brutal.
Understandably so. It was again a big investment. Now you've got Vandal Guardian, 3 Sheriffs. Try to pull off a Thrifty. Still a pit, still from the shadows available here for Gen.G.
Yeah, they're just having such a tough time finding any success. You know, they've tried a lot of different looks, fast hits, some other things like that, but Gen.G is just so on top of the game.
Texture on top of the box. Scratches his eye.
मैं इसका इलाज ढूंढता
Oh,
हूँ.
hello. Peeks in, finds one. Shut up. Doing well to get the 1 tap. Put the Neon on the floor, swing through the wall though, and Ash catches him a bit off guard.
Revealing area.
That's the weaponry on the floor. Double push up. The start about to fly through. Ash will immediately know
ओ भाई
Bruno's
साहब.
position. Okay, no. Doesn't get cleared, but
क्या
once
क्या है
he
ये?
sprays through the smoke.
मैंगो बादाम ये सीड है ग्रीन
Find
वाला
the other.
चीकू
7 to
भी
1
है
Gen.G.
काजू भी काजू नहीं है बादाम
Absolute domination.
अंजीर है और अखरोट है. Oats
It
है.
has to start here for MIBR. It just has to. It can't keep going like this. I mean, you're losing Aspas so often. Texture continues to just dominate in first kills.
अब बाहर का ऑर्डर नहीं
And
करता ना
Ash
ये
has
खाता
been
हूँ.
unworldly. You're uneven. 9 kills now.
ऐसे ये पैसे बच रहे हैं, health की health बच
Topping
रही
the
है.
server.
आज ऑफिस में जल्दी मैंने घर पे बनवा दिया था क्योंकि जल्दी निकल गया.
To just peek through and take
तो इसलिए
Zenom
अभी खा रहा
down.
हूँ. वरना दिन में शाम को
Now you've
खाता
got
हूँ
the
ऑफिस में.
operator.
तो मतलब
Or
कैसे
Texture.
बनाते हो? दूध डाला फिर ये सब डाला.
This is where things get
हाँ मतलब
oh so
ओट्स
scary
लिया
for
हल्का सा
any opponent.
दूध डाल दिया
the
फिर
first
इसमें
of
मैंगो
all.
काट लिया
Down, C.
किशमिश
Spike is well
भीगे हुए
confirmed.
बादाम रात
And
को भिगो के
immediately
रखते
they
हैं.
look to reposition. We know
आज
how
चीकू भी मिक्स
quickly
कर दिया
Texture
वैसे
can pivot
और
with that
फिर अखरोट
operator.
भी डालना अंजीर
He's
भी भिगो
already
के डाल
starting to reroute.
अपने ऊपर
SMBR
यही खाऊंगा.
wanting to try to break through in the garage. So can't
बढ़िया
go
लगता है.
for some
मैंगो डाल के तो
reposition
क्या
Foxy 9, but
टेस्ट एनहांसर हो जाता ना.
at A lobby here from
सही में.
क्या बोल रहे हो?
the side of
प्रोटीन
Kara.
भी मैंगो फ्लेवर ही मंगवाएंगे अब.
Fruition, it absolutely does.
अभी तो मैं इसमें प्रोटीन नहीं
Bruno's
डाल
not
रहा.
ready
प्रोटीन
for
में
it.
वैसे ही
Texture
पी रहा हूँ.
finds another outside of
ओह
B.
वैसे आइडिया तो बढ़िया है. प्रोटीन डाल देंगे.
Now
वो
IBR, I think they're going to have to go for a forced save here if they can.
अंजीर भी डालता हम मम्मी वो भी डालती हैं. डेट्स भी डालते हैं. इसका खजूर.
Just Aspas now left alive and not for very long. Around the
बस
back,
असली मजा ना मैंगो से आता है इसके
gets the
अंदर.
backstab,
भाई अलग
and
ही
it's
टेस्ट
flawless.
एनहांसर है मैंगो.
you have to suspect that that second
मैंगो तो मुझे
final
वैसे ही
timeout
बहुत ही
is going to
पसंद है.
have to be called here.
I agree.
रोनाल्डो
This
ही
is
है.
just so difficult.
वो देखा था.
And
मैंने
try
ग्रुप
to
में
go to
फोटो
one
भेजी
side of
थी.
the map, they're pushing back.
वे
They're
मोहम्मद.
always taking space, and it makes it so
अरे
hard
यार वो फट रहा होता है.
to get any kind of map control. And if they try to take long A,
yeah.
Gen.G's happy to see that over, but they're going to put 3 stack there on that site to make sure that you can't get through. They have full confidence in Foxy9 over on that B and C side to make good decisions, to just play
हाँ
good,
यार
you know,
बोल दिया
setups,
मैं.
get a quick kill,
मारो
get
रॉयल्स
a
में
for
क्या
retake,
15-20
those
मैचेस
kind of
हार गया
things.
लगातार.
And there's just
टॉप रैंक से आ गया हूँ
so
डायमंड 1
many
में.
layers to the way that Gen.G is approaching this game, and at every
इसमें दिख
twist
रहा है.
and turn, they've had MIBR's number.
Fortunately, it just hasn't even really been that close.
No.
8-1. Already a devastating scoreline considering that Gen.G's here on this defense. Crowd, do you guys want to see MIBR bring this back? Do you want to see a map 3? Little bit of a weak response, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe there's a lot more Gen.G fans here than I thought. If you want to see it, those players on stage are gonna need your energy. Because right now, they're looking pretty drained.
And Munchkin is buying an Odin.
Oh, come on, Munchkin.
He doesn't do this.
I want to like you.
Well, too bad. Oh my god.
This is a change up from his usual, which is spamming into window.
Yes. He's a step ahead again. He's already thwarting some of their plans.
And trying to set up for texture. Relay bolt will come through fast lane. He's gonna fake an exit. Tries to play off that recon ping, but it's gonna be Ash who's able to find one, and it's Aspas. The worst possible target.
भाई क्या skills हैं यार ये मतलब
finds
उसने
the
stun
breach.
किया पहले फिर reveal करा
MIBR
क्या
cannot
teamwork है
catch a break.
Smoke के through spam कर दिया, एक kill मिल गई.
They just knew what their timeout was going to be about for MIBR. It was about A main control. They knew they had to start taking some of that space to prevent these quick lurks that Gen.G was taking. And Gen.G's just ahead of the curve. They're reading their opponents just brilliantly.
And what are you meant to do?
Good luck.
Try peep back into an operator.
I mean, your only hope here is that Foxy9 makes a mistake, and you can win that battle.
And now there's a smoke cycled forward.
Yep.
Karen reading it. And I'm dead. Texture finding a second. And on the little jiggles, Ash is able to find
30
Cortezia.
seconds
So
left.
pretty much full information gathered here is I don't think you're gonna be able to exit at all. And Texture, more and more these days, does look like Mr. 3K. See if he goes on the hunt to try to make it a 4K this time around. It's Munchkin maybe to try to take the first
10
fight though.
seconds left.
Verno desperately needing to hold on to this weapon. The team just does not have any money. The recon is gonna be sent, and Munchkin will go ahead and find the headshot. But it's another flawless here for Gen.G. Now up 9-1. None of these timeouts, neither of them here on this map, leading to any big adjustments to any round wins.
And Gen.G's just getting it done with their macro play. They haven't had to use many ults. They're just outguessing their opponents there. And Aspas just can't do anything. Just brilliant timing from Ash on the util. Follows it up. Backing up Texture's operator.
मोटे साला गोलगप्पा लग रहा है.
He really wanted that 4K.
He did. He knows that that's a safe number.
It is his safety.
आगे तो बोल ले भाई.
Well, TP into the back is very much red. Munchkin, Johnny on the spot. His Texture finds the body shot, pops the overdrive, takes down Aspas here in range. In with a shell to try to get himself another 4K, but Verno will deny it.
Perfect.
Gets himself a second kill. They try to make a go of it, but would be an ace clutch.
ये रोनाल्डो को देख लो टी-शर्ट उतार रखी है.
मैच स्टार्ट हो गई.
ना वैसे ही उतार रखी है हाफ के बाद. टी-शर्ट उतार के घूम रहा है.
And there you go. Quick shots from Ash, who's been so very clean here today. Gen.G get to double digits.
I immediately turned around and looked at Texture on the stage after he died.
I'm sure we're going to have it here in a moment.
That's all I need out of this. This is just incredible. Odd.
Well, maybe we don't get the reaction.
Yep.
World Cup always
I saw the hands go up, so
Not
I
as
thought
upset
maybe.
as I would have anticipated.
I thought maybe we'd get a little more out of him there.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, given the game state, we're basically just watching Texture clip farm.
Very
making
much
a highlight reel.
He is
16-6 at the moment.
Well, they're going to try to go through Garage again. Foxy playing a bit further back. Smoke there to force him out of that position. Trying to play a little bit of contained with Munchkin here around the corner. Foxy going to rely on the util, and Texture's just clearing out C-main.
Having the read, it's a bit messy, but he still gets a headshot through the wall. Aspas down low.
और सब वही वाली फैंटम यूज करते हैं.
Munchkin just continues to spray away, finds him in the end.
He didn't take any damage.
Mostly वाला cross here.
Unbelievable. Texture now on a deep line. As that pit is not going to cover the front of sight.
Trying to set up a way to give themselves access to the site is what it looks like.
Camera going to be set up though, and that's going to have to be cleared out. Spike still being brought around to bear. Hand it off. Trying to get the breach in position here to try to
ये तो हमारे रैंक का सोआ है.
take Hunter's Fury. Looking, but just narrowly missing.
वाइपर ने भी काट लिया है.
Able to get those tags.
सही में.
Tizia trying to play forward texture though. Finding the first. Shenum does fall. The push coming in instantaneous with a headshot. Now the ping reveal about to come through off that neural theft, but it doesn't matter. They just flood in before they can gain the information. Verno trying to fight back, but can't align that crosshair. 11x round wins now. Gen G are looking to bring this to a far faster conclusion than we could have ever anticipated.
I'm flabbergasted. Completely flabbergasted.
Unreal scenes here from Gen G. Well, that's the half done and dusted MIBR. Can they make the miracle run back? We'll find out after halftime.
Good boy. Gang उनकी नहीं है मार दी.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next. You won't want to miss it.
एक वो मूवी देखियो डिप्लोमेट.
डिप्लोमेट.
नेटफ्लिक्स पे जॉन अब्राहम की रियल बेस्ड स्टोरी.
आज रात को ही देख लेते हैं. एक्सक्यूज.
नहीं.
क्या कर रहा है? अच्छा वो देख रहा है यार.
टेकन आ गई क्या ये?
मुझे भी वही लग रहा था.
Yo, you better build something. Yo, you better build it. I'm not kidding anymore. This is a ritualistic, cult-like game where you try to do whatever you can to end the world. I already saw that.
गेम आई है अभी लॉन्च हुई है कल. नेक्स्ट वीक को देख रहा था. वो भी देख रहा था ना ये शो.
कौन सी?
जैसे छोटी-छोटी गेम्स होती है ना उसमें भी थी. जैसे वो जो गेम्स आई थी कौन सी थी वो जिसमें एक दूसरे को गिराना होता था नीचे.
फॉलआउट.
उसकी जैसी ना मिनी गेम्स आई हैं उसके अंदर एक गेम. Oh, it's good.
This is really Twitter conspiracy rage bait, by the way. Like, how did your game go viral?
इसका ऑडियो लगता है जब इसकी ये रील देखता रहता है इंस्टा में. वो कह रहा है I cannot hear you. I cannot understand you.
वो तो होती है नहीं. भाई साहब. फिर साला घुसा मारता है टेबल में. यार
कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी में मैं बोल रहा था वगैरह.
It's in space. So I'm already buying this. Hold on.
यहाँ से कमेडो आ गया.
Try to play off that toxic screen that's always going to cut
ये था
towards
वास्तव में.
B. Clear the turret there by Aspas. So
right,
a little bit of info denial there. They're going to leave the alarm out to make sure if there's any aggressive lurks from the side of MIBR, they're accounted for Gen G. Tap of the orb. No response just yet from MIBR.
4 players nearby, as well as the fault line, already ready to go.
यार 10-12 गोल और मारो यार.
Gen G doesn't like that.
2 गोल मार दो उसके एकदम.
सही में.
Too much going on over there. Obviously the fault line to follow.
और नाच दो रोनाल्डो के ऊपर.
But MIBR is going to pivot
their
way across towards this A site where it has just been Verno lingering. Should have a
तो मजाक ही नहीं कर रहा. एक गोल और मारो, रोनाल्डो को सब्स्टिट्यूट करो और पोर्चुगल को जितवा दो.
That's something you have to be aware of. But Munchkin somehow finds ways sometimes to just catch you completely off guard.
Noise made here by Texture. We'll just look to back away. As okay, Munchkin, well, certainly his presence now going to be confirmed. Since the poison orb anything over from this position, though, but he instantaneously turns to the headshot. No! Gets himself a second. Looks for the third, but Aspas will finally shut him down. But my God,
एमी आ गए. मुझे तो लग भी चलो स्पेन तो मैंने स्पेन हमने तो ये भी देखा ना कि वो फ्रांस के अगेंस्ट खेली. पोर्चुगल इसके अगेंस्ट खेली इससे पहले.
वही मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा.
2v4. The attempt of the retake. Genji looking to go 4-4 on pistols and get up to match point.
Just staring down.
Spain Argentina भी है शायद.
Just poking and prodding.
Spain Argentina, हाँ.
It's a nice shot. Cortezia, but the time is just not going to be there. Caron able to find it. Ash gets the other. 12-1, flawless in pistols, and damn near flawless in this map, it would seem. MIBR will need to go for a force, and they need to run 11 consecutive round wins.
मैं सोच रहा था अगर मेसी होता तो क्या
बात तो अगर मेसी कटवा होता तो वो ऐसा ही होता.
हाँ सही बात है. पर जस्ट इन केस अगर होता तो क्या हम उससे तब भी इतना प्यार करते?
नहीं.
है ना? और वो इतना अच्छा भी नहीं होता.
नहीं होता पहली बात.
रोनाल्डो ऐसा होता. और अगर वो तो अच्छा रोनाल्डो भी वो नहीं है मुल्ला. अगर रोनाल्डो भी मुल्ला होता तो किसी दिन पता चला मेसी के घर आके फट गया. और तूने मेरे बॉलंदियर चुराया. ये ले हैप्पी बॉलंदियर हम. अल्लाह अकबर.
15 ईयर करता रहा. अभी फिर दोबारा बोला उसने 15 ईयर.
सही में यार. मतलब भाई तुझे क्या है? मेसी तेरे बारे में नहीं बोलता, तू भी चुप रहे.
They really want to flush this Cypher out of the sight, and they will do just that. Texture finds the headshot. As he is reeling from the shock dart. They're having too much fun. Karen comes up with 2, looks for the final player, who will be able to get a kill. Maybe a chance for Ash. The headshot connects. Foxy swooping in will bring this to an end. Will put them out of their misery. Finds the headshot. As he finds the headshot. As he revealed out. They really want to flush this Cypher out of the sight, and they will do just that. Texture finds the headshot.
भाई डियोंग भी कितने टाइम से खेल रहा है.
Bro tried dodging the shock dart IRL. बैटरी और अच्छा खेल रहा है.
Who will be able to get a kill? Maybe a chance for Ash. The headshot connects. Foxy swooping in.
ये डियोंग इससे क्या डियोंग ही पसंद था.
A statement game from Genji. Back on the international stage for the first time this year. And they absolutely destroy MIBR.
सुनो सारे मोटे हैं.
सही में मैं भी यही जब मैच स्टार्ट हुआ था ना पहले यही नोटिस कर रहा था. भाई सारे मोटे कैसे हो सकते हैं? तुम तो कोरिया के हो. तुम तो भुखमरी में मर रहे हो. कैसे मोटे हो रहे हो? हाँ पर इनके पास तो पैसा होता है गेमरों के पास.
Hella top looking. Oh my god, bro.
You guys are actually taking so much damage.
संभावना सेठ के ना उसने नहीं फराह खान वो हर किसी के घर में जाती है खाना बनाने.
फराह खान
करती है. हाँ उसे यूट्यूब पे डालती है.
जीजीस.
तो अब वो ना इंडियन गेमर्स को पता नहीं कौन है